Hello, I'm Sir Ken Robinson. There is a hunger for videos of me. You know. Don't you feel? So this whole event has been an elaborate build-up to me doing another one for you, so here it is. You see, in most respects, we're like the rest of life on Earth, aren't we? But in one respect, we're very different. We have powerful imaginations.
All over the world, people are trying to figure out how to come to terms with the pandemic and what comes next. The question really is, what type of normal do we want to get back to? We've pressed pause on many of our social systems. It's time to press reset on them as well. All children have deep personal talents, and that was illustrated to me through my time in special education. Throughout my adult life, I've become more and more convinced that everybody has special needs. It doesn't matter what their circumstances are, and that's a powerful case for making education more personalised and more individualised. There isn't an education system on the planet that teaches dance every day to children the way we teach them mathematics. Why? Why not? I think this is rather important. I think maths is very important, but so is dance. Children dance all the time if they're allowed to. We all do. We all have bodies, don't we? You know, did I miss a meeting? I mean, I think... Finding your element, to me, is essential to personal fulfillment because it's about discovering the truth within you, who you are and what you're capable of, the things that make you feel at your most authentic. What we do know is, if you're not prepared to be wrong, you'll never come up with anything original. If you're not prepared to be wrong. And by the time they get to be adults, most kids have lost that capacity. They have become frightened of being wrong. People who've never been to LA, think it's all the movie business and nothing else, and plastic surgeons. And we know that's not true. There are dentists here too. I and you are not lone voices here. The fact is, there are conversations like you've been having the past few days happening all over the world. In India, in the rest of Asia, in Australia. Well, you know where the rest of the world is, don't you? Imagine the rest of the world. That's where it's all happening. We are deeply creative creatures. We have boundless capacities for innovation, imagination, and creativity. We have a common set of fortunes to confront and to create a new sort of world and a new kind of normal. There is an opportunity. It takes bravery and imagination, and we have plenty of that in store.
Hello and welcome to Imagine If. I'm Kate Robinson.
And I'm Anthony Dunn, and we're the directors of Nevergrey, which serves as the global head office of Kate's father and my father-in-law, Sir Ken Robinson.
As I assume you know, because you're joining us here today, Dad, or SKR as we called him professionally, passed away in August of 2020. So we've organised Imagine If as a celebration of his work and the legacy that he has left behind. It is a coming together not because he died, but because he lived. And because he lived, he changed the lives of millions of people. And it's down to us, the people whose lives he changed, who he inspired, to continue his work. Dad often said that we don't live in the world as other creatures do. We create the worlds in which we live. And we do that through our amazing power of imagination, which is the power to bring to mind things that aren't present to our senses. He pointed out that we are the only species in the world, as far as we know, who have this incredible power. And that it is because we can imagine that we can create. We don't just live in the world as we find it, we shape it. Every aspect that we take for granted, from our systems of democracy to our education systems, to the way we structure our cities and our businesses, is human designed. And as we designed them, we can redesign them. So Imagine If is a call to do just that, to imagine if we did things differently. At its core, SKR's work was a celebration of human potential, of what we as a species can achieve if we get the conditions right. In that spirit, Imagine If will be an annual celebration of human potential and a year-round campaign designed to empower us all to create the world we wish to see.
We hope you'll join us by submitting your own Imagine If statement, either on social media using the hashtag WeImagineIf or uploading to imagine-if.com. And by taking inspiration from SKR to reimagine a better world for ourselves and for the generations to come. Over the next several hours, you'll be hearing from a range of people, some you may know and others you may not, who embody the vision and work that Sir Ken dedicated his life to. There'll be performances, discussions, tributes and a number of videos of Sir Ken himself. But first, we're beyond delighted to introduce a world premiere. The incredible team at TED have created a breathtaking animation inspired by Imagine If and using previously unreleased audio of Sir Ken. We hope you enjoy it and feel inspired to respond to the provocation yourselves. Thank you.
You know, there are very few things that set us apart from the rest of life on Earth. At the heart of them, I believe, is our inexhaustible power of imagination. Imagination is the ability to bring into mind things that aren't present. With imagination, we can anticipate the future. We can revisit the past. We can step outside the present moment and try and see things as other people see them. It's through creativity that we develop our architecture, our scientific proofs, and our works of art. We don't just live in the world as we find it, we create civilizations, theories, technologies, and we reach beyond the planet.
In honour of the life and work of Sir Ken Robinson, TED invites you to reimagine the aspects of life we take for granted by finishing the sentence, Imagine If. Visit ed.ted.com/imagineif to learn more.
Every country on earth at the moment is reforming public education. There are two reasons for it. The first of them is economic. People are trying to work out, how do we educate our children to take their place in the economies of the 21st century? How do we do that? Given that we can't anticipate what the economy will look like at the end of next week, as the recent turmoil is demonstrating. How do we do that? The second, though, is cultural. Every country on earth is trying to figure out, how do we educate our children so they have a sense of cultural identity and so that we can pass on the cultural genes of our communities while being part of the process of globalization. How do we square that circle? The problem is they're trying to meet the future by doing what they did in the past. And on the way, they're alienating millions of kids who don't see any purpose in going to school. When we went to school, we were kept there with a story, which was if you worked hard and did well and got a college degree, you would have a job. Our kids don't believe that. And they're right not to, by the way. You're better having a degree than not, but it's not a guarantee anymore. And particularly not if the route to it marginalizes most of the things that you think are important about yourself. Some people say we have to raise standards as if this is a breakthrough. You know, like, really, yes, we should. Why would you lower them? You know, I haven't come across an argument that persuades me of lowering them. But raising them, of course we should raise them. The problem is that the current system of education was designed and conceived and structured for a different age. It was conceived in the intellectual culture of the Enlightenment and in the economic circumstances of the Industrial Revolution. Before the middle of the 19th century, there were no systems of public education. Not really. I mean, you could get educated by Jesuits, you know, if you had the money. But public education, paid for from taxation, compulsory to everybody and free at the point of delivery, that was a revolutionary idea. And many people objected to it. They said it's not possible for many street kids, working class children, to benefit from public education. They're incapable of learning to read and write, and why are we spending time on this? So there's also built into it a whole series of assumptions about social structure and capacity. It was driven by an economic imperative of the time, but running right through it was an intellectual model of the mind, which was essentially the Enlightenment view of intelligence. That real intelligence consists in the capacity for a certain type of deductive reasoning and a knowledge of the classics originally, what we come to think of as academic ability. And this is deep in the gene pool of public education, that there are really two types of people, academic and non-academic, smart people and non-smart people. And the consequence of that is that many brilliant people think they're not, because they've been judged against this particular view of the mind. So we have twin pillars, economic and intellectual. And my view is that this model has caused chaos in many people's lives. It's been great for some. There have been people who have benefited wonderfully from it. But most people have not. Instead, they suffer this. This is the modern epidemic, and it's as misplaced and it's as fictitious. This is the plague of ADHD. Now, this is a map of the incidence of ADHD in America, or prescriptions for ADHD. Don't mistake me here. I don't mean to say there is no such thing as attention deficit disorder. I'm not qualified to say if there is such a thing. I know that a great majority of psychologists and paediatricians think there is such a thing. But it's still a matter of debate. What I do know for a fact is it's not an epidemic. These kids are being medicated as routinely as we had our tonsils taken out. And on the same whimsical basis, and for the same reason, medical fashion. Our children are living in the most intensely stimulating period in the history of the earth. They're being besieged with information and calls for their attention from every platform, computers, from iPhones, from advertising holdings, from hundreds of television channels. And we're penalizing them now for getting distracted. From what? Boring stuff. At school, for the most part. It seems to me it's not a coincidence totally that the incidence of ADHD has risen in parallel with the growth of standardized testing. Now, these kids are being given Ritalin and Adderall and all manner of things, often quite dangerous drugs, to get them focused and calm them down. But according to this, attention deficit disorder increases as you travel east across the country. People start losing interest in Oklahoma. They can hardly think straight in Arkansas. And by the time they get to Washington, they've lost it completely. And there are separate reasons for that, I believe. It's a fictitious epidemic. If you think of it, the arts, and I don't say this exclusively of the arts, I think it's also true of science and of maths, but I say about the arts particularly because they are the victims of this mentality currently, particularly. The arts especially address the idea of aesthetic experience. An aesthetic experience is one in which your senses are operating at their peak, when you're present in the current moment, when you're resonating with the excitement of this thing that you're experiencing, when you are fully alive. An anesthetic is when you shut your senses off and deaden yourself to what's happening. And a lot of these drugs are that. We're getting our children through education by anesthetizing them. And I think we should be doing the exact opposite. We shouldn't be putting them asleep. We should be waking them up to what they have inside of themselves. But the model we have is this. I believe we have a system of education that is modeled on the interests of industrialism and in the image of it. I'll give you a couple of examples. Schools are still pretty much organized on factory lines, ringing bells, separate facilities, specialized into separate subjects. We still educate children by batches. We put them through the system by age group. Why do we do that? Why is there this assumption that the most important thing kids have in common is how old they are? It's like the most important thing about them is their date of manufacture. You know what I mean? Well, I know kids who are much better than other kids at the same age in different disciplines, or at different times of the day, or better in smaller groups than in large groups, or sometimes they want to be on their own. If you're interested in the model of learning, you don't start from this production line mentality. It's essentially about conformity, and increasingly it's about that as you look at the growth of standardized testing and standardized curricula. And it's about standardization. I believe we've got to go in the exact opposite direction. That's what I mean about changing the paradigm. There was a great study done recently of divergent thinking. Published a couple of years ago. Divergent thinking isn't the same thing as creativity. I define creativity as the process of having original ideas that have value. Divergent thinking isn't a synonym, but it's an essential capacity for creativity. It's the ability to see lots of possible answers to a question, lots of possible ways of interpreting a question, to think what Edward de Bono would probably call laterally, to think not just in linear or convergent ways, to see multiple answers, not one. So, there are tests for this. One kind of cod example would be people might be asked to say, how many uses can you think of for a paperclip? One of those routine questions. Most people might come up with 10 or 15. People who are good at this might come up with 200. And they do that by saying, well, could the paperclip be 200 foot tall and be made out of foam rubber? Does it have to be a paperclip as we know it, Jim? Now, there are tests for this, and they gave them to 1,500 people. This is in a book called Breakpoint and Beyond. And on the protocol of the test, if you scored above a certain level, you'd be considered to be a genius at divergent thinking. Okay? So my question to you is, what percentage of the people tested, of the 1,500, scored at genius level for divergent thinking? Now, you need to know one more thing about them. These were kindergarten children. So what do you think? What percentage at genius level? 80. 80, okay. 98%. Now, the thing about this was it was a longitudinal study. So they retested the same children 5 years later, ages of 8 to 10. What do you think? 50? They retested them again 5 years later, ages 13 to 15. You can see a trend here, can't you? Now, this tells an interesting story, because you could have imagined it going the other way, couldn't you? You start off not being very good, but you get better as you get older. But this shows two things. One is we all have this capacity, and two, it mostly deteriorates. Now, a lot of things have happened to these kids as they've grown up. A lot. But one of the most important things that happened to them, I'm convinced, is that by now they've become educated. They've spent 10 years at school being told there's one answer, it's at the back. And don't look. And don't copy, because that's cheating. Outside schools, that's called collaboration, but inside schools. Now, this isn't because teachers want it this way, it's just because it happens that way. It's because it's in the gene pool of education. We have to think differently about human capacity. We have to get over this old conception of academic, non-academic, abstract, theoretical, vocational, and see it for what it is, a myth. Secondly, we have to recognize that most great learning happens in groups, that collaboration is the stuff of growth. If we atomize people and separate them and judge them separately, we form a kind of disjunction between them and their natural learning environment. And thirdly, it's crucially about the culture of our institutions, the habits of the institution and the habitats that they occupy.
Hello, my name is Billy Trevitt and I'm one of the artistic directors at Ballet Boys. And we're delighted to be able to share in this weekend of celebrations of the life of Sir Ken Robinson and honour his impact on arts and education in this country. We have two films we want to show you, but the first one is called Gatherings Will Be Dispersed. Back in March last year, we were just embarking on a national tour with our new show with our company of dancers when lockdown was announced. Everything was cancelled, the The dancers had to go their own separate ways. They were unable to come back to the studio to collect their belongings. They didn't say goodbye to each other properly. And we felt that this was a really kind of tragic set of circumstances. And so we came up with an idea of imagining how it would be if we could get them all together dancing one more time in the studio. And although that was impossible under the restrictions that we were living with, we did it using the magic of technology. And what you'll see, I think, is a way to see them all dancing one last time together. It's very melancholy and a little moving, particularly for us who we know each other all so well. But I hope you find it interesting.
2015 was the centenary celebration of Einstein's theory of relativity. To honour the momentous occasion, the Genius 100 Foundation identified 100 of the world's greatest living minds and invited them to contribute their own visions of the future to be included in the world's first 3D printed book, Genius 100 Visions of the Future. So Ken was honoured to have been invited as one of the 100 visionaries. In this section, we're going to hear from some of the organisers of Genius 100 who will watch Sir Ken's own contribution to the Genius 100 Summit and watch a beautiful video of some of the other Genius 100 visionaries reading out Sir Ken's vision statement, which was published in the book. But first, here's a short talk from Dr. Amir Ahmedi, who is also a Genius 100 visionary and who is a brain scientist in the field of brain plasticity and multisensory integration, and who has some incredible insight into the neuroscience of imagination.
Hi, everybody. I'm very excited to give this lecture that is focused on mental imagination. And more specifically, it focused on individual differences. This lecture is based on some discussion I had with Sir Ken in Montreal in 2018, where I presented a project that I will share with you on how we can use mental imagination of blind people in order to enable them to see the surrounding using sounds, music, and their imagination. So to go and pick up their shoes or look at the facial expressions and so on. And you know, the basis of these discussions that we had was based on Ken's lecture on how in education we focus a lot on the average. Yeah, so we try to teach everyone the same material and so on, while there is huge individual differences. And if you tap into these individual differences, you are much more powerful. And that made me realize that in neuroscience and in brain studies, many times, you know, we focus on the average brain while not on the individual differences. I would start by showing you a project on mental imagination in which we used a new technology we developed in the lab called the iMusic. This technology captures images to the blind. And he's like, for example, here looking on the apples. And this is translated into sounds and music, just like, you know, bats and dolphins create an image based on spectrogram, and they use their mental imagination to see in their mind eye what's in front of them and operate on it. And what is interesting here is that inside the sounds, what I'm showing you here is spectrogram, which show high tones, middle tones, and low tones over time. And you can see that if I will play to you, it will sound like, you will see here in a second, like very complex sounds. But actually inside these sounds, there are shapes hidden. Like in this case, the famous equation of Albert Einstein. So they listen to it and they know what's written on the wall, okay? So let me just give you one small example. So this is how a diagonal line will sound. So height, it's scanned from left to right. So for example, a smile will be something like, and a sad face will be, so the music draws and the blind imagine what's in the surrounding. So this is the first lesson. After about 10 to 40 hours of training, blind can do the following things. What you saw so far is two congenitally blind that picking shoes or apples. You can see here in this movie, blind analyzing the sounds and using this mental imagination and being able to say if the person in front of them is smiling or a sad face, and so on and so forth.
Wow, amazing.
Okay, so the question is, so we can take images and using this iMusic algorithm, encode this in soundscape. So you see the resolution is lower and it takes about 40 hours to learn it. But then we put the blind or blindfold sighted in MRI machine and scan what happened in the brain and what happened when they use this mental imagination and build the image around them. And what we see is that actually the brain sends the information after the learning process from the hearing system into the seeing system. And when the person is building all this complex, it takes them about 3-4 seconds, so it's much slower than vision. And it's using the sound to build, using imagination, the surrounding and recognize it. And once he's recognizing, actually, it's the seeing brain that is doing this. So it's moving the information from the hearing brain into the seeing brain. So you see here this video from hearing to these red areas, which is the seeing system. So it's pretty amazing that first of all, the brain somehow self-organizes itself and reactivate the seeing system when we mentally imagine the surrounding. So it's the same areas that are activated in seeing versus imagining. And this is actually fitting with a lot of other studies used on sighted, asking them, for example, to imagine face, and we see there is activity in the face region, but not in the reading system, yeah? Or not in the hearing system. So far, what we showed is that the same brain areas are active when we see and when we imagine, and we can use these same areas to teach blind individuals to recycle these areas to imagine the visual world based on sounds, okay? But that's, now I'm going to back to the intro and this very interesting discussion I had with Sir Ken, is that there is, first of all, seeing and imagining is not the same thing, although they activate the same brain areas. And two, there is huge individual differences. So some people, like me, have very poor visual imagery. I have actually pretty decent music imagery. I can imagine whole songs, no problem. But seeing, nothing. I can close my eyes, I don't see anything. And there is some people looking at 5 minutes movie, and they can replay with colors, with shapes, everything very vividly. So the problem is that like, just like in education, in neuroscience, we don't we don't look much on these individual differences. So this was the goal of this project, and we found something super interesting here. So first of all, we can all know that it's not the same thing because, for example, when a person cannot tell if something happened in reality or he imagined it, we talk about hallucination, right? Or about even psychosis. So really, it's two different things in the brain. We need to find the mechanisms. And second, we need to find out why some people have poor visual imagery like me, and some have this amazing visual imagery like other people. So what we found is really interesting. First of all, you see here the average, not the individual differences, but the average brain activity of people that looking on objects or imagining them. So first of all, you see that there is a reactivation of the seeing brain, but it's much weaker on average than really seeing. On the other hand, there is these blue areas, which means we suppress the hearing brain, the touch brain, the pathway from the eye. So people, what we found is that when you imagine, you need to reactivate your seeing brain, but you need to shut down everything else because you need to recreate something that is not existent. Now, can we look at these mechanisms and now explain why some people have poor imagery like me and some people have an amazing? And the answer is yes. This time, we look on all the individual brain scans, like here, yeah? And now we correlate how much you shut down your other systems versus how much vivid is your mental imagination. And this is exactly what we found. People like me that probably cannot shut down the other systems very well have poor vividness, and other people much better at shutting down these other systems and able to recreate the seeing scene based on this activity. So this is really interesting. First mechanisms of the individual differences. And this led me to the last part of the story. We had the pleasure of, it's a very anecdotal studies. All the studies I shared with you so far were highly published in peer-reviewed journals, and it's including big studies. And here it's an anecdotal story, and it's only one case, but it's a very special case of a person that had really trusted imagination and used it a lot And this is, of course, the brain of Albert Einstein. The story of how people got to study the anatomy of Albert Einstein brain versus the typical average brain is crazy. Okay, it should be a basis of a Netflix series. But the bottom line is that when you look on the average brain of the average brain versus Einstein's brain, in most of the areas, the pattern is very similar, the patterns of mountains and valleys. But there is one area which have a very unique fingerprint, and this was published by Sandra Whittleson in Lancet, showing this area have a unique fingerprint versus the typical brain. So this is the individual brain of Albert Einstein. They have an individual fingerprint. And what we did in the lab, we study what is this brain area is doing. And what we found is that it's involved mental imagination, but this time not of vision per se, like what I showed you so far, but imagining your body in relation to space around it. Now, this is really fascinating. It's very anecdotal. It's a bit of a jump, a conceptual jump, but I found it to be too tempting than not to mention that Albert Einstein was very famous in his thought experiment, the Gedanken experiments. But what is people less realizing is that most of it, this thought experiment involving mental imagining his body in relation to space and time. So there is the famous experiments of him imagining his body riding on a wave of light, and there is another in which he imagined himself in an elevator and thinking about gravitation. And so it's very tempting to say maybe, now this is very maybe, but it's intriguing, that he had this very unique ability to do this mental imagination experiments, and some of it might, together with his very powerful reliance on mathematics, were the basis of his amazing theories, and especially the theory of relativity. Yeah, so I just want to finish with this famous quotation of Albert Einstein, that knowledge is limited and imagination encircles the world, and this is why it's more important. And just to summarize that we have many types of imagination. It's not just one system. There is many systems of imaginations. And the second thing is that we have huge individual variability and differences in these capabilities. So we should, first of all, use these differences to study the brain, but also tailor the learning process and the education system and the education process to these different imagination capabilities, develop each one of them, and tailor the learning and the development based on these individual differences. So I will finish here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, my name is Ido Aharoni. I'm the Global Ambassador and co-founder of the Genius 100 Foundation. Genius 100, also known as the G100, was inspired by Albert Einstein's vision, by Albert Einstein's emphasis on imagination and his ability to empower people to think beyond the boundaries of the convention. In 2015, as we prepare to celebrate 100 years to Einstein's general theory of relativity, we gathered 100 accomplished and compassionate minds who have reimagined the future and improved our world in order to help us celebrate and inspire others, especially young people, but not just young people. Sir Ken Robinson was one of the most active, most passionate, most creative and imaginative members of our community. He was not only an active visionary, but he was a major source of attraction for the hundreds of influential people surrounding the 100 visionaries. We know today that his voice is needed more than ever before. The pandemic has disrupted our lives in many ways. Yet, the silver lining that we see here is that the pandemic emphasized the need to embrace change. If there's only one thing that we know that is constant and permanent, is the necessity to embrace change, to adapt, to adjust wherever we go. And so as we continue to celebrate the life of Sir Ken Robinson and celebrate his wisdom and his teachings, we hope that his desire, his hope to rethink our school system and cultivate creativity that acknowledges that there are multiple types of intelligences will be realized, and we're humbled and honored to be part of that effort. To follow this short presentation is Sir Ken's talk at the celebration of 100 years to the theory of relativity, which took place in Montreal, Canada a couple of years ago. And that will be followed by a reading of his vision statement by several of his fellow visionaries. His statement was included in the 3D book publishing milestone titled Genius 100 Visions of the Future. Thank you so much for having us.
It's all true. I am tremendously distinguished. Except here, in this room. I wish I hadn't come now. I used to feel good about myself. It's been a fantastic morning, hasn't it? Genuinely. Fantastic. See, my work for a long time has been about education. And I've been struck by a paradox for a long time, which is this, that children love to learn, don't they? I mean, think, in like the first 18 months, they learn to speak. And you don't teach them. You know, you don't sit them down at 18 months, do you, and say, look, we need to talk. You know. Or more specifically, you do. They don't all like education, and a lot of them have a problem with school. And one of the consequences is that many kids come through college, just like we're hearing now from Nancy, or go through school, without discovering what they're good at or with any understanding if they're good at anything, whatever. Our systems are based on a very narrow view of ability. And the consequence of that is you automatically generate a very expansive conception of disability. People get drawn to a particular view of things and then conclude that you are the problem. So my work for a long time has been about trying to transform the culture of education with a richer conception of human talent and creativity. And for me, imagination and creativity are really what set us apart from the rest of life on Earth. Very little does, and we make a big mistake when we think we're different from the rest of life on Earth. But in one respect, at least, we are different. We have very powerful imaginations, and from that flow all the practical competencies of creativity. Creativity, in a way, is putting your imagination to work. Now, can I ask you a couple of questions? How many of you here are doing exactly what you thought you'd be doing when you were 15? Okay, well, look. You may be in the field you wanted to be in, but this life? And yet we persisted in the myth that education is a sure preparation for what happens to our children later on. Education is based on three big principles. I'm not talking about particular schools or teachers. They're all wonderful teachers, great schools. I'm talking about the culture of education. One principle is conformity. So we have a narrow view of ability, and if people don't conform to that, we think they're the problem. How many of you have got children of your own? Okay. Or somebody else's, I don't care. You know. And the rest of you have seen such children, presumably, so let me ask you a question. Well, have you got 2 children or more? Anybody? All right. Or seen 2? I'll make you a bet, and I'll win it. My bet is they are completely different from each other. Aren't they? You would never mistake them, would you? Like, which one of you? Remind me. You know, doesn't it? Education is based on conformity. Human life is based on diversity. And that's the problem. Diversity gets crushed in a system that isn't celebrating it, whether it's gender or sexuality or ethnicity or pure talent. The second principle that education is based on is compliance. Most countries now, and particularly in North America, spend literally billions of dollars every year on testing on the basis of standardized criteria. And yet all our children are completely different. And this system is stifling the very capacities on which our children depend, creativity. And the reason that is, I think, is because the third principle is linearity. We think education, or at least it seems that we think education, is like a process of supply and demand. But the truth is, everybody creates their own life. Life is full of dog-leg turns. It's not linear, it's organic. The best evidence of human creativity is your own biography. There have been 100 billion people on this planet, and every life has been different, unrepeatable. Some people have the lives they deserve, and some people never discover the talents inside themselves in order to have that life. And my mission, so to speak, is to reform education based on the principles of creativity and diversity and organic growth. Human resources, I think, are very much like the Earth's natural resources. They are highly diverse. They're often hidden from view. You have to find them, and then you have to decide what you can do with them. You have to develop them. And I think we need to start applying this metaphor of organic growth, of ecological development to our children, because we now face existential problems on the planet. And as we heard earlier, these aren't being caused by the lemurs and the foxes, they're being caused by us. The great gift of creativity is to make connections. That's what Einstein did. His physics was inspired often by his involvement in music. He saw the past and the future as well as the present. That's the gift of creativity, and we can't afford to stifle it in our children, in our schools. We have to make that front and center of the life that we give them through education. In other words, we want our kids to have the best life they can live by discovering what's inside them in a world that they deserve to have. Thank you.
For our children to thrive now and in future, we have to reimagine education.
Imagination and creativity are at the root of every uniquely human achievement. Poignantly, they have now brought us to a critical pass.
Our appetites are straining the Earth's capacity to sustain us, and our attempts to force it to do so are fueling a holocaust of other species. Our technologies are evolving exponentially, but spiritually and emotionally, we're not keeping pace.
To meet these existential challenges, we have to harness our creativity to a more sustainable vision of the lives we hope to lead. Mass systems of education are based on conformity, standardization, and competition, and they are failing us badly.
Our children urgently need forms of education based on diversity, creativity, and collaboration.
Diversity. Human capacities are stunningly diverse, which is why human accomplishments are so breathtakingly multifarious. Rather than focus on a particular forms of academic ability, education should cultivate and celebrate this diversity.
Creativity. Einstein said that imagination is more important than knowledge. He did not mean that fantasy is more important than facts, but that the boundaries of knowledge are constantly reset by bold visions and transcendent questions.
Collaboration. We are social creatures. Every civilization is built on a fragile ecology of ideas, systems, and expertise, only a fraction of which any one of us can understand. As Einstein puts it, the aim of education must be the training of independently acting and thinking individuals who see in the service of the community their highest life problem.
Around us and within us, we all have the resources that we need to be able to meet the challenges that we face.
The only way to develop and focus these resources is through forms of education that reconnect us with the natural world of which we are part, and the deeper qualities that make us who we are.
Cold reason is not enough. As Einstein noted, we've learned by painful experience that rational thinking does not suffice to solve the problems of our social life.
The lesson we most need to learn is that there's more to life on Earth than human beings. And there's more to being human than self-interest.
Our futures all depend on learning this lesson by heart.
Hey family, I thought I'd just do that because Sir Ken would be proud of me. That I'm learning to play guitar, and he spent his whole life encouraging people to learn things that they maybe didn't think they could do. And I'm getting better, and it just felt like a really lovely trigger from what I knew not only as a friend, but what brought me into the life and the knowing of Sir Ken. Family, your father. This is a lovely moment for me to relate the real essence of what he's left for all of us is not to be ashamed of who you are and to be open to all the possibilities, like to learn. And I remember the first time I was asked by him to participate in an interview for a book, and I forget the name of the book. He had so many books I can't remember, all of them more than worth a damn. But he told me this beautiful story about a lady who was troubled as a young woman, a child, and was all but written off until someone was wise enough, I believe her parents, to hold her and keep her safe and take some advice, and went to get that advice. And the person, even more brilliant, told her mother and father while they were in a session finding out what her problems were. She was overactive and disconnected, I think about 12 years old. And he told this story, which is part of this lovely interview in his book. And had no one heard her, had no one had the vision to put that particular little lady in a place where she could grow. And the therapist turned around to her parents and said, because they left her in a room with a radiogram on, and the parents turned around and said, well, tell me, what can it be? How can we help our daughter? And he said, hang on a second, just look through the window. And they were able to look through into this office, and she was dancing. And she went on to be one of the most successful choreographers on the planet, and lived to, I believe, the ripe old age of into her 90s. And that was the first story that Sir Ken told me. And it reminded me of an element, had I not been listened to by my mother and father, I probably would never have played one beat on a drum. So I'm eternally grateful and celebrate for family there, your father, your mentor, and for people paying a tribute to his living memory, not just a memory, but a living memory. So Ken, thank you so much. And it's you are missed already, but what you've done and what you dedicated your whole life to will live on in grand style. And thank you.
People fall in love, make love, and have babies. Babies grow at great speeds. For instance, say you were a toddler in the 80s. By now you're probably working in a job that gives you brain freeze, gagging for a pay increase, scrabbling for cash enough in order to ensure you can assuredly procure for your family its basic needs. Life. It's a hard slog, but you're a fighter. You've made it to middle age at least. Even if it does sort of feel like increasingly you waste a lot of days and weeks. But making reasonable money from what you're good at, from the thing you most love, from what best corresponds with your nature, please. It sounds like the stuff of some make-believes. We aren't all special. Gold doesn't pave the streets. When you heard the universities had opted to raise their fees, it made you want to cry like a 2-year-old who got tripped and grazed his knees. And in any case, the girl ain't even going to get a place if she doesn't get the grades she needs. Bright kids should be angling for A's and B's. Instead, what's this? Geez Louise. Report cards filling up with ADHDs and E's. Doctor, I have a trepidation. My daughter doesn't really match with education. You, sir, need a batch of medication. From here on in, it's just damage limitation. 2 people fall in love and make love, thus producing a princess, a little madam. My point being, the life and death cycle of humans begins with a fit of passion. Surely then we should all be splintering the atom, trying to innovate a different pattern, a system not explicitly constructed to render creativity inexplicably distant, conspicuously absent. People fall in love, make love, and have babies, thus providing hard proof that miracles can happen, which is good to know because that's what we all are going to need if we're to reinvigorate the listless interactions currently driving entire classrooms to dribbling distraction. Isn't it true that children's brains are predisposed towards vigorous expansion? It seems a pinch peculiar to pickle them like Branston, to take their curiosities and cram them into standardized jars. Our kids are reared like battery hen chicks for individualist conformity, the very worst of both worlds, swiveling in tandem. And when they're grown, we throw them off a cliff into a chasm. And what about the teachers? Helplessly afflicting stupefaction on the kids in their command of poor things? No. It isn't any of their fault if the system gives them no scope for wisdom and acts as if it thinks them as ignorant as plankton. Leave it to the drizzle of indifference to dampen any lingering scraps of their natural-born instincts for independent action. People fall in love. It's an age-old urge. In a bid to be saved, souls merge, bravely giving up the safety of their well-defined outlines to desire's melting pots. They collaboratively tie themselves in knots, and the odds are firmly on that pretty soon they'll be hitting Google up for baby names and buying lots of tiny velvet frocks, as well as flat-pack IKEA climbing frames and cots. The riddle then, naturally submitted for dismantling, has to be exactly what planet will this infant be inhabiting? In precisely which paradigmatic realms will this little one be languishing? The world is in crisis. All its resources due to pillaging are dwindling, withering, vanishing. We've been indiscriminately gambling on destiny for too long. And now disaster isn't imminent. It's part of our immediate predicament. It's happening. The fact is, if we are to avert the fatal fate towards which we giddily are galloping, we'll need to ease up on the systematic shackling of free thought, experimentation, originality. Okay, if I might, I think I'd like to finish off by reeling off a short list of applicable platitudes. The truth is in the seeking. We are what we eat, as is the future we are feeding. Learning comes to infants as instinctively as sleeping. Every single instant is inimitably fleeting, thus this and every instant is for seizing, for gripping and for squeezing. Of course, it's all just a little piece of history repeating that goes without whispering or shrieking, scribbling or chirruping or tweeting. But surely with a little bit of innovative scheming, we could rustle up some rituals that enrich the thing with meaning. We haven't got to reinvent the principles of wheeling. We only need to tweak our definitions of succeeding. We only need to listen to our hearts and synchronize our visions of tomorrow with the rhythms that they're beating. We only need to do what people do and fall in love with ourselves. We human beings are unique in our productive versatility of feeling. We do crazy things like writing symphonies and reading. Our realities are molded by the fictions we believe in. That's what makes us different from a gibbon or a tree chimp, a kitten or a sleek mink, a chicken or a sea shrimp. Everything hinges on our capacity to dream. Anyway, you get the picture. There's some things we need to rethink.
Hi, my name is Rikeya. I'm a poet, writer, and facilitator, and it is my honor to be celebrating the life of Sir Ken Robinson today and the creativity and collaboration which he always championed. I'm going to share a poem with you now. Imagine if we didn't have to use labels to define us or to defend our existence. This poem is called Box. I am the bougie plantain skewers and sweet chili dip chicks. The third generation, more lost than the second, but free enough to write poems about it. I am the girls who wear Ankara head wraps to work that dazzle Jane and Paul from HR. I'm the black girls who have never seen African soil, have never run on golden sand. The girls whose homeland is just a figment of their imagination or just the pigment in their skin. And I'm the girls who go back home all the time, the ones who basically live there too, the African village girls, the African city girls, the African queen of a town in Kumasi as big as Harlesden girls. I'm the natural hair movement sisters, the Bantu knot flat twisters, the our hair is versatile, relax and weave, the I paid for this hair so it's mine, best believe. I'm the don't touch my hair. I'm the whip it back and forth in my living room, hijab in the street honeys. I'm the melanin mummies. I'm the fuse and whiz kids, shocky shakers. The rock and K-pop fans. The showing off but it's alright drakers. I'm the music is harams. I'm the post-colonial studies, the gotta make that money monies, the black business, black love, black girl magic, black don't crack chanters. I'm the do I still count as black? African girls, the my parents are African, I'm British girls, I am the lost my mother tongue in a burgundy book. A Brexit softback that is changing its colours. This country changes its colours to us every season, rejecting its own children. Us apple crumble super malt sippers, us silver hoop socks and slippers, us multi-heritage, polyglots, us loud, us feisty, us sassy, us not. Us who tick black, British, African, a square smaller than a fingernail that our persons are layered into. I am just trying to pull back the skin of that like an onion to find out what's inside. This one bulb of the earth will make thousands of recipes.
My name is Andy Hargreaves. I was born and raised, like Ken Robinson, in the north of England, and I'm now a professor in the University of Ottawa, speaking in the middle of our Canadian winter, as you can see behind me, and I'm truly honoured to be part of this extraordinary online memorial event for Sir Ken Robinson to remember his life, his work, his impact, and his legacy. A few years ago, with a couple of colleagues, Alma Harris from Wales and Alan Boyle, another fellow Liverpudlian of Ken's, I wrote a book called Uplifting Leadership. It was based on a study of unusually performing, high-performing organizations in circumstances you'd least expect, ones that did a lot with a little. Ones that turned around after poor performance, ones that started up from nothing and then kept going afterwards. We studied organizations like Fiat Auto before it became Fiat Chrysler, like Burnley Football Club in the English Premier League, the smallest town ever to enter the English Premier League of football. And Ken would probably be delighted as an Evertonian that, of course, this season it was the first in over 60 games to score a victory over Liverpool at Liverpool's home ground. What we learned about these organisations, which included businesses, sports teams, and schools and local authorities, school districts as well, that what was it that made them particularly high performing? Well, there were various things that we all know well, having a strong and a bold vision. Bringing a team together of diverse people who could help you achieve it. And one thing that really stood out was doing the opposite of what other people did or expected, going in the other direction, swimming against the stream, cutting against the grain. And this really is what Ken Robinson's life has been about. Extraordinary achievement and accomplishment from circumstances where you might least expect it. And there's a lot we can all learn from this, being inspired by his life and his legacy. For example, imagine if you were born and raised in a working class family in the north of England in the 1950s and 60s, one of 7 children with very little money. And you should find yourself not only going on to university, but also moving on into a stellar career and becoming one of the most famous people in education, not just in my generation, but for all time. And a real intellectual and strategic legacy of the importance of creativity and imagination and the arts in the work of our schools and our other organizations as well. Imagine if you were Ken Robinson and this was the life that lay ahead of you. Of course, this is extraordinary for Ken, but in the times that he grew up, or I grew up in a working class town in Lancashire, a small town called Accrington, it was also a time of the greatest social mobility, upward opportunity for working class children in a century, perhaps in not so spectacular a way as Ken. It was a time when children from modest circumstances could, through public education, great and inspiring teaching, have good, solid, middle-class contributing careers, have success and fulfillment in their lives because of the backing of a strong public education system, something that has been declining over the last 30 or 40 years in many ways, with movements for charter schools, academies, other kinds of organizations as well, declining funding in public education because of austerity. So Ken knew how important education was for him. And in books like this one, his most recent book, You, Your Child and School, really wanted not just the dream of you can be anyone you want to be, but a system of where everybody could be what they needed to be, because it had the power of support of strong teachers, of a teaching profession that worked together, was supported and not undermined by governments and bureaucracies. Imagine if, or as we'd say in the north of England, fancy that. And then imagine if you grow up with a disability. You contract a virus in a pandemic that's spreading around the world. And the result of it is you go into a special school. You wear irons, braces made of iron on your legs in order to help you to walk. To find generations later that as well as, or instead of having braces on your legs, you are now having the steel sword of Her Majesty the Queen of England resting on your shoulders, to be benighted for your efforts and your contributions. Imagine if, despite this disability, you come to the view that this is not just a disability, but it is in some ways an asset or a gift, as Sir Ken often said. It's a gift because if you can no longer really fulfill your life through your body, be a soccer player perhaps like your brother or your father, that you can live a life of the mind. And I think now, today, in inclusive education, we do what Ken Robinson did, which is have a shift of perspective and say, what do you gain from what you have, as well as what do you lose from what you have. We've seen in Canada, for example, in our research on inclusive education in 10 of the school districts in the high-performing system of Ontario, that teachers teach children with learning disabilities about their disability. They teach them about famous people, accomplished people who share their disability. And they teach them to advocate for themselves inclusively in class with their teachers, helping them to understand what kinds of learning support, what kinds of teaching, what kinds of strategies are best for them in order to enable them to move forward. Imagine if, fancy that. And then imagine if you're not coached at school with the select group of students who might go on to Oxford and Cambridge after high school. Or imagine if you don't even go to a red brick university that might move you solidly into the professions, but you choose, as many working class students did in the 1960s, to go into teaching, into education through a college of education, a teacher's training college, as we called it at the time. Imagine if this lesser path should nonetheless lead you to go to the extraordinary teacher training college, Bretton Hall College in Yorkshire, established by a legend, an icon of child-centred, whole child education, Sir Alec Clegg, Chief Education Officer for the largest school district at the time, the West Riding of Yorkshire. A man whose passions for the arts, for painting, led him not only to spread schools like this across the West Riding, mentor people who became directors and leaders of other systems across the country, attract visitors from all over the world, including the United States, to see England's extraordinary child-centred primary schools in the 1960s and 1970s. But also to bring you to a place that really cherished and valued the arts. This is what Sir Alec Clegg championed. This is why he established Bretton Hall College in the 1940s for people like Sir Ken Robinson, who most famously has embodied everything that it stood for, but for many other teachers of arts, drama, primary education, who took this path into helping children's learning across all the country and indeed many parts of the world. This college is now a sculpture park, celebrating the great sculptures carved out of northern millstone grit and polished from it by Henry Moore, Barbara Hepworth, and other great artists in Britain. Imagine if this should be your path, what you inherited from someone else. Imagine if, fancy that. And then imagine if you should find yourself by design, but partly by chance, to be not only a good speaker, like many keynote speakers are in education and other fields. In some ways, I'd claim to be one of them. But suddenly, in 18 minutes, do the most extraordinary combination of intellect, originality, moral purpose, emotional connection, life story, understanding of the work and the practice of schools and of teachers. And imagine if you should bring this all into an 18-minute talk that fought against the grain of many governments and bureaucracies over the last 30 or 40 years with their emphasis on testing and hierarchy and bureaucracy and punishments and data and targets. But imagine if you could somehow capture this vision of what great learning and great teaching actually look like. And in 18 minutes, through the rest of your life, you would attract more than 70 million viewers, not only from education, but from the arts, from other fields as well. And that you will become a champion of an alternate, better, more humanistic vision of what learning and teaching was about. Imagine if, fancy that. And then imagine if one day one of your old friends and colleagues and brothers in arms in education from the north of England also, who struggled with his own education. And by taking alternate paths and moving to different countries, just like Sir Ken Robinson, and working across different fields, just like Sir Ken Robinson. Not as spectacularly, but perhaps as significantly in terms of purpose and passion. Imagine if this person should come to you and say, Ken, I think I have no money. I have nobody behind me. I have no technology corporations. I have no philanthropists. But I have an idea that embodies everything you stand for. And that is to bring together a group of governments and their ministers from across the world, committed not just to testing, data, targets, hierarchy, competition, markets, but committed to a humanistic view of education and coaching each other about how to advance that around equality, broad excellence, democracy, inclusion, well-being, human rights. Imagine if I could bring these together, Ken, but I need somebody who believes all this too, and who all the world recognise and respect, and if they support it, and if they go with it, then they will all come. And this was the ARC Education Network that's now been going for 5 years. We meet in an annual summit. We have met virtually every 6 weeks during the pandemic to help ministers, teacher leaders, union leaders, senior civil servants think their way through the pandemic and protect the vulnerable and protect creativity and protect the public systems on which the chances for social mobility depend. And imagine if that person were Ken Robinson, who said, well, Andy, you know what? I'll commit in haste and repent at leisure. And Ken's support has been absolutely critical in this movement for a different, better, more inclusive kind of education across the world than many other governments and some organisations are promoting instead. Imagine if. Fancy that. So Ken's left us now, much too soon. There's so much to do. What has he left us? Well, he's left us with a great legacy, creativity, imagination, hundreds of thousands of teachers across the world carrying forward his work and his ideas. And he's left us, interestingly, at a time when all this, even before but especially after the pandemic, is coming to fruition. A time when we're thinking about reinvesting in public education again, building back better. A time when we're thinking of using the best of technology, not just technology for its own sake. A time when we're thinking of having more learning outdoors because that's what worked well with social distancing during the pandemic. He's left us when his time has come, and he's left us to do the work that his work brought to the world, and we, all of us, must now carry forward. This is a message in praise and in memory of Ken Robinson, friend, colleague, brother in arms, very much loved, always remembered.
The actual TED Talks I've done have been viewed online about 90 million times. It's been seen in 160 countries. And that's important to me because these issues that we face are generally global and the solutions have to be global too. Because of the reach of the TED Talks, I travel a lot. I go to events, I work on projects, I consult with organisations. I've written or had a substantial hand in a dozen books. In 2006, when I gave that first talk, I was saying nobody knows what the world will look like in 5 years' time. Smartphones didn't come out until the following year. A huge amount's changed as a consequence of the exponential rise in technology. We do now need to turn our attention collectively to some of these extraordinary challenges we face, and education is unquestionably at the very heart of all this. The good news is that people are endlessly innovative, endlessly creative, and when we turn our attention to something, we can achieve remarkable things. There are countless schools around the world which are being reinvented, being established. There's been a movement from all kinds of directions for a more holistic, more progressive, more compassionate form of education. We are by far the most creative species ever to walk the earth. The capacity for original thinking and to realize our ideas in practice through creative work is a central feature of what it is to be a human being. We're born with tremendous natural capacities. They're often buried beneath the surface. You have to find them, you have to develop them. And education is how we're meant to do that. And when I grew up in Britain in the 1950s, we were a declining power, but 100 years before, this was the biggest empire in the history of civilization. All empires eventually succumb like that. The ones that survive are the ones that tap into the energies of the people and give them hope and inspiration and a sense of direction. So our current work is to launch a global campaign to promote not only the ideas but the best practices, and to facilitate them at the ground level to try and show why and how education can be improved and can better serve individuals, communities, and all of us globally. So I think if we can do that, then we can not only talk about change, but help people to be the change.
Sometimes it falls upon a generation to be great.
I remember so clearly first meeting Ken and his daughter, Kate, at a BET conference, which is one of the world's sort of largest educational conferences. And Ken and I were doing a keynote speech about the importance of creativity and imagination. And I was more nervous about meeting Sir Ken than I was about doing my presentation, because he'd become a bit of a superhero of mine since I saw his TED Talk a few years earlier on how creativity is being squashed by the education system. And so my nervousness very soon dissipated with the connection and the energy I got from him. He was one of those people that just gives you energy, incredible sense of humor, incredible warmth, and just an amazing presence. And Kate, so I remember I thought, we have a connection here now. She said, first thing she said to me was, I named my cat Heston. And I was lucky enough to spend some time with Sir Ken over a couple of years, and sort of to some extent bathed in his just in his beliefs, and shared them from my perspective. It was obviously from a chef. And so this ability, unique, wonderful ability to be able to imagine things that don't exist, is something that is so precious to us. It's more precious than money. It's more precious than time, because money and time, in fact, human time, are both inventions of human beings. They're incredible inventions that have enabled us to communicate and connect, just like religion, social media, art, education, music, cultures, nations, states. All of these things have been imagined and created together, with human beings being able to share beliefs and work in increasingly larger numbers. And a lot of that was influenced by the invention of fire, because we could then cook the food we hunted, gathered. It broke the food down, it enabled us to digest more easily, and our gut and brain evolved as a result of this. Fire obviously did many, many other things, from protection to heating to power, to actually enhance storytelling. Sat around a fire. There's a theory that, in fact, cooking vegetables, say we used to eat lots of roots, a bit like chewing on a chair leg or something like that, which doesn't sound the most appetizing thing, and compared to now, it isn't. But it broke the texture of these roots down, so we didn't have to lose our lower jaw so much. So that lower jaw basically shrank, our larynx lengthened, and we started to be able to express feelings and emotions and communicate by creating language, another shared belief. For me, this is a celebration of a rare human being that believed in the beauty, for me, the real beauty of human beings, imagination and creativity. IQ measures IQ. As Einstein said, something like knowledge gets you from A to B, but imagination will take you everywhere. And this ability to imagine things that don't exist. And I have to say, Ken has been an inspiration. And for me, anything I can do to carry on the incredible work that he did, the change that he made to the world education system, tireless work to put the spotlight on the importance of creativity and the importance of imagination. Now, for my imagine if question. Imagine if we lived in a world with no imagination. Imagine.
Hello, my name is Peter Miller. I'm a literary and film manager and have been the proud representative of Sir Ken Robinson for the last 14 years. As a result of my work with Sir Ken, I wound up managing 6 books: The Element, Creative Schools, Finding Your Element, You, Your Child in School, his book for Capstone Wiley, which was entitled Out of Our Minds. And I'm honored to say that his daughter Kate has been passed the baton by Sir Ken prior to his passing and is going to complete Manifesto, which will be the 6th book that I would be representing in behalf of Sir Ken and now Kate Robinson. Ken has been published in 34 countries. He's written 2 New York Times bestsellers, The Element, Finding Your Element, with Lou Aronica, who he did 4 books with. And I'm very proud to have been involved with Ken's legacy and look forward to it continuing throughout the world for years and years to come. Thank you for honoring us at Imagine If, and I look forward to working with the Ken Robinson team for many years in the future.
Out of Our Minds was first published by Wiley in 2001. A second revised edition was published in 2011, and a third, again fully revised edition, was published in 2018. The reason for revising and republishing was, as Dad wrote in the instructions for the 3rd edition, because the pace and nature of change demand that we think differently about ourselves, about education, and about how we run our businesses and institutions. So the very nature of writing a book about the pace of change dictates that the book itself would need constant updating. It was incredible at the time to think how much in the world had changed between 2001 and 2011, and again between 2011 and 18. It's almost unthinkable to reflect on how much has changed between the last edition in 2018 and where we are now. The second reason for revising and republishing, Dad wrote, was because the issues raised in the book had become more urgent since the first publication, not less. Coming up next, to read a short section from Out of Our Minds 3rd edition, is acclaimed actor and UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador Orlando Bloom, who became a very dear friend to Dad over the years. So here is Orlando reading from Out of Our Minds.
It may be that some of the challenges we're creating in our natural environment, in politics, and in our conflicting beliefs will overcome us, and maybe sooner rather than later. If so, it will not be because we have made too much use of our imaginations, but too little. Now, more than ever, we need to exercise these unique, creative powers that make us human in the first place. The challenges we face are global and personal. I first met Sir Ken in 2006, I believe, shortly after the release of his world-famous TED Talk, the most viewed at the time, still the most viewed TED Talk of all time, on creativity and the importance of raising our children creative and being creative humans. And I was just blown away. He is, and always will be, the wittiest, funniest, most charming intellectual I ever met. I still reference that TED Talk and creativity in the way that only he could communicate it, having written about it extensively. And I think back to the family dinner we shared at his house, the phone exchanges, the emails. It was quite mystical, our connection, in some way. And I feel like I've met him before, and I'm looking forward to meeting him again.
Hi all, my name is Annie Knight, editor at John Wiley & Sons Publishing House. Firstly, I'd like to say just how happy I am to be part of the Imagine If Festival to celebrate the life and legacy of Sir Ken Robinson. Although the first edition of Out of Our Minds, published in 2001, I was lucky enough to work with Sir Ken on the fabulous third edition in 2017. The first time I met Sir Ken in person was at the Hamyard Hotel in London, where we had afternoon tea. I knew what a lovely, funny and kind person he was when he informed me at the beginning of our meeting that there was absolutely no need whatsoever to call him Sir, and that he actually found it quite odd. He was also very keen to show me some of the artwork displayed on the walls of the hotel, giving me an understanding right from the outset of his appreciation and delight at everything innovative and creative. Because of this, I'm sure that he would have loved all the poems, pictures, video messages, and performances over the course of this week in his honour. When I worked with Sir Ken on the book, one of the quotes that really stood out for me was this one. The dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty. As our case is new, so we must think anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. Sir Ken was actually quoting Abraham Lincoln from his 1862 address to Congress. Though the language sounds dated to our ears, Sir Ken points out that the view expressed was equally relevant in 2017. Sir Ken said, given the challenges of the fast-moving technological advances and the growing global economy, he really felt that this called for a new and more creative approach. What I'm very much hoping now is that 2021 might be the year that Sir Ken's vision is realised. The coronavirus has forced both schools and industry to rethink how they operated. Wouldn't it be wonderful if those decision makers, the educationalists and the industrialists, took the opportunity to consider new, creative, collaborative solutions to the current challenges? I think I can imagine that if Sir Ken were here today, he'd encourage and inspire us all, from young children full of excitement about new ideas, through to the world leaders doing everything they can to find a way forward. I really hope that Out of Our Minds by Sir Ken Robinson helps us all to find our true paths through the use of innovation, imagination, and creativity. Thank you very much.
Sir Ken Robinson. 16 years ago, all I knew about this man was that he had a reputation for being quite a good speaker about education. And since I was planning our next TED conference on the theme, The Future We Will Create, I thought he'd be a solid choice to invite, and so I did. I had no idea of the impact he would have on our audience. He spoke in the final session of the conference. He used his comedic superpowers to open us all up. And frankly, we would have gone with him anywhere. And the place where he took us was a place of extraordinary inspiration, of this great vision of what schools could be if only we would let them. By extraordinarily happy coincidence, that was the very year where we decided to do this experiment of releasing a few complete talks onto the internet. Back then, we thought that the internet only wanted cute kitten videos. But to our surprise and delight, Sir Ken's talk resonated with online audiences just as much as it had with people in the room. It was amazing to see. Continually since then, the number of people who viewed that talk just grew and grew and grew. And in fact, the numbers are truly astonishing. I was just doing the math this morning. Turns out that every single day on average, since that talk was released, 17,000 people have watched one of Sir Ken's talks. 17,000 every day. That's like selling out the Millennium Dome every single night for 15 years. And the impact of this talk, these aren't just entertainment. They changed people's lives. There are so many stories. Here's just one. In the audience, back when he gave the talk, were the founders of the Blue Man Group, a wonderful comedy act. They were so moved by what they heard that they decided to move in a completely different direction and to start their own school. The Blue School has become an admired pillar of New York education. In fact, I found this comment from a parent this morning. Let me read you this. We have had a remarkable experience at Blue School. Our son is engaged in ways we couldn't imagine until we experienced it. His excitement around academics, even math, has been so amazing to see. He is alert about the world and empathetic to his peers. A lot of his framework has come from the super teaching staff and the overall philosophy of learning at Blue. I cannot recommend this school more. Now, I suspect that in the coming decades, that boy will in turn contribute something beautiful to the world. And when he does, a key part of the cause of that contribution will have come from Ken. So, although today we mourn Sir Ken's passing, we can also know with stone-cold certainty that he lives on in the minds and hearts and lives of literally millions of people around the world. And he'll continue to do so for many, many years to come. What a life. What a man. This is a day to celebrate and to marvel and to feel just an extraordinary sense of gratitude and of awe. Thank you, Ken. Thank you.
Good morning. How are you? It's been great, hasn't it? I've been blown away by the whole thing. In fact, I'm leaving. There have been three themes, haven't there, running through the conference, which are relevant to what I want to talk about. One is the extraordinary evidence of human creativity in all of the presentations that we've had and in all the people here. Just the variety of it and the range of it. The second is that it's put us in a place where we have no idea what's going to happen in terms of the future. No idea how this may play out. I have an interest in education. Actually, what I find is everybody has an interest in education, don't you? I find this very interesting. If you're at a dinner party and you say you work in education, actually, you're not often at dinner parties, frankly, if you work in education. You're not asked, you know, and you're never asked back, curiously. That's I think it strikes me. But if you are, and you say to somebody, they say, what do you do? And you say, you work in education, you can see the blood run from their face. They think, oh my God, you know, why me? It's my one night out all week. But if you ask people about their education, they pin you to the wall. Because it's one of those things that goes deep with people. Am I right? Like religion and money and other things. So I have a big interest in education, and I think we all do. We have a huge vested interest in it, partly because it's education that's meant to take us into this future that we can't grasp. If you think of it, children starting school this year will be retiring in 2065. Nobody has a clue, despite all the expertise that's been on parade for the past 4 days, what the world will look like in 5 years' time. And yet we're meant to be educating them for it. So the unpredictability, I think, is extraordinary. And the third part of this is that we've all agreed, nonetheless, on the really extraordinary capacities that children have, their capacities for innovation. I mean, Serena last night was a marvel, wasn't she? Just seeing what she could do. And she's exceptional, but I think she's not, so to speak, exceptional in the whole of childhood. What you have there is a person of extraordinary dedication who found a talent. And my contention is all kids have tremendous talents, and we squander them pretty ruthlessly. So I want to talk about education, and I want to talk about creativity. My contention is that creativity now is as important in education as literacy, and we should treat it with the same status. Thank you. That was it, by the way. Thank you very much. So, 15 minutes left. Well, I was born... No, I had a great story recently, I love telling it, of a little girl who was in a drawing lesson. She was 6, and she was at the back drawing, and the teacher said this little girl hardly ever paid attention. And in this drawing lesson, she did. And the teacher was fascinated. She went over to her and she said, "What are you drawing?" And the girl said, "I'm drawing a picture of God." And the teacher said, "But nobody knows what God looks like." And the girl said, "They will in a minute." When my son was 4 in England, actually he was 4 everywhere, to be honest. I mean, if we're being strict about it, wherever he went, he was 4 that year. But he was in the Nativity play. Do you remember the story? No, it was big. It was a big story. Mel Gibson did the sequel. You may have seen it. I don't know. It was Nativity 2. But James got the part of Joseph, which we were thrilled about. We consider this to be one of the lead parts. We had the place crammed full of agents and T-shirts. You know, James Robinson is Joseph. He didn't have to speak, but do you know the bit where the 3 kings come in? They come in bearing gifts, and they bring gold, frankincense, and myrrh. This really happened. We're sitting there, and they, I think, just went out of sequence. Because we talked to the little boy afterwards and said, you know, "Are you okay with that?" And they said, "Yeah, why was that wrong?" They just switched. I think that was it. Anyway, the 3 boys came in, little 4-year-olds with tea towels on their heads, and they put these boxes down. The first boy said, "I bring you gold." And the second boy said, "I bring you myrrh." And the third boy said, "Frank sent this." What these things have in common, you see, is that kids will take a chance. You know, if they don't know, they'll have a go. Am I right? They're not frightened of being wrong. Now, I don't mean to say that being wrong is the same thing as being creative. What we do know is, if you're not prepared to be wrong, you'll never come up with anything original. If you're not prepared to be wrong. And by the time they get to be adults, most kids have lost that capacity. They have become frightened of being wrong. And we run our companies this, by the way. We stigmatize mistakes. And we're now running national education systems where mistakes are the worst thing you can make. And the result is that we are educating people out of their creative capacities. Picasso once said this. He said that all children are born artists. The problem is to remain an artist as we grow up. I believe this passionately, that we don't grow into creativity, we grow out of it. Or rather, we get educated out of it. So why is this? I lived in Stratford-on-Avon until about 5 years ago. In fact, we moved from Stratford to Los Angeles. So you can imagine what a seamless transition, this was from LA. Actually, we lived in a place called Snitterfield, just outside Stratford, which is where Shakespeare's father was born. Are you struck by a new thought? I was. You don't think of Shakespeare having a father, do you? Do you? Because you don't think of Shakespeare being a child, do you? Shakespeare being 7. I never thought of it. I mean, he was 7 at some point. He was in somebody's English class, wasn't he? Do you understand? Really? How annoying would that be? Must try harder. Being sent to bed by his dad, to Shakespeare. Go to bed now, to William Shakespeare, and put the pencil down, and stop speaking like that. It's confusing everybody. Anyway, we moved from Stratford to Los Angeles, and I just want to say a word about the transition. Actually, my son didn't want to come. I've got 2 kids. He's 21 now, and my daughter's 16. He didn't want to come to Los Angeles. He loved it, but he had a girlfriend in England. This was the love of his life, Sarah. He'd known her for a month. Mind you, they'd had their 4th anniversary by then, because it's a long time when you're 16. Anyway, he was really upset on the plane. He said, "I'll never find another girl like Sarah." And we were rather pleased about that, frankly, because she was the main reason we were leaving the country. But something strikes you when you move to America and when you travel around the world. Every education system on Earth has the same hierarchy of subjects. Everyone, doesn't matter where you go. You think it would be otherwise, but it isn't. At the top are mathematics and languages, then the humanities, and at the bottom are the arts, everywhere on Earth. And in pretty much every system, too, there's a hierarchy within the arts. Art and music are normally given a higher status in schools than drama and dance. There isn't an education system on the planet that teaches dance every day to children the way we teach them mathematics. Why? Why not? I think this is rather important. I think maths is very important, but so is dance. Children dance all the time if they're allowed to. We all do. We all have bodies, don't we? Did I miss a meeting? I think... Truthfully, what happens is, as children grow up, we start to educate them progressively from the waist up. And then we focus on their heads, and slightly to one side. If you were to visit education as an alien and say, what's it for, public education, I think you'd have to conclude, if you look at the output, who really succeeds by this? Who does everything they should? Who gets all the brownie points? Who are the winners? I think you'd have to conclude the whole purpose of public education throughout the world is to produce university professors. Isn't it? They're the people who come out the top. And I used to be one. So there, And I like university professors, but, we shouldn't hold them up as the high watermark of all human achievement. They're just a form of life. Another form of life. But they're rather curious, and I say this out of affection for them. There's something curious about professors. In my experience, not all of them, but typically, they live in their heads. They live up there, and slightly to one side. They're disembodied, in a kind of literal way. They look upon their body as a form of transport for their heads. It's... Don't they? It's a way of getting their head to meetings. If you want real evidence of out-of-body experiences, by the way, get yourself along to a residential conference for senior academics and pop into the discotheque on the final night. And there you will see it. Grown men and women writhing uncontrollably off the beat. wait until it ends so they can go home and write a paper about it. Now, our education system is predicated on the idea of academic ability. And there's a reason. The whole system was invented around the world. There were no public systems of education really before the 19th century. They all came into being to meet the needs of industrialism. So the hierarchy is rooted on two ideas. Number one, that the most useful subjects for work are at the top. So you were probably steered benignly away from things at school when you were a kid, things you liked, on the grounds you would never get a job doing that. Is that right? Don't do music, you're not going to be a musician. Don't do art, you won't be an artist. Benign advice. Now, profoundly mistaken. The whole world is engulfed in a revolution. And the second is academic ability, which has really come to dominate our view of intelligence because the universities designed the system in their image. If you think of it, the whole system of public education around the world is a protracted process of university entrance. And the consequence is that many highly talented, brilliant, creative people think they're not, because the thing they were good at school wasn't valued or was actually stigmatized. And I think we can't afford to go on that way. In the next 30 years, according to UNESCO, more people worldwide will be graduating through education than since the beginning of history. More people. And it's the combination of all the things we've talked about, technology and its transformational effect on work, and demography and the huge explosion in population. Suddenly, degrees aren't worth anything. Isn't that true? When I was a student, if you had a degree, you had a job. If you didn't have a job, it's because you didn't want one. And I didn't want one, frankly, so... but now, kids with degrees are often heading home to carry on playing video games because you need an MA, where the previous job required a BA, and now you need a PhD for the other. It's a process of academic inflation, and it indicates the whole structure of education is shifting beneath our feet. We need to radically rethink our view of intelligence. We know three things about intelligence. One, it's diverse. We think about the world in all the ways that we experience it. We think visually, we think in sound, we think kinesthetically, we think in abstract terms, we think in movement. Secondly, intelligence is dynamic. If you look at the interactions of a human brain, as we heard yesterday from a number of presentations, intelligence is wonderfully interactive. The brain isn't divided into compartments. In fact, creativity, which I define as the process of having original ideas that have value, more often than not, comes about through the interaction of different disciplinary ways of seeing things. The brain is intentionally... By the way, there's a shaft of nerves that joins the two halves of the brain called the corpus callosum. It's thicker in women. Following on from Helen yesterday, I think this is probably why women are better at multitasking. Because you are, aren't you? There's a raft of research, but I know it from my personal life. If my wife is cooking a meal at home, which is not often, thankfully, but, you know, if she's doing... No, she's good at some things. But if she's cooking, you know, she's dealing with people on the phone, she's talking to the kids, she's painting the ceiling, you know, she's doing open heart surgery over here. If I'm cooking, the door is shut, the kids are out, the phone's on the hook. If she comes in, I get annoyed. I say, Terry, please, I'm trying to fry an egg in here. You know, really. Give me a break. Actually, there was, do you know that old philosophical thing? If a tree falls in a forest and nobody hears it, did it happen? Remember that old chestnut? I saw a great T-shirt, really, recently, which said, if a man speaks his mind in a forest and no woman hears him, is he still wrong? And the third thing about intelligence is it's distinct. I'm doing a new book at the moment called Epiphany, which is based on a series of interviews with people about how they discovered their talent. I'm fascinated by how people got to be there. It's really prompted by a conversation I had with a wonderful woman who most people have never heard of. She's called Gillian Lynn. Have you heard of her? Some have. She's a choreographer, and everybody knows her work. She did Cats and Phantom of the Opera. She's wonderful. I used to be on the board of the Royal Ballet in England, as you can see. And anyway, Gillian and I had lunch one day. I said, how'd you get to be a dancer? And she said it was interesting. When she was at school, she was really hopeless. And the school in the 30s wrote to her parents and said, we think Gillian has a learning disorder. She couldn't concentrate, she was fidgeting. I think now they'd say she had ADHD. Wouldn't you? But this was the 1930s, and ADHD hadn't been invented, you know, at this point, so it wasn't an available condition. You know, people weren't aware they could have that. Anyway, she went to see this this specialist. So this oak-panelled room, and she was there with her mother, and she was led and sat on this chair at the end, and she sat on her hands for 20 minutes while this man talked to her mother about all the problems Gillian was having at school. And at the end of it, because she was disturbing people, her homework was always late and so on, little kid of 8, in the end, the doctor went and sat next to Gillian and said, "Gillian, I've listened to all these things that your mother's told me. I need to speak to her privately." So he said, "Wait here, we'll be back. We won't be very long." And they went and left her. But as they went out the room, he turned on the radio that was sitting on his desk. And when they got out the room, he said to her mother, "Just stand and watch her." And the minute they left the room, she said she was on her feet, moving to the music. And they watched for a few minutes, and he turned to her mother, and he said, "You know, Mrs. Lynn, Gillian isn't sick. She's a dancer. Take her to a dance school." I said, "What happened?" He said, "She did. I can't tell you how wonderful it was. We walked in this room, and it was full of people like me. People who couldn't sit still. People who had to move to think. Who had to move to think. They did ballet, they did tap, they did jazz, they did modern, they did contemporary. She was eventually auditioned for the Royal Ballet School. She became a soloist. She had a wonderful career at the Royal Ballet. She eventually graduated from the Royal Ballet School, found her own company, the Gillian Dance Company, met Andrew Lloyd Webber. She's been responsible for some of the most successful musical theatre productions in history. She's given pleasure to millions, and she's a multi-millionaire. Somebody else might have put her on medication and told her to calm down. Now, I think... What I think it comes to is this. Al Gore spoke the other night about ecology and the revolution that was triggered by Rachel Carson. I believe our only hope for the future is to adopt a new conception of human ecology, one in which we start to reconstitute our conception of the richness of human capacity. Our education system has mined our minds in the way that we've strip-mined the earth for a particular commodity, and for the future, it won't serve us. We have to rethink the fundamental principles on which we're educating our children. There was a wonderful quote by Jonas Salk, who said, if all the insects were to disappear from the earth, within 50 years, all life on earth would end. If all human beings disappeared from the earth, within 50 years, all forms of life would flourish. And he's right. What TED celebrates is the gift of the human imagination. We have to be careful now that we use this gift wisely and that we avert some of the scenarios that we've talked about. And the only way we'll do it is by seeing our creative capacities for the richness they are and seeing our children for the hope that they are. And our task is to educate their whole being so they can face this future. By the way, we may not see this future, but they will. And our job is to help them make something of it. Thank you very much.
Bravo. Here, here. Thanks.
Never Grey began formally working with Sir Ken in 2016, exactly 10 years after that first TED Talk, and one of our first activities with him was a campaign called 10 Years On. We asked people to write in and let us know about the impact that talk had had on their lives, when they had seen it, how it made them feel, and what they had ended up doing as a result. We received thousands of responses that blew us away. People referred to seeing the talk as the first time they met Sir Ken. They talked about rewatching it whenever they needed a boost of support or morale. They talked about the validation they were given, that the talk made them realise it wasn't that they were broken, but that the system is. One woman from Germany said that she felt heard even though she hadn't spoken. We shared these responses with Sir Ken, and this past year had a number of them printed out into a book, which we gave to him when he was unwell. We've selected a few of the responses and have asked the senders to record videos of themselves reading out the messages they originally sent Sir Ken as part of the 10 Years On campaign. Here they are.
Hi everyone, my name is Esther and I'm about to read the letter I wrote to Sir Ken Robinson about the effect his talk had in me. I watched your talk about 6 years ago. I think it changed everything because I learned what I wanted to do. I knew what my passion was before, I just wasn't able to label it. And then I watched your talk and I thought, that's it. That's exactly what I want to do. I want to be like Ken Robinson. A female young version of him anyway. By the way, if by the end of this letter you have some career advice to give me on that, I would really appreciate it. Then 4 years ago, I came all the way from Spain to live in Chicago and study fine arts. I got into a very important school with a letter honestly very inspired in your talk. I collaborated with educationalists that have the same goal as you do. And now that I just finished my degree, I face again the question, where now? There's a strong fear in me that I'm part of a lost generation, where arts and education have become a field where it's difficult to survive. I'm also a woman, and somehow every time I say I love education, people try to recommend me kindergarten and nanny positions. I struggle to continue saying, no, I want to debate the education system with the big ones. I want to be part of the conversation and help implement solutions. I would like to be part of the team that comes up with a system to get the best out of the potential in every person. That element you often talk about is an incredible energy source. The most important, in fact, and we need to protect it. If we would use education to make the best out of people's passions and potentials, the social and economic impact would be amazing. I've written essays on the benefits of an efficient, positive and creative education system, and one can find positive impacts of it all over, on economics, on health, on the relationship with oneself and the others. Now that I'm done with my first round of studies and I try to find a job, I've come back to where I started, watching your talks and realizing the spark of what I wanted to do is still there. In the end, the school skill creativity once helped me define what I wanted my purpose to be. And now it reminds me of it and it doesn't let it go. It's been a great compass to have in my roadmap. Not too bad for the effect of one talk. Thank you for all that you did for all of us, Sir Ken Robinson, wherever you are.
Sir Ken Robinson's original TED Talk on how schools kill creativity, and really all his work since then, has had some of the greatest influence on my professional thought over the last 10 years, and I have recommended his work and videos to many others. My job is to supervise music, art, and theater, and family and consumer science teachers in a K-12 school district in the US. Watching his TED Talk helped me to realize just how important it is to explicitly teach creativity and innovation to our students, and more importantly, that this does not just happen by chance. One must intentionally teach the skills that improve creativity. The ironic thing is that this may seem somewhat counterintuitive for fields like music and art, because many people think that creativity just happens in those fields by definition. However, this is not the case, and there are distinct conditions that one must set up in the classroom in order for student creativity to flourish. I have spent much of my professional effort over the last 10 years coming up with a framework for how to foster creativity in the classroom, which now greatly influences how we teach art in our district. I also strongly believe that the same principles for fostering and assessing creativity cut across all content areas, and I am now extremely interested in seeing if we can expand efforts to develop creativity in other areas of the curriculum at all grade levels. It is clear that creativity and innovation are generally underdeveloped in our schools, and we need to find more ways to foster them in our students. Without Sir Ken's influence, it is safe to say that I would never have gone down this professional path.
I honestly don't remember who first told me to watch your TED Talk, but I wish I did because I'd like to thank them. At the time, I was frustrated in my job, even though it was a good job in publishing. I just knew I wasn't in my element, but was afraid to leave. I'd always been a straight A student, somebody who had achieved, and yet I didn't have the courage of my convictions and couldn't figure out what I should do next. I was also worried about my young son, who, although very bright, was rebelling at having to methodically plod through rote homework exercises, however easy he found them. A creative outside-the-box thinker, school didn't seem to be bringing out the best in him at all. Worse, it was making him miserable and anxious. What was going wrong? If I was such an academic success story, why was I still so unclear about what constituted job happiness for me? And how come my son's great qualities, strengths that I realized I could really do with, were somehow being underappreciated and possibly even eroded by school? Watching your talk and then later reading The Element and Creative Schools, really answered these questions and ignited in me a passionate belief in the importance of your mission to revolutionize education. Meanwhile, my husband had been offered a job in San Francisco, and we moved to Marin County from London. This forced me to leave my job and exposed me to some more progressive ways of thinking regarding education. My daughter went to a Montessori preschool, and my son to a new charter school that had a focus on project-led learning. I watched a screening of Vicky Abele's Race to Nowhere and discovered Edutopia. Meanwhile, I tried to work out how and where I might be in my element. We returned to London last year after 3 years away, one of the hardest things we've ever done, and I started an MSc in cross-cultural psychology. I don't know where it will lead, but I made my decision purely on the basis that the subject matter has always fascinated me, even though I knew I'd be well out of my comfort zone. It seems to me that improving intercultural understanding is one of the most important challenges humanity faces. On top of that, I'm very curious about what can be learned from understanding the reasons for different cultural approaches to education and why what works for one country doesn't necessarily work for another. As for my kids, sadly, they're often still stressed and bored by school, but understanding why makes it easier for me to help them. As you can see, your first TED Talk was a huge catalyst for me, as it has been for so many, to re-examine my beliefs about myself, my children, and the whole point of education in the first place. Thank you so much for being such an incredible inspiration, and keep up the good work.
My name is Bemigo Ahewoloria and I live in Nigeria. I first watched Saken Robinson's TED Talk video on Do Schools Kill Creativity in 2013. It was amazing. That video was a confirmation of my passion for a change in the education system in my country. I have since started sharing those ideas, and I am launching an initiative that will collaborate with schools in order to help kids discover and maximize their potentials. Also, reading his book on creative schools inspired me to start up a kids club. Here, our vision is to prepare kids for the future by teaching them skills that schools do not teach. We focus on teaching things like creativity, problem solving, resilience, etiquette, and a lot more of other skills, soft skills. We also do a number of arts and craft activities just so the kids can discover and thrive in their elements. I really love Saken Robinson and all his thoughts and ideas regarding transforming the education system, and I hope I'll be able to carry on his legacy.
I guess this is a call to humanity, a call to remember that life can be lived at fullest with love, engagement, and respect to human beings. You have the gift of saying it with grace, fun, and seriousness this requires. Just awesome. Thank you very much.
My mother watched your TED Talk shortly after it came out, and it had a profound effect on my childhood. I was homeschooled from first grade until I graduated from high school last spring, and your talk influenced the way my mother educated me. I am now a freshman in college, and I actually just submitted a paper on the benefits of alternative education, in which I quoted you. Thank you for giving that talk and changing my life.
Dear Ken, your TED Talk impacted on me on many levels. Primarily, it resonated like a lovely clear bell ringing out as a call to stop and think about my work as a teacher. Best of all, it made me laugh a lot. Your story was, as we say in Ireland, great crack. I love the bit about your special school experience and how you felt it looked like the bar scene in Star Wars. As a teacher in special ed with marvellous students, I could relate to this and smile. But it also shone a deep insight on how so many of my loved ones and friends, like my dad in hard boarding schools and a best friend who struggled through childhood with dyslexia, were failed and often hurt by a cruel and sometimes damaging system of education. Best of all, your talk inspired me to want more from and to give more to my work in classrooms with children. It cheers me on whenever the going gets horrible, and it reminds me to try and smile through those rough moments of a life in learning. It demystified the concept of creativity and helped me to understand how it really is at the heart of learning and living. So bravo, Sir Ken, and with heartfelt thanks.
Not only did your 2006 TED Talk validate the feelings I was having about my kids' experiences in public school, it also inspired me to run for my local Board of Education, and I won. Your books and videos have been some of the greatest resources to me as both a parent and a community activist. Thank you.
In 2009, my wife came home from a professional development seminar at the private school where she taught and told me to sit down on the couch. "You got to see this," she said. She turned on to Schools Kill Creativity, and we watched it all the way through. After a moment of sitting there speechless, I said, "Play it again." So we watched it again, and maybe even a third time. And at the end, I was just sitting there dumbfounded. Finally, I asked her what they were planning to do with this new information at the school. And she unfortunately said that since every day of the curriculum was already planned out, that there really wasn't a lot of room for integration. And so at that point, while we had both been certified to be teachers under the conventional educational paradigm, there were now things about it that we just couldn't unsee, you know? So we had just had our newborn son, and all of a sudden, this traditional path that we had already carved out for him in our minds, it no longer seemed good enough somehow. And so 2 months later, my wife tendered her resignation at school, perhaps kind of an abrupt decision, but we just needed to do something new. So we looked into starting our own school where we would try to integrate those ideas. We were pretty young. The red tape seemed to be prohibitive, but we were able to find a sleepaway summer camp that would allow us to bring these ideas to bear in a way that felt good for us. So we went there. We had an incredible amount of fun doing it, and we were successful too. You know, we more than doubled the camp's enrollment over the course of a couple of years. And perhaps more importantly, during that time, we really started to find our people, you know, other free school founders who had tried to launch a school under similar ideals, Sudbury school founders, unschooling parents, you know, just we started to become a magnet for people that cared about helping kids nurture this precious spark of creativity that was lurking inside them rather than trying to lead them down some predetermined path. And eventually we realized we couldn't stay in that location forever, but we were able to find a group of co-founders to help us start a new camp. It's called Camp Stomping Ground in upstate New York. And Stomping Ground has just been an incredible journey for us. The directors there have grown the camp to almost 1,200 kids over the course of the years since it's been launched. They're really sticking true to the ideas espoused into Schools Kill Creativity around, you know, all interests and passions being equally viable, creating a community where kids learn to make decisions by making decisions rather than following directions. It really is an incredibly impactful place. And all the while, Do Schools Kill Creativity has been just, you know, a focal point there. I think every staff training that I've led, I've shown that video and had a discussion about it. Returning staff members to me by the end could recite portions of it by heart. New staff members are so often filled with this combination of wonder and, you know, more questions than they could even contemplate having. But it's always been such an incredible catalyst for discussions about thinking about children in a new way. And so while this video changed my life professionally, I think perhaps the most important change it's made for me is how I would ultimately parent. You know, we've got 3 kids now, and we've raised them in a way that I never would have dreamed raising them when I was becoming educated to be a teacher under the conventional paradigm. Our kids now lead these passion-driven lives where all their interests are more than good enough or worthy of excitement. And it's led to a family dynamic that we wouldn't trade for anything in the world. So when I try to answer the question, how does Schools Kill Creativity, how did that change my life? It's almost unfathomable, you know. I just can't imagine my life if I had never encountered that. So Sir Ken Robinson and that video in particular were just so important to me. So I just wanted to share that with you. Thanks.
I am the director of the Center for Teaching Excellence at the University of Florida. As a former costume artist in theater, dance, and opera, I get it. But the teachers I work with have a tough time envisioning anything different. Sir Ken's 2006 TED Talk helps my faculty consider that the current paradigm isn't the best way to learn. His video helps me to crack open the door so that I can wedge my foot in with suggestions for active learning. Thank you, Sir Ken.
It's completely changed my vision of teaching. I changed my previous views and I focused only on my students. I read about my job and on how to become a better teacher. I changed my classroom. I threw away all the unnecessary stuff and I tried the flexible classroom. I began to use more the new technologies as tools. I wanted to be a teacher of the 21st century. The new technologies allowed me to reduce the amount of money charged for school supplies each year. I also really wanted to prepare my pupils for their future. The new technologies also allowed me to personalize my teaching. Each student can go at his or her own pace. I encourage cooperation between my students with teamwork. There are more activities, crafts with wood, knitting, compost gardening, to show the students a variety of interests and maybe to find their own element. I became more relaxed and I think that the way I teach now is less stressful. In a word, I wanted to include happiness in my classroom, just like I had known in my youth. This year, I began to make little videos with my group. I realized how powerful this activity is for the students. My pupils are developing their skills in speaking, acting, and even explaining. I get out my guitar from the closet and I sing songs with my kids. I teach them rhythms and melodies. I have been working this new way for 3 years now, and I get the feeling that is just the start. I enjoy my work a lot now. There is so much to do and so much to try. I just want to say thank you. I found a new path of creativity for myself and at the same time for my kids. I didn't think that it could be possible. I know my writing skills in English are not the best. Sorry about that. But it's a good opportunity to show the change in my life. I began 3 years ago to practice more English and Spanish. Now I understand better the insecurity and the fears that we can feel as a learner. But as a learner, I'm a better teacher, I think so. I've never written to you before, but as I demand from my pupils, now I go through my fears and go forward. Thank you so much again.
This was my message to Sir Ken 5 years ago. Your talk and your book, The Element, gave me a lot of courage to let my son drop out of high school when he was 16. He's a successful young artist now. He's 19 and his work was on display in Tate Modern, London earlier this year. And next Monday, his second exhibition opens in Edinburgh. I remember the day when he came home from kindergarten very upset because his teacher told him he couldn't draw because he drew more than 5 fingers on humans. I told him to continue to draw things his way. To this day, he never draws 5 fingers on any of his characters. He's currently working in a talent program of Kitchen Budapest, an innovation lab funded by Hungarian Telecom, where he and his friends are developing a computer game and he's the designer. He's much happier and more balanced now than when he was at school. He has dyscalculia and math and science classes were always very frustrating for him. Now he reads books about astronomy, uses Excel to prepare timing and budget plans for his gaming project, and to control his monthly spending. I couldn't have imagined this 3 years ago. It was a hard decision to let him leave school, mostly because of other people's expectations, my parents and society in general. He must have at least a college degree, and my own expectations. I was always a very good student with good marks and 2 college degrees. So thank you for helping me understand that school isn't necessarily the best way to unfold a child's talent.
You and your talks became significant influences in my life as an educator and as an individual. Though my career journey from 1990 to 2015 was largely from higher education, inspiring teachers and education managers to improve and revolutionize teaching and learning. Last year, though, I'm very fortunate. I joined a company that caters to preschool until secondary. This is where I saw and realized that transformation in education is really needed. I'm very excited and highly motivated to join your crusade through this new journey. Again, thank you for the inspiration and the wisdom. God bless you always, Sir Ken Robinson. And again, thank you.
Your talk resonated so strongly with me, and it came along at just the right time when my eldest child was about to go to secondary school. This was in Hong Kong, and it gave me the confidence I needed to resist the pressure to push them into a traditional secondary school, which is where most of their friends were going. Instead, they went to a creative secondary school, and this was the most liberal and caring school that we could find. They loved school, and they've grown up to have a really good sense of their passions and their interests and their responsibilities. They are intrinsically motivated. Your talk gave voice to how I always knew I wanted to parent them, to be free thinkers. I've shared your talk with many people, and I still watch it from time to time because however many times I watch it, it always makes me smile. I only wish that I could have thanked you in person.
Of all the stories in that first TED Talk that moved and inspired people, there is one that truly struck a chord with its millions of viewers. The story of Dame Gillian Lynn, the little girl who wasn't sick but was a dancer, and who went on to make an indelible mark on the dance, theatre and musical theatre worlds, on the world in general. Dame Gillian's story captured the imagination of millions of people because it was familiar to them. People wrote in and told us about their sons and daughters, or even themselves, who, just like Gillian, were told they must be sick because they couldn't sit still, or because their passions lay beyond a desk. Dame Gillian's story gave them hope and solidarity to stand up for themselves and for their children. Her story inspired a movement of people who proudly have to move to think. Dame Gillian and Dad shared a great friendship, one that was based on mutual respect and love for each other. She passed away just a year before Dad did, and he was heartbroken. There is some comfort in the thought that maybe they're together again now, laughing and supporting each other like they did so often in life. A celebration of Dad wouldn't be right without a celebration of Gillian, and her wonderful and loving husband of 40 years, Peter, has given us permission to share this short video to celebrate Gillian, the little girl who was really a dancer. In the 1950s, there was a polio epidemic in the UK, and when he was 4 years old, my dad got it. He was the youngest of 5 children at the time, although my grandparents went on to have another 2 sons after Dad was ill, meaning that he was one of 7, 6 brothers and a sister. But Dad was the only person in the household to get polio. He had a pretty severe speech impediment as a child, and the best guess was that he contracted polio while at his speech therapy sessions. But in any case, it was somewhat miraculous that no one else in his family contracted it too. His mother, my nana, kept a diary all her life, and my dad's brother John has done an amazing job of writing up their family history, which includes some very moving sections about the time that Dad spent in hospital when he first contracted polio, and actually the time he spent in hospital throughout his childhood. The end result of his polio was that he lived with a permanent disability, and he wore a caliper for the rest of his life. I had the opportunity recently to speak to Daryl Beaton, a disabled artist and activist who, like Dad, wore a caliper as a child. We talked about Dad's experience of growing up with a disability, and about Daryl's, as well as the need for inclusivity across the arts. I hope you enjoy it, and please do check out Daryl's work and the work of IAN, the International Inclusive Arts Network, and Assisters UK afterwards if you aren't already familiar with them.
An interview with Kate Robinson and Daryl Beaton, a contribution to the celebration of the life and works of Professor Sir Ken Robinson. Imagine If, from IAN, the International Inclusive Arts Network, and Azites UK.
Hello everybody, my name is Daryl Beaton. I'm a disabled producer, director and performer, predominantly working in theatre for young audiences. I'm also one of the co-founding members of IAM, which is the International Inclusive Arts Network. And today I'm talking to our special guest, Kate Robinson. So welcome, Kate. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me, Daryl.
No, it's an honour. Kate is the daughter of the late, great Professor Ken Robinson. And this interview is really to celebrate the project that's set up in his memory, Imagine If. But first, Kate, for those that don't know about Ken, could you tell us a bit about your father and why he's so special to so many people?
So Dad was an educator and an educationalist, a speaker and a writer. He's from Liverpool, so we were based in the UK. He was at Warwick University for a number of years, during which time he did something in the UK in 1999 called All Our Futures, which was a report commissioned by the Labour government at the time, which looked at the role in creativity across schools, and has always been a very staunch advocate for promoting particularly the arts across education. We moved to America when I was 12, so in 2001, and he did a TED Talk in 2006 called Do Schools Kill Creativity, which is still the most watched TED Talk of all time, and it has been, and it has never not been, since it was one of the first TED Talks that they did put up online, which was amazing. And it just sort of hit a zeitgeist moment, I think. I think a few reasons for it. One is, so he talked in that and across his work, certainly about promoting the arts in education, but particularly in promoting creativity and innovation across education. And not just education, but also our businesses and the ways that we live. And he was very clear to say that while the arts obviously embody a lot of creativity, you can be creative in any subject. But shone a spotlight in particular on the fact that we really undervalue the arts across our education systems. In particular, as he put in the TED Talk, there's no system in the world that teaches dance, for example, the same way that they teach maths. And it resonated with a huge amount of people. I think it's been seen by nearly 70 million people at this point. And in particular because, so my company, Never Great, that I have with my husband, we receive a lot of his submissions, and people who get in contact with him, they get in contact with him through via, or they used to. The overwhelming feedback we had from his work was that it made people realize there wasn't a problem with them, it was a problem with the system. And I think that's why it resonated so much. So that was Dad, and he passed away suddenly in August of 2020. So we're now dedicated to continuing his legacy and his work.
I obviously watched the TED Talk, and it was inspirational, insightful, but also incredibly funny. So I get the sense that your dad was quite a sort of a funny character, but also that sort of put people at ease and really sort of drew them to the actual sort of essence of the point he was trying to make. And those things are still sort of relevant and still quite urgent right now, especially in these sort of times. And especially in regards to the concept of sort of creative education. So as you said, he sort of rose to fame, he was knighted and became known around the world. But he also became disabled when he was around sort of 5, and that he wore calipers. And like I did actually, because of that, moved into sort of special school. And I was just thinking whether you think his experience of being in special school impacted upon his views around sort of education. You know, in his TED Talks, he talks about eliminating the hierarchy of subjects, which I know he's spoke about many times. And from my own experience in special school, that hierarchy actually didn't exist.
Dad was one of 7 kids from Liverpool. When he got polio, he got it when he was 4. And he, at the time, his 2 younger siblings, his 2 younger brothers hadn't been born. So he was at the time the youngest of 5 siblings when he contracted polio. And it was the 1950s, so it was the middle of, there was a lot of polio around in the 1950s. But they think, because nobody else in his family got it, which is somewhat miraculous, they think that he got polio because he had a speech impediment and he was going to a speech therapist. And they reckon he actually got polio from the speech therapists, which is one of the other reasons why it's so incredible that he went on to become such a prolific speaker, because his speech impediment was so bad as a child that he actually couldn't speak. So that's how they think he got polio. And he had, as you said, he was in hospital for, I think, 8 months. And he wore calipers that they went all the way up his leg, on both legs for a long time. But then he wore it on one leg. And this is ridiculous because he was my dad and it's sort of been a running joke in the family. I can't tell you which leg it was. I think it was his right leg, but it's one of those ones when you grow up and it's your dad, you don't notice, that's just dad. So I think it was his right leg. But it was, and if you wore calipers, you'll know he wore the same model, not the same one obviously because he grew, but the same model that he was fitted in the 1950s up until he died. So, and it weighed about 10 pounds. It was metal, with leather, but it was this proper massive weight, which I mentioned because he never talked about it that much. I mean, he talked about having polio, but you never would have known that on top of everything else he was carrying around. I mean, I would if it was me, and it hurt, which I just find is incredible. But in terms of his experience at the school that he went to, I mentioned he was one of 7 families because the family in Liverpool, where my granddad worked on the docks, and it was sort of expected that everyone he grew up right next to Everton football ground, so everyone thought he'd be the footballer of the family, and actually his 2 younger brothers did go on to become footballers for Everton. I mention it because it was expected in the family that you'd go on to sort of do work on the docks or do some form of manual labour the way that their father did, although my granddad was quadriplegic from a docking accident for 19 years until he passed away. But because Dad obviously then had his calipers and couldn't do the manual work, his father put an emphasis on him to say, you have to focus on your education in a way that I'm not sure he did with his siblings. And that, I think, is what played a huge role in him going on to do what he did, this feeling that he couldn't play football like his brothers did, and he couldn't, take after his dad and go and work on the dock. So really, what was he going to do? I'm interested to hear you say that you felt like there was more of a diverse curriculum or freedom in the school that you went to. And he didn't mention that there would be more arts or inclusivity. I think he mentioned that there was just a lot less pressure. They sort of had no expectations of any of the kids in the class. And there was a man who came round who sort of came to visit the school, and picked Dad out and said, I think he could pass the 11 plus. And he did. And that's how he then went on to be into a mainstream school. So you found, Daryl, because you went to a special school, like you said, and then got transferred into mainstream education. Was that a big shock for you then, if you'd had a bit more sort of exposure to the arts and creativity when you went?
Well, I mean, I think it's interesting what you're saying. I think nowadays the sort of approach to sort of teaching in special schools is more sort of broad. But I think even in my experience, it would have been in the sort of late 70s, early 80s, there was this sort of level of, well, there's no expectation.
Right.
So actually, why bother
That.
teaching them maths? Why bother teaching them English when actually we don't assume that they're going to sort of progress or do anything? For me, it was much more around that sort of freedom of the as an individual in that school to sort of not worry about learning maths and learning English and all of that, which when I went back into mainstream was a problem. And again, it goes back to this sort of hierarchy of subjects and education, that I have to do it in a very sort of fixed way that the system has put in place. But even then, when I was back into mainstream, there was still this sort of attitude that, you know, well, he's not really going to sort of be able to do anything. So there were some times when they were just like, oh, what should we do with Darren? Or let him just do a bit of art. And I still say to this day that the only reason that I'm working theatre and a theatre maker is because I'm disabled, because otherwise I wouldn't have been allowed to focus so much of my time, or forced to focus so much of my time in those subjects. And in my case, I was just allowed to do the soft subjects, such as, you know, drama and art.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing Dad said, that if he hadn't had polio, he wouldn't have done what he ended up doing, because he wouldn't have been pushed to focus on his more. And actually, he was an interesting case given the work that he did do, because the mainstream system actually worked very well for him. He went on to teach at university. He was in and of himself actually very academic.
I know. Well, therein lies the sort of other sort of thing. So, you know, I ended up taking a very traditional education route. I did my A-levels, I went to university. The sort of experiences I had at special school actually did really sort of frame my sort of approach, how people are educated. So that's why I also sort of worked to establish IAN, the International Inclusive Arts Network. And that's really around sort of celebrating those other disabled artists, to place that front and center to other young disabled audiences, but also we shouldn't be sort of pigeonholed into being those sort of role models for other disabled young people. Actually, it's everybody, actually. So disabled or not, you should be able to see disabled artists creating work. So you mentioned that sort of Ken sadly passed away last year, and it must be still very sort of raw for you in that. But his memory lives on in so many ways. So tell us how it's living on.
We're 6 months into this journey. And so Anthony, my husband, and I, we've got our company Nevergrey. And we worked as Dad's head office for the last, since 2016. I worked with him separately before that. So we're finding our feet a bit, because we weren't in the legacy business before, but we are now. And when we found out that Dad wasn't going to get better, he had a very short illness, I promised him that we would continue his work, which is what we were doing anyway. We just thought, I keep joking, it's not a very funny joke at all, but I keep saying he's left us with a bit more autonomy than we were expecting. We thought we'd have him steering us along the way, but a few things that have really, there's been such an outpouring of love since he passed away, which is incredible. And it is, you mentioned at the start about how funny he was. And I think so much of what resonated about Dad in particular was what he was saying is so critically important. But how he was saying it, as you said, it made people relax. They didn't feel like they were being talked down to. I remember asking him what his secret was for public speaking, and he said, you just go out and talk to people. You rather than sort of going out and presenting, or sort of, you just go out and have a chat, because it's a room full of people. Dad's legacy lives on in the people who were inspired by him, more than anything. And it sounds almost cliche to say it, but people watched that TED Talk, and there were 3 TED Talks in total, but people really centered around the first one. And they did things like they took their kids out of schools that were damaging them, or they quit their jobs that were toxic, or they went off in search of their element, which was one of his books. The Element was about finding your passion. And, they realized they were living for the weekends. They went off to find out what it was. And they started schools and groups and all, he'd be the first to say he didn't start a movement. He was a voice in a movement. He was just a very articulate and well-spoken voice, I think, in that movement. So in terms of our continuing his legacy, I think the first thing is that I know we're not alone in doing it, and it would be silly to think that we were. The second thing to say is that, his legacy would live on whether or not I was involved in it. And so if I am getting involved, I've got a job to not mess it up. And the third is really, I think it's about pulling people together to say it's our turn now. it's our turn to carry on his work. So we have a number of initiatives. The first is Imagine If, which is this, which is inspired by Dad talked about how we don't live in the world as other creatures do. We create the worlds in which we live, and we do that through our power of imagination. And as you said, the Dad's TED Talk is still relevant. It's the work he did is still relevant. All Our Futures from '99 is terrifyingly relevant still. And at this point, in particular, with the pandemic and just where we are, we need his message. I really think more than ever. He put in his book Out of Our Minds, the more, I'm going to butcher this quote, bear with me. He put, the more complex the challenges of the world become, the more we need creative solutions to address them. I'm paraphrasing, but it was like that. The problems we're facing are so complex. So we've got Imagine If, which is a provocation to reimagine the world as it is, because if we created it, these systems we take for granted, whether it's our systems of education or our systems of democracy or how we structure our cities, we take it for granted that that's just the way it is, but they're human-made systems. And it could be anything from imagine if we did value dance as much as maths, to imagine if every building was accessible for everybody. And that's something with Dad, you wouldn't think about it, I don't think, necessarily, unless you experience it. But Dad had in his contract for speaking engagements that he had to have a handrail with a step up to the stage, because otherwise he couldn't get on the stage. It was uncanny how many times that just was missed off. And they literally, my favorite excuses were, it's just a small step. And Dad was like, it doesn't matter how big the step is, it's a mountain to me. So it could be, imagine if everywhere was accessible for everybody. But it's a provocation to really take stock of what it is that we just take for granted that no longer serves us. Yeah, so Imagine If is a provocation to reimagine the world. Imagine if we did things differently. Do you have a statement that you'd like to add, your reimagining for the world?
My Imagine If would be, imagine if we shared responsibility. And the reason I sort of say that is because
as it is, because if we created it, these systems we take for granted, whether it's our systems of education or our systems of democracy or how we structure our cities, we take it for granted that that's just the way it is, but they're human-made systems. It could be anything from imagine if we did value dance as much as maths, to imagine if every building was accessible for everybody. And that's something with Dad, you wouldn't think about it, I don't think, necessarily, unless you experience it. But Dad had in his contract for speaking engagements that he had to have a handrail with a step up to the stage, because otherwise he couldn't get on the stage. It was uncanny how many times that just was missed off. And they literally, my favorite excuses were, it's just a small step. And Dad was like, it doesn't matter how big the step is, it's a mountain to me. So it could be, imagine if everywhere was accessible for everybody. But it's a provocation to really take stock of what it is that we just take for granted that no longer serves us. Yeah, so Imagine If is a provocation to reimagine the world. Imagine if we did things differently. Do you have a statement that you'd like to add, your reimagining for the world?
My Imagine If would be, imagine if we shared responsibility. And the reason I sort of say that is because I always talk about that actually, to make the world a more inclusive and accessible place to be, then we all need to share responsibility in that. It can't just be the responsibility of me as a disabled person. I think it just spans much wider than that. I think, what if we all shared responsibility in climate change? What if we all shared responsibility in the way that our countries are governed? I think if actually individuals as human beings, we accepted, even though it might not be directly impacting us, what if we shared the responsibility to make it different?
I love that. That's a beautiful one. That is the core of Imagine If. Dad had moved away sort of a long time, actually, from talking directly to governments. His whole thing was about the grassroots movement, about empowering people. He'd say that rock and roll wasn't a government-led initiative. It was a people-made movement. And you're right. We far too often delegate, don't we, responsibility to other people. Sharing responsibility, there's something incredibly empowering in that by doing that, we can actually make something different.
Thank you. Well, Thanks so much, Kate, for being with us today and sharing some memories of your dad and to find out more about Imagine.
With professional dancers, quite unusual, I think, just in itself. But one of the dancers struck up a particular relationship with one of the students who, it transpired, had this uncanny knack of being able to copy and learn really quickly and almost repeat movement back. So they had this really special bond, and actually the dancer Matthew Sanderford suggested it would be a great idea to see if there was a way of pushing Andre, the student, to see whether he could achieve more than we were able to get through in the sessions. And so we decided to make a film of the two of them dancing together, which originally was intended to be highly choreographed and rely on Andre's ability to copy. But actually he turned out to be a wonderful improviser as well. So what you'll see is a combination of rehearsed movement and free improvised movement. And the two of them together make a unlikely couple, but a really, really special film. Has music by award-winning composer Cassie Kanoshi and choreographed by Joel O'Donoghue. And I hope you enjoy it.
In 2016, I had the pleasure to be working with 100, a Finnish initiative designed to seek and share inspiring innovations in K-12 education. My first assignment with them was to identify 100 education thought leaders and interview them about their thoughts on the future of education. Kind of a dream job, really. And in amongst the amazing people I was lucky enough to interview, I got to interview Dad. It was the only time I ever did interview him, and it is one of my most cherished memories. Following on from the chat Daryl and I had, we thought we'd share this clip from the 100 interview with Dad, talking about his favourite school memories.
The role of education is to help students to learn. And the people who do that are not the policymakers or the superintendents, it's the teachers who do that. So the heart of education is the relationship between teachers and learners. That's what it's about. And everything else should be focused on making that the best relationship possible. And the problem is that over time, all kinds of things have got in the way of it. Trying to improve education, trying to transform it, trying to get good work in great schools isn't some unfathomable mystery like curing certain diseases seems to be. We kind of know what works. I mean, there are great places all around the world already doing it. The problem lies in the insistence of some policymakers, I think, that everything has to be done the same way, that they are promoting a kind of homogeneity, and really interesting learning environments are not homogeneous, they're diverse, and they adapt and they change and they are suited to different sorts of purposes. There's freedom to move, there's freedom to use different sorts of materials, freedom to collaborate and to interact with other people, and to work on projects as well as to work quietly on theoretical tasks. So the best learning environments are the ones that do that. They embody the variety of learning. We asked one of the teachers if he would direct it, and he agreed to do that. And it went very well. And the following year, we did another one. It came up a third time, and we said to him, would you direct it? And he said, I can't, I haven't got time to do it. And then he said, so, I did say I couldn't direct the play this year, but I do have a suggestion, I think Ken should direct it. Well, I nearly passed out, because it had never crossed my mind that I could direct a play, or that anyone in the group would agree to it. I just didn't feel I had that relationship with them. I thought, the director is somebody who has to preside over this whole thing. But they all just looked around and said, great idea, great. And I was terrified. But I learned a long time ago that you shouldn't walk away from things that trouble you. The best way to deal with the fear is to go straight towards it and try and get hold of it, partly because of that experience. And probably doing what I do now can be traced back to some extent to that little divergent point. And if he'd not said, will you direct the play, I'd probably be running a bar somewhere now in Warrington. If you recognise that it is a human system that's dynamic and is changing, it makes the task more plausible. So I always say to teachers, if they ask me, they say, how can I change the system? Well, the first thing is to recognise that you are the system, that everyone in the system is a manifestation of the system. So if you change what you do, you are changing the system. And the interesting thing about this to me is that there is much more room for innovation in the system as it is than very many people seem to realise.
Hello everyone, and thank you so much for giving me a chance to say a few words in this remarkable event. My name is Saku Tuominen and I'm the co-founder of a global education nonprofit called 100. Our mission is to identify impactful and scalable education innovations and then help them spread. And we have been analyzing innovations from all continents, and we have network in over 100 countries. And I'm not saying this to underline how remarkable we are, but I'm saying it for a really specific reason. And I would say that we would not be here without Sir Ken Robinson. Because in the early days when we started, I'd say that he was the first really big name who was backing us. He believed in us before no one else besides us did. He was creating connections, he did introductions, he tweeted about us. And we are eternally grateful for that help, and that's why we decided to devote our creativity spotlight last year for him. But I'd say that this is kind of like just the tip of the iceberg, obviously. We have the speeches, we have the quotes, we have the thoughts, we have the books, and so on. But I'd love to see his legacy to live beyond that one. We all know that there's a lot of room for improvement in education, and the change is happening in each and every country at the moment. But there's an alarming development happening in many locations, which is that there's so much resistance that the people who are the most passionate ones, the forerunners, they are the ones who are getting burnt out and they are leaving the industry. And if this continues to happen, the change will never ever happen. And I would love to see Sir Ken Robinson as a patron saint of everyone who are working in the front line to make the change happen. Out of his quotes, probably my favorite is the one where he said, is that for many of us, the problem is not that we try to aim too high and fail. It's the opposite. We aim too low and succeed. And I'm more than happy to promise that with 100, this won't be the problem. We might occasionally fail, but we will be aiming as high as possible in order to keep his thoughts, his visions, his dreams alive. And I'm happy to say is that each and everyone in 100 knows the meaning Sir Ken had for our organization. And I miss him dearly, and I know that I always will. Thank you for helping us, Ken. We love you.
Thank you, Saku. It's an honour to be invited to lead this fireside chat in memory of Sir Ken Robinson. We are all linked to the organisation called 100.org, and in 2020, 100 did a spotlight funded by Lego in memory of Sir Ken Robinson, and I'm delighted to have two of the finalists, of the people chosen for that spotlight with me. That's Jigyasa Labru from Slam Out Loud in India, and Pete Grimmer-Perez from My Machine in Belgium. Welcome both. Jigyasa, tell us about your work and why you started it.
Absolutely. So at Slam Out Loud, we believe that something as fundamental as finding our voice, having safe spaces for creative expression should not be limited to a privileged class. And hence what we do is we use art forms like theater, storytelling, spoken word poetry, and visual art to build creativity and confidence in children, especially those who come from low-income communities, for them to be able to find their voice really and get agency into their lives through that. One of the reasons why I really did it was because once I was in a classroom and I asked children to write a small poem about their emotions. And in that particular classroom, which was in a conflict area in India, children wrote about anger, sadness, hate. And I felt that such safe spaces for children to really express should not be a good to have, but a must have.
Amazing. There are so many strong links with all that we've heard Sir Ken Robinson say in his lifetime. Pete, tell us your story of your work and why you started it.
Well, what we do with My Machine is it's a three-step methodology. We ask children who are in primary class if we could build a dream machine for you. what would that dream machine do? So anything goes as long as they really, really want it. In step number 2, we bring in university students, and together they translate the original idea into a concept, a design. And in step 3, we work with technical secondary level students or vocational students, and together they build a working prototype. So we go from idea to concept to working prototype in one school year, one academic year, and we do it with lots of schools at the same time. And so the reason we're doing it is because we want to, let me just share maybe some of the ideas. Children come up with brilliant dream machine ideas, like the clean up my room machine, or the shake awake, which is a bed that shakes you awake instead of the dreadful noise of the alarm clock in the morning. Or it would be an anti-boredom machine, or make my homework machine, or even, we've learned that this is a world problem where you have a bunk bed, and immediately when children see a bunk bed, you would have a discussion who gets to sleep on top. So they invented a turning or rotating bunk bed. So you never have to discuss anymore who gets to sleep on top or below. But it's about showing them the power of having ideas and why ideas matter, and showing that you should not be afraid to share your idea, even though it might sound challenging or weird to somebody else's ear. Never doubt in the possibility of sharing your idea, and because you can actually bring any idea to life, and they learn that you can do that by collaborating, respecting each other's talents, being persistent and resilient. And so that is why we've created My Machine, and we're operating in different countries around the world as we speak.
Fantastic. There's a lovely quote from John Lennon about, dreams are crazy until you share them. I love that. Given that also comes from Liverpool, where Sir Ken was from as well. Now, both of you, I want to ask you the next question. That many of us have our own Sir Ken stories, our encounters, our memories, our moments when something he said really spoke to us. And for many of us, it was life changing. Have you got a Sir Ken story you'd like to share? Pete, start us off.
Well, Alex, I think many of us have many quotes and things that really inspired us. At least it's certainly for me. Maybe I was thinking of sharing that we had the opportunity to meet Sir Ken twice. The second time was actually in Oklahoma, and that was a time when we asked if he would be willing to write the foreword to a book that we were writing at the time. And he immediately said yes. And I was like so happy with it. And the next day, I met him again. And I said, Sir Ken, I didn't sleep at night because I was actually surprised that you said yes to write our foreword. And then he said what I would say would typically be Sir Ken. That he said, well, he was smiling and said, well, I was surprised I said yes myself. But now that I've said yes, let's do it. Let's write this book, and I'll write you the foreword. And I thought I was so typical of him, and making sure that I was feeling comfortable, that being starstruck was it was swept away. And I think for me that was typically how I got to learn about Sir Ken.
And the power of saying yes as well.
Yeah.
Jigyasa, what's your Sir Ken moment?
Yeah, I think, of course, the first Ken moment Sir Ken moment I ever had was through his TED Talk, watching that. When I just started, I was right out of college and had just started teaching a group of children in a low-income community. And once I got introduced to him, I read this beautiful book called Out of Our Minds. And I think my biggest Sir Ken Robinson moment was once when I was really, really failing to achieve a goal. And I thought about how Sir Ken Robinson talks about the worrying part always being setting ourselves low goals and achieving them than setting up really high goals or tough goals and failing. And that really spoke to me when I was failing, because I did set myself up a really difficult goal and I failed.
But the power of having audacious goals, these absolute dreams, fantastic. Do you know something, that 380 million people in 160 countries have watched that TED Talk, To School Skill Creativity? So for both of you, your work seems to take up this idea of creative literacy, a real science behind having a crazy idea and make it happen. So almost it being as essential as the literacy of reading and writing. Why is that so important for you? This creative literacy, Jigyasa?
Yeah, yeah. I think often we are always creating spaces for children where whatever they answer or whatever they think goes into the buckets of being right or wrong. And often that leads our children to set up smaller goals and smaller dreams for themselves because they're wanting to fit in those buckets. But what will it take for our children to come up with things that are original, to come up with things that don't necessarily have to fit on those buckets? And what will it take to build that confidence or have that courage to share that with the world? And so Ken said that creativity is as important as literacy. And I deeply believe that if our children are really to realize their innate potential, spaces for their creativity need to be created and fostered, so they can find those original ideas, because we won't see the future, our children will, right? And in preparing them for something that we haven't seen, rather than telling them about how to read and write, which is important in its own way, but I think equally or more important is um, to have space for original ideas.
Pete, creative literacy.
Exactly. And I would say anybody who could relate to parenting and knowing, working with or being a parent of small children and helping them to grow up and discover their own talents and passions and, you know, make their own story, make their own life, create their own life and opportunities. I think we all know that, for example, as a parent, if you're not prepared to listen to your children who are really young, for example, the 4 and 5 and 6 year olds, and if you're not prepared to, you know, to pay attention to them, to listen to on a daily basis, to listen to their stories, which obviously when they are 4, 5, 6 year old, they are small stories about what we as adults would probably think of like futile things, but for them, those stories matter. It's what, you know, it's their life and it's something that bothers them or makes them happy, and they want to share their feelings with you. And I think as a parent, it is extremely important to listen to your children, because if you do that, it means that when your children will grow up, they will also confide in you, you know, to come talk to you with the serious issues in life once, you know, something would be around the corner for them. And so it's building up that confidence to talk about, you know, and express your own feelings and everything. And I think the same goes for education. The same goes for people working in education, for people working in schools and trying to bring, bring a context in which young people can discover their talents, and it could be multiple talents, and discover their passions, could be multiple passions. And I think this is extraordinarily important, because when you value, as an educator, when you also listen to your, you know, to the students in your class, no matter the age, you know, listen to them and listen to what is important, they will take that with them as they grow up, and as they might become, you know, great dancers or great, you know, poetry writers or great engineers or great whatever it is that they want to pursue. But they will have been in a system where people show that your ideas matter, that your feelings matter, and that you can actually, you know, do something with them. And I think that's why I think creativity is as important as literacy. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you both. Now, so Ken said, you know, in terms of all of us, you know, young people themselves, their parents, educators, are all working with certain kinds of jurisdictions, with restrictions anywhere they are in the world. And I think I love this phrase from Sir Ken saying, you know, sometimes you can forget all that because you are the system. When you're in front of that young person, having a conversation with them, you are the system. So for many people who perhaps don't have the same power, the same sort of self-belief that you both have in your work, what advice do you have for them if they feel restricted by the system they're working in? So let's go for you, Jigyasa, first.
Yeah. I think I completely believe and agree with what you quoted in Sir Ken Robinson saying about like the system beginning from us. I think individual changes lead to a lot of systemic changes when done in unison or when done with keeping the bigger picture in mind. And often the most important step is the next step. Which is what can you do from today onwards, or what you could do from tomorrow onwards, um, to change something um, that you feel needs to change. So that's one part of it, which is like really looking at what is in my locus of control, and then taking that one step to change that. The second is collaboration. I think bringing voices together. There are always so many people who believe in similar things, and our world really needs all of them to come together and make their voices heard. I think 100 has done a great job of bringing like-minded educators together and talk about creativity is as important as literacy. Like we've said the sentence so many times together, and it has a very different force when people come together to advocate for it. So like-minded people coming to advocate for something they deeply believe in is the second part.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Pete, this idea of the system and how people can work with it or beyond it.
Yeah, I mean, great thoughts, Jigyasa. I mean, and indeed, 100 is an incredible example of like-minded people that all want to somehow contribute to making education a bit of a better place, as making it a little bit better in the future, but and even today. But yeah, I think for me, it's about I see new types of schools popping up in different countries. I've been, fortunate to get to know some of them, and those are, I would say, always brilliant types of, schools doing things totally differently, which is brilliant. Yet, on the other hand, the reality is that the vast majority of children are still inside schools which are indeed part of a system which is rigid, which is everything Sir Ken talked about in his famous TED Talk. So yes, the system is sometimes limiting stuff, but I would say to people working in education that there's this one thing that I never believe in, and that is a one solution fits all. I don't think it exists, and so it means that as an educator, when you see some initiative out there, when you see another teacher doing the same kind of class that you're working in, but doing it a little bit differently, that might be inspiring to you, but it doesn't mean that if it works for that teacher, that it would work for you, or or even more, that it doesn't mean that something you do this year with the students in your class this year, that it will also work with the students next year in your class. I would say, for me, that's comforting. It's comforting that, as an educator, we look for our own voice in how to do things differently within the system. And so I would say, look for the boundaries of what's possible inside the system. Look for the boundaries and just look for something that makes you feel right, that you feel that is right, and that you see that it has impact on the students in your class. And for example, I think one of the typical examples to me is what we call project-based learning, as a great way of bringing in a project inside the rigid system, and all of a sudden you see that that some things actually can do work, even though it's totally different than just being in front of the classroom. So look for the boundaries and be confident that your own ideas as an educator also can work in your classroom, and that's perfect.
Wonderful. Thank you both so much for those answers. Now, this event is called Imagine If, and I see it as a sort of handing over of Sir Ken's legacy, after his life has passed on. And it's sort of taking ideas and words into actions, which you both are doing so brilliantly. What's your Imagine If, and how would you like it to come true in your lifetime? Jigyasa.
Right. I sort of
Big
have an
question.
Yeah.
great question. I think I would divide the imagine if into two parts, and only for like ease of remembering. The first is imagine if children's spirit were part of their learning, and imagine if all children had safe spaces to find their own voice. And I hope to do both by bringing creative artistic opportunities to children through our work. I really believe that the arts are not the frills. The arts are really, really one place where we can find our own humanity, where we can really engage our spirits in our own learning. It's really funny that, this idea of a child's spirit engaging in the learning process is such a radical one, while we're all human beings and it should have been something that's a given, but it's not. And at the same time, how might we create spaces where we get to listen to what is important to children, because they're not just our future but also our today, and they're going to be leaders not in the future. They should be leaders today. They should be able to have a say in how they learn. So that, yeah.
Jigesa, thank you so much. And there's such strong links between your work and Pete's. So Pete, over to you now. What's your imagine if, and how would you like it to come through true in your lifetime?
I would say, imagine if we would indeed, if we could create schools around the world where we would indeed listen to what the children are having as ideas and actually take them seriously. And with that, for example, I mean that I've seen education systems where, for example, what Sir Ken was also trying to reach out to, for example, like somebody who's having a talent for dancing, for writing poetry, for being a visual artist, and for others it would be being an engineer or being number crushing or whatever. But listen to their ideas of what it is that they want to do and value that. I've seen, for example, in schools, for example, also in the country where I live in, where if you would have, as a child, being in school and wanting to do, some artistic expression, the typical answer would be that's something great to do in an out of school program. So the signal that we're giving is like those kind of things we don't really value. They're not important. We don't value that. It's great. Do that on a Saturday, do it on a Sunday, but here in school we do the real stuff. And that is what I think we should leave behind. So this would be my sincere hope as my imagine if.
Both fantastic answers. In Sir Ken's words, to be creative, you have to actually do something. Jigasa in India with Slam Out Loud, thank you for all you're doing. Piet Grubben-Prez with My Machine in Belgium, thank you for all you're doing. I hope people have got many takeaways from today based on Sir Ken's words, based on your actions. Thank you, 100. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Saku. And of course, thank you, Sir Ken Robinson.
Indian nomenclature, finding out numerous words from Hindu literature, is just like those beautiful but unreal flowers that are just for display. They named their daughter Richa but never allowed her to wish for education. They called their wife Virangana but always forced her to be on her knees. Durga always has to be silent and polite in front of her husband. Kalpana is never allowed to imagine a comfortable life. Prerna is not allowed to express her inspiration, and Sapna has to quit her dream to prove the world that she is a good mother. Adarsh is never taught to respect his wife's ambition. And Saraswati never gets to see a school. It is just making others fool. The people who are named after flowers never get to bloom. And I am named Muskan, but whenever I'm forbidden to go out alone, it feels like a pure shame. A pure shame that I have a bright smile.
It's an honor tonight, today, being with all of you to talk about someone who's very, very close to our heart and to mine. I met the great Sir Ken many, many, many years ago. I was at TED. It was when he did that very, very famous talk that just blew my mind. And I never thought I would get to know him at that point, because he became kind of this icon to me, because he was speaking to me, aside from the fact that I was creating a program for children at that time, so they could be happier, freer in the classroom, healthier, an ability to do something where there was no really wrong answer, because I was seeing the children's distress, their silent distress, their anxiety. I was looking at the suicide rates. It was all too much for me, the sadness, the fear, the anxiety that was going on in school and with our little ones. But then when I met him and I sat and I listened to him, it changed so much of my life, because when he speaks about creativity and he speaks about the classroom, I was one of those little girls. I didn't do well in school. I was a ballet dancer, but I remember certain things, like my mom, wondered why I didn't have a reading book when I was in second grade. And my boyfriend, who was then my best friend, we walked home from school together, and my mother said, "Why doesn't Goldie have a reading book?" And he said, "Oh, because she's too dumb." And so my mom said to me, what is the purple balls, Goldie? I said, "Oh, I'm the only one in it." And I thought it was a really good thing to be the only one in it. But actually, I was the worst reader in the class. And then when they asked me to draw and color, I colored all the fruit yellow. The apple was red and so forth. But they asked me why I did that. And I remember saying, because I like yellow. So I realized that going through school, I didn't think that I was very smart, but I knew how to dance. And I had support there. But what about all the other children that don't have that, that actually can become something in their lifetime when they actually are given the okay to be odd or different or creative, instead of not so good at math? Does that really mean that your life is going to be terrible? When I'm hearing all of this, I thought, I want to know this man. I want him to be my friend. And he became my friend. And we would have dinner together. We would have cocktails together with Terry. He moved and lived right down the street from me. And I learned what kind of a man he was, not just what kind of a genius he was. Not the fact that he lived and spoke and so forth outside the box. He was a great man. He cared very much. He was extraordinarily funny and a great human who spent his whole life looking after those of us who were different, and those of us who actually did pretty darn well in life. So his world of educating, of making people laugh through his deep, deep wisdom and his goodness, has been not just his legacy, but anyone who will come in contact with Ken, they too will become elevated by his words, by his heart, by his wisdom. And if only we would be able to have this kind of mindset in our education system globally, we would have a much peaceful world, more peaceful, happier world. And we would have ingenuity. And it wouldn't just be rote learning. It would be creative, innovative. And these are the people outside the box that sometimes change the world. So when I think of Ken, I think of all the things that I wish that we could continue to do. I dream about that. But the one thing that I do know is that he inspired me, not just as a friendship, but he inspired me as a tenacious, never giving up human. Never give up. That we want our children to be educated completely, the whole child. Not just to gain grades, but to gain wisdom, fearlessness, an ability to not be afraid to fail. Because failure is really important. We can't protect our children from that. We're not giving them the opportunity to grow or to even understand how to get better. And it's okay to fail. It's how we learn. So this tenacity of spirit will live on as long as I live. And hopefully we all will have some impact for all of our children everywhere to have the opportunity to discover all the aspects of who they are and be able to list the good things about them, to look at who they are and honor the good things about them so they can move on in the world, be a part of the world, and not be rejected because the greatest school didn't want them. Life is the greatest school. And the ability to feel free and open and trustful that what they think and what they can do might be different. So I honor Sir Ken Robinson. I honor his beloved family. And I love that we're all together. I will always follow his dream. Imagine if. Thank you.
Welcome everybody to Imagine If Week. I'm Dido Bala, Director of Educational Innovation and Partnership at MindUp, and I am so happy to have a global panel. We have Narita, who's all the way from Amman, Jordan. We have Cheryl, who's all the way in the Northern Territories in Australia. We have David here in Florida, Miami, and I'm also in Florida. But I'm really happy to have these people together because one thing we know from Sir Ken Robinson is he's always said, use your imagination, lean into your imagination, lead with your imagination. And so since we are here today and we are able to be together through Zoom because of the pandemic, we just wonder, what if we reimagine education? What would it look like? What could it look like if instead of waiting for the next pandemic, we actually said, today, right now, let's get these brilliant minds and get them together to just think and talk and mind jam about what I think education might be like. And that's what we're talking about today. So right away, I'm gonna just ask, when you think about imagine if and what education could be like, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? And anybody just jump in.
Could be a mix of all the experience that we've been through during this pandemic, along with what we have been doing for the past years as educators. I think reimagining the educational system, as you said, that I think should be an educational system that is more equitable and more resilient, definitely.
And I think it's given us the real freedom to put well-being at the front of the conversation. You know, we've got decades of research showing how important it is, how it's important for our mental health and academic outcomes, but it's still, you know, in conversations in schools, it's still, yep, we've got so many other things that kind of get in the way. And now we've suddenly got this freedom to go, yep, it's okay to make well-being really important. And to have it present in our school. It's now just everyone's conversation, and it's everybody's job. It's not just the wellbeing officer. It's not just the counsellor who comes in maybe on a Friday afternoon delivering something. It's actually everybody's job.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal that word. I'm gonna borrow it, the word freedom. I think when I imagine a perfect education system, or I imagine an education system that serves boys and girls across the board equitably, I imagine an education system that allows the child to be more free. I think, very often in a lot of circumstances, children they don't get to express or explore their true talents and interests within school, because it's just so, here's a box, here's a box, here's a box. And then when they get lost in trying to fit into binaries, and they can't really discover, right, this is who I want to be, this is what I want to do. So I imagine an education system that caters to the freedom and the innocence of a child.
I'm just taking it in. I'm taking it in because that idea of boxes, right? And we teach kids that somehow there's one box that's yours, and then they start believing that once you fit into that one box, you can't even look on the right side to the other box. But if the kid is like, I don't know, but I kind of like that too, then they start to wonder, well, does that mean I need to abandon this one and go into that one? What do you guys think about that concept?
It's scary. It's scary because I think like it turns them into robots. And when they attempt to subscribe to that one binary, or they start chasing that one thing, and they realize, hey, like you said, there's a box here, there's a box here, there's a box here, and somebody's pulling them in like, no. Don't look at those two boxes. Stay right here, go to college, get out, don't come back to your neighborhood. For me, at least, those are things that I heard coming up in public education here in Miami. But I was interested in so many different things, and sometimes I sit back and I wonder, what if I didn't subscribe to one thing? What if I didn't subscribe to the thoughts of one person, and I actually tried every single box, and then I created a new box that was more fulfilling?
Yeah, I agree with you, David. Yeah, definitely. So we're just limiting our kids just not to think in any other way, just one way. It's always one way, one direction. We're not actually giving them the space to explore, to come up with their own, let's say, path, or with their own way to carry on and try and experiment things, and then move on. It's okay to fall. It's okay to move back. Yet you have to just keep on trying and move forward. Instead of doing that, we're actually just limiting them. You have to go from point 1 all the way to point B, and then to point C, and then voila, that's it. That's your way. And it is scary.
Let's dream then. Let's dream. I just read a quote on the website, right? Like, imagine if we value dancing as much as math, for example. Let's actually dream. Think about the actual classroom. What are some dreams that we could have that you would want to see the education system take on? Is it something like as simple as let every child discover who they are, and then once we see who they are, let's lean into that to educate them, for example? Or is it let's make it okay to try multiple things, and then once you see the one that makes sense, you pursue that? If you change your mind, it's okay. Like, what concretely, what do you think you could dream of that can transform your classroom? Let's go there.
I think it's exciting when students get a choice. And I think when you talk about boxes and all of that, they're not getting necessarily a choice in their education. And, you know, in Australia, we had this big survey, and it was like 30% of children felt that they didn't have a choice in their education. And it's such a big part of their day, every day. If they could just have a choice and a say in how they're being educated, I think that would be amazing, because then they're leading their education and we're just on the journey with them and supporting them in the direction that they want to go.
I think as a teacher, if I dream of something, I'd actually dream of how to be able to have my own space as an educator and bond with my students I know that as teachers, we do have a scope and sequence that we need to cover and subjects that we need to go over. Yet at the same time, I do feel the necessity of spending this kind of time optimizing the mental health of my students, having the space, enough space that I need to teach them skills, teach them approaches, to help them become, to help them have this kind of mind-body connection, become more aware of themselves, their emotions. You know what's so sad about our students? I teach primary, and it's so hard to see our students in their age. They do not know how to express themselves. They don't know how to communicate their feelings. It's just like they burst into tantrums, and that's it. So having the space that I dream of as an educator, in terms of just me as a teacher, I teach students, I don't teach subjects only, you know? So I just want to teach them. I just want to be with them, bond with them, help them become a better version of themselves, try to navigate through themselves, their feelings and emotions, try to control the way they respond, instead of reacting to any situation, any negative situation that they come across maybe, or they face in their life. I just dream of an educational system that would give us an opportunity as educators to actually have a magic wand and change the lives of those students, not only focusing on the academics. I know the academics are important, of course. However, it is actually now the time to chart a new vision when we're talking about education, to shed a lot of light on the well-being, on their emotions, on their skills that they need to adopt now, so that it could help them when they grow up.
Yeah, that was a very solid answer, both of them. I would imagine the education system for Miami. I think all over. I think we all face very similar problems. But I'm thinking about a place that when we think about the learner, right? We think about the learner first before we think about the state, or before we think about what we can get out of this child, as if it should be transactional, because it shouldn't. I'm imagining a system that isn't based on memorization, or isn't based on standardized tests, or one that puts the student at the forefront of what we do. I think students, by the time they get to high school, I taught at the high school level and the middle school level, by the time they get up to high school, they become so mechanical, where in the classroom, they can only think about one thing, and that one thing is, I have to pass the test. And it directly isolates so many other students who for years have been failing the same tests over and over and over again. So these students who fail over and over and over again, by the time they get to their last chance, essentially, they've already given up inside. So I would imagine a system where, yes, we have some sort of way to measure a child's aptitude, but one that doesn't weigh so heavily on the child's future, one that doesn't weigh so heavily on the child's ability to get out of the school and into something that they really want to do and something that they really enjoy. And I think if students knew how to learn at an early level, then a lot of things change in the classroom as they move through levels. Students, I tell my students all the time, like, before we talk about material, let's talk about how we should learn and internalize this information before you think about regurgitating it back to me. Because I know you can repeat what I just said. I know you can remember 10 topics that we just talked about. But what does it mean to feel what you're using and then use that in your daily real world lives and conversations? And what I'm saying is, a lot of kids, they get it in the class because they have to apply it to a test. But when it's time to actually talk about it, or when it's time to apply it, or when it's time to share it, very often they can't do it because they haven't taken the steps to internalize it on the inside and come up with their own language to give it back to their peers or even to me.
And I think about that because, look, and I'm curious, this is actually a question. Since last year when the pandemic started, I imagine from what I have heard from teachers that I've trained that things have not been normal in the classroom. So there's a gap that is being created because the usual standards, it's a little difficult, a lot more difficult to actually even attempt to meet them during the pandemic. Because look, if a kid doesn't know if they are going to have access to a good computer to get on Zoom to be in class, do you really think that what they're going to care about is mastering the standard of identifying a main idea in a text? I don't think so. If a kid has anxiety for having to break the routine that they were used to, the last thing they care about is meeting some standard that don't have nothing to do with that. So I'm just curious, since there's been this gap, what do we replace that with? Like if on a typical day, back in Australia for you, in Jordan, here in Miami, if on a typical day you were supposed to teach these objectives, since those objectives kind of had to kind of take the back burner a little bit by default, like they had to, because we're dealing with a pandemic, what's replacing that? Because I think that is an opportunity to find things that matter more, which is everything you've talked about, everything that matters more, and actually make that what the new standards are. That's just me dreaming again. So I just wonder, in your context, how did you deal with that shift? And is there really an opportunity to actually change things because the pandemic has changed the way the system works?
As a startup, it was really challenging at the beginning when we started with online learning. It wasn't easy on us as adults. How about kids? Us adapting to the new scenario or the new situation when it comes to learning, it wasn't really that easy. However, I always thought about one thing. It's that teachers are the ones that create a difference in their students' lives. It's not actually the classroom. It's not the setting. It's not the classroom. Whether we're talking about a classroom that is a physical, an actual classroom, or a virtual one. So I kept on reminding myself with the fact that it's me who is creating the difference in their lives. So they should see me modeling the resilience and modeling me coping with the new situation, so they can actually adapt faster and they can actually come along the way faster with me. So I do believe that teachers, as a human factor, when it comes to education, they're the key factor. They're the key player. I do understand that despite the fact that technology and its greater use nowadays is actually maybe more, let's say, inevitable. However, you can never replace a great teacher. That's a fact. And I think everyone around the world has came to an agreement, or they have realized the importance of having teachers, because again, I'm going to repeat, we do not teach subjects, we do teach students. So to me, modeling it to my students, the resilience and trying to cope with the change, trying to overcome my stress, to let it out, actually helped me a lot to build a solid ground for my students to start accepting the idea of learning online or virtually.
Yeah, there's this expectation that even though we've left traditional schooling, there should still be traditional things happening in the classroom, and very often, like you said, that's super hard considering that students are going through things in their lives. So not only does the pandemic affect us as teachers, the pandemic affects them as learners. But I do think what's important is, I guess, that emotional intelligence piece, being able to know your students and being able to pay attention to those cues that this student is slowly burning out. So when we have this expectation that a student, especially in Miami, a student should still have 6, 7, or 8 classes a day virtually in front of a camera. Meanwhile, there's all types of things going on in their environment at home. I think it disrupts the learning process, because now it's not about paying attention to the teacher. It's not about paying attention to the content. It's not about paying attention to the subject. It's more about, can I make it to that 55-minute? Can I make it to the 60-minute? Can I make it to the 90-minute block on this computer just so I can keep moving on. But if we pay attention to the emotional side of it and we notice those cues and we're like, you know what, maybe we need to reduce the amount of classes, reduce the amount of time the student is on Zoom, incorporate more activities where students are taking breaks, students are being able to express the way they feel, right? So that we can get back into the actual content. But I think to say, hey, open your brain and let me shove all this information, let me shove all this content inside of you, to me is just absurd that there are systems who are like, no, it doesn't matter if you're on Zoom. It doesn't matter what this child is going through at home. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we have one thing we need to do, and that's hit those standards. Let's move forward so we can go ahead and take this state test, so we can go ahead and continue to do traditional things when there's nothing traditional about what we're seeing. Is we have an opportunity to create something new, to imagine something new, but we got to throw away the old stuff and lean closer to, like you said, teaching students.
And I guess we had a very different situation, especially here in the Northern Territory, because we didn't go online. We were in this like little bubble because we didn't have any community transmission in the Northern Territory. We were very, very blessed. Students went home for a couple of days towards the end of term one, around April, but didn't actually fully go online. And then so everything just went kind of back to normal, but not so normal. Because in our remote communities, where a lot of our schools are also, they were in a biosecurity lockdown. So staff that were used to being able to go home for the holidays to see their family were locked into the community basically for months at a time. So what came out of that was that relationships and connections within those communities became so important, where teachers would normally go into town on a weekend or on the holidays. They were in with the local teaching staff and the local community people. So the community people would invite them out to, show them their country and participate in cultural activities that didn't happen or may not have happened as often without that. So there was all this stress for teachers, but different to other parts of the world, but still everybody sort of supported each other, and different events and connections, I guess, and things that would promote their team building and all of that sort of thing happened that weren't happening before the pandemic.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing then is, so from the reader's point about a teacher, I mean, you can't replace a teacher. That and you know how I knew that? When people felt like it was possible that schools were actually going to close 100% and everybody panicked. That's when the world realized, oh no, we actually can't do it without you guys. It's like, no way, we have to figure something out. It doesn't matter if it's virtual, in person, hybrid, something in the middle. We need to figure this out because we need you. So that was the first realization. And then to further your point, that one individual, the teacher, you have so much power every single day. Those kids look up to you in a way that you will never understand. If you think about mirror neurons, those kids' brains are wired to look at you and mimic the way you deal with stress, mimic the way you learn, the way you communicate. I mean, you're so powerful. And for you to realize that you are a human being, and the more they see you as a human being, the better it is. That's an awesome realization. So for me, even though the pandemic is what shed light on that, that's a good thing. From that to David's point about redefining what the standards are, you can't assume that just because we are still in school, that school can continue to be what it used to be. It really can't, right? Something as simple as, think about it, 5 classes back to back to back, or 6 on the computer. I mean, that can't be healthy. That can't be healthy for anyone, especially not for a kid. So it's time for us to reimagine what things should look like. And I have the sun coming in. It makes it look like I'm coming from the sky, from the clouds. a little bit here. So it's a little better. So reimagining those standards to fit what the world actually is now. And then you go into the relationships that Cheryl's talking about. If you don't have that human connection, learning is going to be difficult. Like, right? We know that you are teaching people and you are a person. So what I want to close with is, we're in different continents, and yet we find a clear common ground in what we think education can do better. To me, this is dreaming, but it's possible. Because I think as we move forward in this system, we realize that it doesn't matter where you are geographically. If we think the same way and we get together, we can change things. We can change things. We have similar problems. Like, who would have thought that Miami and Amman would have similar problems in education? But yet here we are. So I think that this is a charge that we can take and lead and continue, not just through conversations, but every now and then gather people from different places around the world and dream this way, because the more we do it, the more we come up with actual plans that can actually make the education system better. So for me, this imagine if it's not just a dream, it's actually possible. And as a last point, I just wonder, how possible do you think all these things are? Are we just dreaming, or is there an actual way, you think, to make some of these ideas come true?
Dido, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. So let us just dream, and eventually the future will belong to us, Dido, I think. We'll eventually be able to figure out a way, I'm sure. As passionate educators, as passionate people with a beautiful soul, we're looking towards a change, a brighter, let's say, future for the kids that we teach. I am sure that we are going to make it happen sooner or later. So let us just believe in our dreams.
And I think again, this will sort of give us the freedom to maybe re-look at how education of teachers is, where well-being becomes a bigger part of that. It's not just about when you go to university, you learn how to teach a child how to read, how to teach maths, early years, or the high school subjects, where well-being, I can see there's a reality that may be a real focus in the university teaching, that then we're not waiting till they get to the school and then, you know, they're talking to the counselor or someone about, okay, my students have some problems. They're already armed with some tools to address that and build and really teach the whole child, rather than, like we say, you know, we're not there to teach subjects, it's teaching the whole child. And I think if we're starting at the university level for that education, then yeah, it's really possible, and we can certainly be optimistic about that.
I agree. I wish I could just say I agree and then bow out. I think those are, yeah, I agree 100%. I think the power is in the people, and I think at the end of the day, if our mind can conceive it, then 100% is something that can be done. And I think it's just being brave enough to challenge those systems that are put in place. But there are ideas, there are thoughts, there are so many things out there in the community that we should just be considering. There should be conversations. There should be more events like this, where those people who are in power are listening. They're listening closely. They're listening to engage. They're listening to change. But I 100% think that because we all have these ideas of a better education system, we all have these ideas, we have these visions of what it looks like. When we imagine, you see a very clear image. Right? It's not a murky image, or it's not distorted. You see an end goal. You've already painted a complete picture. And I think if more of us can get together and imagine and show our complete picture, we'll realize that we have a lot more things in common than we think we do. So we should all just imagine together.
Love it. One of my favorite quotes from Sir Ken Robinson is, "You are the system. So if you want to change the system, change yourself." So we are doing our part in changing ourselves. We invite more of you guys to look into changing yourself so we can make the system better for the kids and keep dreaming. Thank you guys. This has been amazing.
Hello everyone. I am Yaakov Echt.
I'm Shirley.
And in 1987, I was founded
34 years ago.
The Democratic School in Hadera, and then we built an international conference that we call it IDEC, International Democratic Education Conference, and that conference began to go all over the world, and today we have more than 3,000 democratic schools all over the world.
We don't have.
Yeah.
They exist. We
We
don't have them.
Yeah. We build a movement that every school is independent, and we make connection together. In 2012, I met the first time Ken Robinson, and I think from the first meeting, we become a good friend. We decide to meet together, and we met together, Shirley and me and Ken. It was like traditional meeting, and in this meeting, most of the time we tell him what I am doing in different places around the world, and he share with us what he is doing. And it was like a celebration that we wait to this meeting all the time.
I think he was a great storyteller, but even more so, he was a great listener. It was amazing, his ability to tell stories which are always so smart and interesting and funny, and also to listen so carefully and to ask questions and give us the feeling that this is the most important thing. It was
that also it's not was focusing about only what we are doing, but all the time
about our families as well.
The families was strong in our meeting.
Yes. Okay. I would also say that we heard so much his loss, his personal loss for us, but we also heard the world's loss. Wouldn't you say? He was one of the most brilliant and original voices in the world of education.
Yeah, and I think to the world of democratic education, it gives us opportunity to show what we are doing in different places in the world, and it was to us very unique and very important. And
I just want to say that although Sir Ken writes in his book Out of Our Minds that in order to go forward we should not look all the time in the rear view mirror. We have a big problem now. We keep looking back all the time, reliving our meetings. We can't help doing this, because I would say that talking with Sir Ken was for us like being in our element. This is exactly, I mean, if I would have to say how does it feel being in your element, talking to Sir Ken. That's
I feel all the time when we finish to talk with Ken, I feel full with energy that I can do everything that I want.
Yes. Okay, now to Imagine If.
Imagine If. So, as I said, we have 3,000 democratic schools in the world, and I thought that imagine if it will be 3 million democratic schools in the world. In our democratic school, we are not teaching democracy. We're living democracy. It's like you cannot teach swimming without swimming on land. So
you actually have to go in the water.
So in this case, we live democracy at school. And we think that this is very important. It's the missing piece of the big puzzle of democratic country. That a lot of countries adapt education system that was from the past, that prepare people to live in dictatorship. The democratic education say to prepare yourself to this world, you need to live democracy at school. And that's what we are doing. So imagine if all the school in the world will do it, or 3 million schools in the world will do it. Imagine. I feel it can be totally different world in this case.
I would just add that imagine if whenever we talk about democracy and how we want to promote democracy and make the whole world democratic, it would be very clear to everyone who talks about it that it all starts in education.
Yeah. So
I would also like to imagine that Sir Ken hears us now, and so to send him our love.
yeah.
Thank you.
Sir Ken Robinson, you will be our friend and love all our life. So thank you.
Thank you.
When Blue Man Group first started, we weren't a business, we weren't a company, we weren't a show, we were just a community of friends looking for something interesting to do. All we had was a character and a few principles that we shared, we talked about. We had no idea what we were going to do. We just knew that we were going to explore these ideas using this character. So one of the ideas was that we all could be creative. We needed that idea because we had gone through our educational experience thinking maybe we weren't creative. And then we got together and said, well, maybe that's not true. What if that isn't true?
It was a really important principle to start with, and it's influenced everything throughout our career, really.
Being creative wasn't necessarily confined to if you could mold clay or paint on a canvas or write music, you know, that anything that you did, that in the business setting you could be creative. Anything you bring your own creativity to in any discipline is an act of creativity.
And I think one thing that really led to is that there's no separation. There's a consciousness about the way you approach everything.
Our story is proof that Sir Ken Robinson is right. If ordinary people find their element, extraordinary things can happen. And there's actually a piece in our show that's a little bit of a metaphor for our journey to finding our element. There's one of the Blue Men plays around with making a painting, and he takes to it very quickly. The other Blue Man tries to follow the same path, and that doesn't quite work out for him as well. He struggles for a little while, just like we've struggled to find our own element. Some people are lucky and they want to be rocket scientists or cellists, and these are existing media. And for us, we wanted to be postmodern multimedia vaudevillians who create instruments and where does that job exist? You know, because if we could have found it, we would have signed up for that. We're always jealous of people who find their calling easily. Things just spin into place for them, kind of like the Blue Men on the left. We're more like the Blue Men on the right. We were confused by what life was throwing at us. How would we combine all of our different interests together into one art form? At a certain point, you just need to take the leap. No matter how ugly it is or how unlikely it may seem, you got to try to follow your creative instincts and not worry about what it looks like or how much money it's worth.
One thing that drew us together initially, even before there was a Blue Man, is that we were in our own ways disappointed with our educational experience. And that's one reason why we wanted to start a school. We wanted to create the kind of school that we would have loved to have gone to.
We wanted to make a school that either we wished we had gone to or that we fantasized would be the school for our children. And that's a school that had, as Sir Ken Robinson talks so much about, emphasizes creativity as much as any other subject, teaches kids a special way to treat one another, a socio-emotional learning, is a place where you don't lose your childlike exuberance, where you have such a zest for learning, a love of life all the way through, not having it educated out of you.
On a kind of metaphorical level, the traditional model of education is that children are freight cars and the school is a grain silo and it's just going to fill each kid up and then move them down the track. And we're interested in creating a launch pad where kids are the rockets, and we're just there trying to find the fuse.
We knew we wanted to create a school that a big part of it was actually teaching kids how they think, teaching them a level of self-awareness that we felt was missing from our educational experience.
I think it involves having the entire brain just really alive and exhilarated and tingling with life force. It seems to us that it makes sense, makes actual academic sense.
I feel like excited to like learn new stuff, just feel excited. I just get right to it.
It's such an open environment where people could thrive. And I think that creates the roots for great things to happen.
They look at you and find every single way you can be comfortable here.
I love it when I meet a teacher for the first time who really cares about the students and is unconditionally loving towards us.
And you feel more comfortable with asking questions and with getting help when they need it.
I want to be more educated for when I grow up. Same as well.
Thank you for joining us as we celebrate Sir Ken Robinson's support of the El Sistema vision and the programs that bring it to life. I leave you with my Imagine If. Imagine if there were El Sistema programs working together with teachers and students from different countries, growing together to make a better world. Thank you.
Sir Ken was passionate about empowering young people, about giving them a voice, respecting their views, and elevating their vision. The Conrad Challenge, founded by Nancy Conrad, does just that. It empowers students to identify relevant, real-world challenges that don't necessarily have a clear answer and work together to create innovative solutions. Here's a short video that showcases just how powerful their work is.
I have been working my whole life, really, in transforming the way kids learn. I had an incredible good fortune to be married to an extraordinary man who was brilliant, a visionary, humble, funny. He was also a young man who was thrown out of a very prestigious school in the 11th grade because he had a problem reading and spelling. And of course, back in that day, they didn't know what dyslexia was, and they thought he was stupid.
And that may have been a small one for Neil, but that's a long one for me.
He ended up flying 4 flights in space. We've got an aperture in the classroom that is focused on the wrong subject. And that subject is complacency, test-taking, measurement tools. And what it ignores is the power of these young minds to actually solve challenges.
The Conrad Challenge gives students this amazing ability to show their stuff. The students that tend to do our program are students that are somehow not quite satisfied with the education that they're currently getting. They want something more challenging, something that they direct.
I'd been in education for 20 years. I thought I had heard everything and heard every pitch, and hers was different. So I took it back to my team and encouraged them to invest in the Conrad Summit.
We moved the lens to the consumer of education. And who is the consumer of education? That would be the students.
There's nothing in the world like the Conrad Challenge, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And the reason I say that is because the emphasis in the Conrad Challenge is on the curiosity piece. The emphasis in the Conrad Challenge is about preparing you for being in a mindset to create, for being in a mindset to ask questions.
This setting, being here at the Kennedy Space Center, just sets the perfect setting. It's such an amazing environment of inspiration and awe, and it just sets the perfect tone for the presentations around transformation and change.
We love to create this artificial distinction between play and work.
Bro, this is so cool!
And I think it's far better to think of life as play, and actually the great super entrepreneurs are the same, you know, they play with stuff. Some would say it's naivety, but it's a conscious naivety that actually creates the future, right? JFK with his speech.
The way we grow our particular effort is very focused on community.
Good morning, everybody. Did you guys have fun last night?
Social impact, on learning how to learn and how to think, and designing their own future. Today is all about collaboration, storytelling,
They're getting their technical knowledge and their emotional intelligence that are both increasing together rather than having a really intelligent kid that no one wants to work with. So they're learning to work with others and solve problems while also highly increasing their technical knowledge.
When you bring a bunch of young people into the room that really look up and see just stars and don't see any limits, the kinds of solutions that you come up with are innovative, they're creative, they're out of the box, and they make you just sit back in the judge's seat and go, wow.
We know all the no's. The kids don't know the no's yet. So they're actually coming up with brilliant ideas that no one said no to yet. And we're certainly not going to say no. We're going to say, yeah, go for it.
Unlike any other extinguisher on the market today, SAFE utilizes sound waves to extinguish wildfires.
They come here having built convolutional neural networks. They come here having physical hardware prototypes that have actuators and move objects from one place to another.
We use AI with deep machine learning to optimize recycling.
They don't know that as 17-year-olds and 16-year-olds are not supposed to be doing the kinds of things that they're doing.
The Conrad Challenge for me was a transformational experience because it really served as the first step for me on my entrepreneurial journey. And the fact that I had it at the age of 17 was immensely valuable.
I'm a kid from South Korea, didn't really have too much of a background, taught myself English. The biggest takeaway that I had from Conrad wasn't the grand prize, but the amount of confidence that the competition gave me. The fact that people value my ideas when I was like 16 years old.
They're making you actually consider the market share and how are you going to market it and how are you going to sell it and who's going to buy it and is there really a place for it out there and how are you going to get investment? Yeah, because that's something that I had no clue about.
They're comfortable in their own skin. They have presentation skills. They know how to make videos. They know how to tell stories. They know how to sell.
We can have both femininity and coding smarts. That sets us apart from those other games.
In terms of real-world application, it's a lot bigger than just, I don't know, winning a prize or a medal or a trophy. Like, it's something substantial.
It's super inspiring just listening to all these young entrepreneurs talking about their new ideas, and I just feel so much more invigorated and excited to make a change in the world.
Sitting in that room, it's humbling and it is inspirational and helps me maintain an optimistic perspective. You can't help but feel like, we're gonna be okay, because the future's in the hands of some really capable young people.
What excites me is the just the deep thought that these kids put into it, and knowing that they're gonna be in the workforce soon, and I'll be one of my colleagues, and be able to work with a bunch of smart, passionate young folk.
This is unreal. This is so exciting, and I just can't wait to see where we take this.
Yeah, I think this is just the start for us, and I'm excited to see where we go.
I mean, the dream was to impact these kids for the rest of their lives.
Everyone from all over the world, and we all just united, and we all just felt this sense of connection with each other. I thought that was just such a unique experience.
Our company tagline is actually NLX Systems, and we say that we engineer beyond imagination. But actually, the Conrad Challenge is beyond imagination.
Every year, when I come to Summit, I just get this whole injection of hope, because these kids are really killing it, and it's exciting to me to see how it's evolved and what they've evolved into. It's just been extraordinary.
Hi, I'm Nancy Conrad, and I am the founder and the chairman of the Conrad Challenge and the Conrad Foundation. Of the nearly 8 billion people living on this planet, only 12 have seen Earth from the surface of the moon. And without exception, all who walked on the moon have commented that Earth looks like a beautiful blue and white marble suspended in a black velvet sky. And all of them have said there are no borders and there are no boundaries. My late husband, Pete Conrad, was the third man to walk on the moon. In 1969, Pete and his two best friends strapped in for their ultimate adventure, the launch aboard a Saturn V rocket for their journey to their landing site, the ocean of storms. The adventure was scary. It was exciting. It took tremendous interdependence, trust, dedication, courage, bravery, and it required discipline, training, resilience, and passion. It was the intersection of exponential technology and the most daring and extraordinary adventure humanity had ever dared to imagine. We created the Conrad Foundation and the Global Conrad Challenge to honor Pete's legacy of innovation, imagination, education, and entrepreneurship. Our competition invites teams of students from around the world to create commercially viable products to solve global and local challenges. Thousands of students from around the world have participated in the challenge. Now, the missions to the moon inspired generations to imagine, and like the lunar missions, Sir Ken Robinson invited us to imagine. He inspired us to work together in a journey of creativity. He personally inspired me, and he's inspired a generation to use their imagination. In tribute to our dear Sir Ken Robinson, who, like Pete, was a passionate and compassionate exemplar of courage, curiosity, and imagination, and whose birthday we honor today, let's imagine together. Imagine if today's youth could go beyond learning facts and figures and tune into and turn on to their innate creativity and genius by participating in designing the future. Imagine if youth could understand the bridge between knowing something and being able to do something with that knowledge. Imagine if youth could be dedicated to developing a gender, cultural, and racially diverse innovative workforce. Imagine if youth could work together across countries, genders, socioeconomic levels, and cultural differences. There is no better time than now to hit the reset button and to imagine how we can open our minds to seeing the world as the astronauts did, a world without borders and a world without boundaries. Thank you for the opportunity to honor Sir Ken, and thank you, Sir Ken, for inviting us all to imagine.
Hello and welcome to the Eden Project. In fact, to be exact, to the warm temperate or Mediterranean biome in Cornwall. And our link to the marvelous Sir Ken Robinson was that Ken was not only a great chum, but he was on the board of Eden Project International and was a huge inspiration to all of us. Now, as we come up to the celebration of the first anniversary of his birthday since his passing, a festival is taking place called Imagine If. And my contribution for Eden is going to be to give you the seeds of that which excites me in order for you to create a story for yourself. I don't want to tell you anything, I want to share my enthusiasm. So I want you to really concentrate hard. Badam. First up, in the evidence of your curiosity and mine, is a rock. So heavy, I'm finding it very difficult to hold right now. It weighs probably 2 or 3 times more than you imagine a rock of this size should be. It is a meteorite. This meteorite was hurtling through space before Earth was even formed. Its heavy content is iron, compressed unbelievably hard, and maybe life itself came to the solar system through one of these, but that's immaterial really. You can hand this to a person whose only interest is beer, and you say, this is older than our planet, and they will hold it in their hands, and they will feel, maybe sometimes for the first time, that which you and I call awe. A-W-E. Isn't it interesting how when you go to a museum and there are thousands of meteorites, no one is interested in them? However, give somebody one to hold and it's in their hands and it speaks to you. The next thing that I'm going to help speak is this. Look at this beautiful thing. Do you know what that is? It's very silky. It's very sharp. It's 5 million years old, and it is the tooth of a megalodon, a descendant of the great white shark. These teeth were used for ripping up big dinosaurs. The shark, at 80 feet long, was incredibly voracious. I've got to tell you where I got this. While I talk, imagine how much you would pay to have in your hand something so magnificent. What do you reckon? A few £1,000s? Pretty rare, 5 million years old. Look at that dentine coming through there. It's actually, it cost me £97 and 20 pence. And I bought it on a very narrow medieval road coming down from the cathedral in Lincoln. And there was a shop no more than 2 people wide with a piece of dirty glass and a very narrow door. And I went in, and inside was a man with long blonde hair down to the back of his knees, very bad teeth, and pebble dash guitar. I was going to say pebble dash, pebble glasses. And there was a glass cabinet covered in cobwebs, inside which were 5 of these teeth. He showed no interest in me. He sold me the tooth. We didn't exchange words, and I left. I will never forget it. It was a Dickens-type moment. Now, what I'm about to show you here, look at that. It looks like the top, doesn't it, of a bun of some kind, a burger top. It is solid tin. And this is dated to about 3,500 years before today. When I tell you what it is, you'll find it quite extraordinary. It is a tin ingot found in the waters off Charlestown Harbour in Cornwall, and it came on a shipwreck which we've only recently found, which was being sailed by the Phoenicians, the people who lived on the Levant, the Levantine coast being the modern Lebanon, and they were coming here for the finest tin in the world. Now go back to 1200 BC, yeah? Just imagine that time. What was it called? It was called the Bronze Age. It was the dawn of the Bronze Age. It was the time of the great civilizations that have so fired our imagination. The Mycenaeans, you know, the gold masks of Agamemnon, all that sort of stuff. It's the time of the Odyssey. It's the time of the Iliad. It's the time of the great Minoan kingdom on Crete with its capital at Knossos. It's the time of Troy, the Trojan War. They needed tin to go with their copper, to forge together, to make that bronze, to make the weaponry that so shaped the empires of the time. Now look at it again. A simple tin ingot for which people have sailed through very perilous seas, thousands of miles from their home in order to get it, to advance their warfare as a very, very valuable thing. Just imagine how really scary it must have been to be coming into the English Channel amongst all those strangers and all the risks, and then having to go back. And then, from very nearly that same part of the world, look at this, it's a box. It's an ordinary box, isn't it? It's actually Ottoman, the old Turkish Empire. But inside it, ladies and gentlemen, is something extraordinary. Another one of my treasures from my personal museum. Look at it, it looks as if it's got some, I don't know, what do you call it, a function of perfumery maybe, or some unction or unguent. No. You filled this with niter, and then you put a cotton wad that came out of here and you lit it. Then you put it into a sling and you went like this, and you let it go. And it's made of ceramic, and it would hit the side of a ship, explode into 1,000 bits, and the niter would then touch the fuse, and it was like napalm. Exported in quantity by the Greeks to the Saracens, who were the defenders of what the Crusaders called the Holy Land. And this was aimed at a Crusaders' boat in the harbour at Tyre and missed. And it was found by a friend of mine diving in that harbour, and here it is, in a box. We've gone through virtually all existence to the present day, and before you, ladies and gentlemen, a treasure, a marvellousness. Do you know what this is? I'm just going to show you very slowly what this is. I saw it being made. You have no idea, have you? But you're looking at it quite closely, though. When I saw it first, it was in the mouths of two creatures, one on this end, one on that end. Two beavers were chewing down a sycamore twig, a branch, and they suddenly came snout to snout when they got here, and they went, ah, and backed off. These beavers were in a pond in the west of England, in Cornwall, in Laddock, where we've been reintroducing, rewilding beavers. So, my Imagine If challenge to all of you is think for a moment about a rock that was hurtling around before Earth was formed. Think of a megalodon tooth, of a giant dinosaur eating 80-foot-long shark. Think of an ingot of tin that inspired men predominantly to go halfway across their world in order to create a material, to find a material that could be forged into weapons to create empires. Then later on, another type of battle. This is a hand grenade which was there to repel the Christian crusaders from the Saracen lands of what they called the Holy Land, of what the Crusaders called the Holy Land. And we finish with humans trying to reintroduce nature to a place from which they had dispatched it earlier. That is your story. It is this that should fire your imagination and come back to our beloved friend Ken's contention that humans are the only creatures that have the power of the imagination in which to create futures that they imagine for themselves. So go imagine, go think, go dream, and imagine that the future really is ours still to make, if only we could make our imagination much, much bigger. Rest in peace, Ken. All of us on this show, we love you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name's Andrew Amundsen, and I'm joining you today from Berlin. On this occasion, I want to dedicate a tree to Sir Ken Robinson. Well, actually, it's more like 1,000 trees, or better yet, a forest. I've been inspired by Sir Ken's provocation to reevaluate what type of normal we want to return to and reimagine the aspects of our lives that we take for granted by finishing the sentence, imagine if. So, imagine if you're standing under a magnificent tree, beautifully decorated in your city center or Christmas market. And then you take a closer look and you realize it hasn't been cut down, but that it's full of life. This is the imagine if of the living tree, a scalable Christmas tree for public spaces made up of smaller potted trees that are then planted after the holiday, taking a familiar form and filling it with new meaning. Together with Forest of Imagination and students from Bath School of Design, we've been using Imagine If as a tool for playful design thinking and how we could bring life to the living tree year-round. We met in a virtual forest to share our ideas. That's wonderful. You want to pass it on to someone else to share?
Yeah, I'll pass it on to Maggie. Imagine if we could create a space in Bath.
Imagine if the tree could change its shape and its structure.
Imagine if there was the most incredible sensory, real and imagined space that drew on all of the senses and also brought in some sensory tech, so you were in an immersive environment where you could feel the raindrops.
And we developed these ideas further using new, creative, and collaborative online spaces.
And getting people emotionally invested. And almost like if you created an installation at home with your kids or as a family, sponsor like a section of the tree, a community project.
Imagine if a Christmas tree wasn't just for Christmas, but for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Up all year round. Imagine if it was a habitat for local wildlife and insects, growing native wildflowers and plants, attracting bees and butterflies.
So today, in honor of Sir Ken Robinson's life and work, I want to dedicate the proposed living tree for the city of Bath in his name, and Imagine If. Thank you.
Just a few short months ago, we at the Call to Unite sent out a missive
to our dream guest to join us for a 24-hour streamathon, the call to unite voices from around the world. And we aspired, perhaps above our pay grade, to hope that Sir Ken Robinson would join us. And we got back the message that he would. As it turned out, Sir Ken's contribution to the call to unite was in some ways his last public statement. And so we treasure it deeply. We will bring his words to the printed page in a new book, The Call to Unite, coming out very soon. And we invite you to join us in remembering his words through this book and through his many, many dozens, if not hundreds, of online appearances where we can hear his voice over and over again, as it did at the end, remind us we need a new normal. Do not accept the status quo. Do not assent to the idea that we are limited by industrial models, by ways of conformity, by constriction, that creativity, that the new, that the possible, is actually our life's purpose. Over and over in my career, Sir Ken reminded me to be creative, to take a chance on the new, to imagine if it were really true that we all did have the seed of divine creativity within us. Imagine if, you ask us, imagine if Anne Frank was right, that everybody really is good at heart. Imagine if our way of interacting was grounded in creativity and not conformity. Imagine if we thought of ourselves as a we and not just an individual me. Imagine if we saw each other as the means to our most sacred purpose. Imagine if every day we woke up believing again and again that there was the possibility in each of us of a connection to the whole. For all of us at the Call to Unite, we thank Sir Ken Robinson. For me personally, as a lifetime educator, I thank Sir Ken Robinson. And as he now watches us from another dimension, shares in this celebration from another dimension, I imagine if we were listening to him still. And then we would be able to create the new normal that he so deeply believed in, so passionately cheered for, and even now, so hopefully embodies. Thank you, Sir Ken.
Hello. It's a great privilege to be part of this global conversation and a considerable honour. All over the world, people are trying to figure out how to come to terms with the pandemic and what comes next. Like everybody else, we're in lockdown, in our case in London, trying to persuade ourselves that we're going to get round to all those things that time previously didn't allow us to get round to, and do something productive and worthwhile. And of course, what we're really doing most of the time is contributing to the stock price of Netflix. But even so, we are trying to look ahead, as everybody is, to a time when we might get back to normal. The question really is, what type of normal do we want to get back to? And is it the normal that we've left behind us? I think it shouldn't be, and I'm sure I'm not alone in thinking that. There are all kinds of reasons for saying this, and I want to talk a little bit about education. This has been a huge shift for families, for children, and for educators all around the world. It's the first time in literally hundreds of years that the whole education systems have just been turned off effectively. The treadmill has stopped and children have been at home with their parents, with their relatives, whatever the situation is, trying to come to terms with how to carry on learning in this new situation. Well, I think there are all kinds of lessons that we should learn from this as we look ahead to getting back to normal. But let me just say a word or two about the pandemic, because this is, I think, very relevant to the bigger issues that we are going to face. You know, whatever else we might say about the pandemic, I think we have to recognise that this is largely of our own making. What I mean by that is that humanity, if I can speak of us collectively, has created all kinds of conditions which are, frankly, hostile to our best interests. You know, I've long felt that we're facing two major climate crises. There is a climate crisis which is enveloping all of us, and it was there before this pandemic hit us. The pandemic, frankly, is part of it, and it's still there, waiting to be dealt with. But there's also been a long-term crisis in our ways of life, in the lack of fulfillment many people feel, in the tensions, the stresses, the anxieties. And all of this, I think, is related to our neglect of our relationship with the natural world, with nature, with the other creatures we share this planet with, and with the ecosystems that we depend upon. Now, look, there's a connection here in the way we've come to think about education. Let me put it this way. Most mass systems of education came into being in the 18th century, and they're mostly based on the process of industrialism. Now, there's an interesting parallel here, which is that the Industrial Revolution changed everything, of course, in the way that human beings conduct our lives. We often talk about the need to save the planet. I mean, I don't know if you do. I often talk about it anyway. But many people do. People say, we have to solve the climate crisis and save the planet. Honestly, I feel fairly relaxed about this. I think the planet's going to be fine. We may not make it, but the planet will be great. The Earth has been around, as far as we can tell, for 4.5 billion years. Human beings like us have been around for about 200,000 years. Now, I know that's a hard figure to visualize, but one way of thinking about it is this, that if you were to think of the whole history of the Earth as 1 year, human beings showed up at less than a minute to midnight on the 31st of December. Now, the dinosaurs lasted, as far as we know, 30 million years. And we've managed in the space of just a few hundred to create circumstances which are now inimical very often to our own flourishing. And I think I know why it is. Lots of people do know why it is. But let me just say why I think it's important to see the parallels with education, how we have created our human communities. The Industrial Revolution brought about massive changes in manufacturing, in technology, and created the modern world that we now live in. As part of that, the Industrial Revolution ran through agriculture. And it did that in three ways. One was mechanization. So for the first time, it was possible to plow huge tracts of lands with mechanical diggers and harrows and plows and create massive monocultures, bananas as far as the eye could see. I mean, not in England as it turns out, but cabbages as far as you could see, great monocultures. So there was a great hit on diversity at that point. Secondly, there was a big emphasis on fertilizers, chemical fertilizers. And the reason is that in industrial farming processes, the emphasis is on increasing output, more of everything, bigger everything. And fertilizers managed to achieve that with fantastic success, by the way. The result of that is that we have huge surpluses very often, unevenly distributed. It's one of the great ironies of life on Earth, that we have huge mountains of food that we're throwing away, while whole tracts of the population are living in poverty and starving. But that's an issue also that we don't want to get back to normal about, I'm sure. But there's a third element to this, which was, having created these huge monocultures, the plants that were there often lacked the natural protection that comes from diversity in natural systems. And so it was important, or necessary at any rate, to protect them with chemical pesticides. And the result of that was the devastation of insect life, among others, and all the life forms that depend upon it in the food chain, birds and so on, small animals. It gave rise to Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. Now, the thing is, all this has been, from one point of view, a vast success. But it's also been a catastrophic failure because these systems are simply not sustainable. And let me tell you one reason why that's true. Industrial farming has been focused primarily on output, on yield, more, bigger, better. And the focus, if you look at crops, has been on the plant. Now, that may seem obvious in a way, but the result of it has been that soils have been eroded and degraded all around the planet. We all depend on this very thin smear of soil that only covers part of the earth for everything that grows. And those have been pretty badly degraded. We see them being washed away with polluted water cycles, oceans. Well, you know the story. The thing is that there are alternatives to these industrial systems. They're variously called organic and sustainable farming, but there's a big difference. In these systems, there's an emphasis on diversity, on crops being grown in close proximity, so they create their own natural protectedness. They create conditions where insects and the wildlife that depends upon them flourishes. They have natural hedgerows and so on, natural crop rotation cycles. But the big difference is that in sustainable versions of farming, the emphasis is not on the plant, it's on the soil. Sustainable farmers know we have to get the soil right. And if we get the soil right through natural processes of cultivation, then life will flourish indefinitely. And this is not the case with the chemicals which have been laced into the soils, which are killing all of the nutrients on which life ultimately depends. So we've had great short-term success with these industrial systems, but they've also led to a catastrophic price. And we see that in the extent and the spread of the climate crisis currently. Now, the reason I'm saying all of this is that we have to make a settlement with the earth, and we'll only make that settlement if we think differently about our relationship with it. And not only with plants, but also with the animals that we've come to depend upon. We've pretty much eradicated huge numbers of species in our dependence now on diets which are primarily based on 4 animals, sheep and cows and pigs and poultry. Now, these actually outnumber us by huge amounts. All of these things creep up on us naturally, don't they? They're unnoticed. It's that boiling frog syndrome where we don't realize that these systems have overtaken us. But the consequence is that we have created systems which are unnatural and are short-term and not sustainable. Incidentally, the consequence as well is that we've created sources of processed foods which are wreaking havoc on our own health. Now, you know a lot of this, but what I'm really saying is that we've replicated these same mistakes in our social systems, and particularly in education. Our education systems are based on output, on yield. We put our children through these systems year after year, age group by age group, and the emphasis has been on output, on test data, on scores, on graduation rates, on everybody going to college and getting a degree. And this is as pointless and unsustainable in its own way as agricultural systems are based on industrial principles. Human beings are like the rest of life on Earth. We flourish under certain conditions and we wither in other circumstances. The other parallel is this, that when I say that agricultural systems, the sustainable systems are based on cultivating the soil, this is also true of our communities, in our cities, in our neighborhoods, in our schools, that people flourish when the culture is right. Great teachers, great principals, great school systems understand that you don't make a successful education system based on driving people through pointless systems of tests and output and data-driven hurdles. That the way you get people to flourish is by recognizing their individuality, the great diversity and depth of people's talents. Our children from every age are full of boundless possibilities. And you do that by creating a mixed culture in schools, one that values the sciences, the arts, technology, that values individual talent, the driving force of individual passions. In other words, successful schools don't focus on output, they focus on culture in the same way that sustainable farmers focus on the soil. If you get the culture right, everything else takes care of itself. And that really means a culture of compassion, of collaboration, of empathy, and of the valuing of individuals and the necessity of our social lives thriving through our joint participation. By the way, if we've found out anything in this pandemic, it's how fundamentally we rely on these sorts of processes when the chips are down. The great suffering that's been afflicting many people during the pandemic is isolation. We've had to isolate ourselves. It's been vitally important to stop the spread of the virus. But we all know what terrible prices people have been paying in terms of their mental health by being isolated. And how are they dealing with it? By turning to creative work, to painting, to music, to collaboration, through joining together through joint projects like this process today, Unite. We're here all today because we need to connect. We need to see each other in our own settings, and we need to see each other through the phase and lens of our common humanity. So I believe profoundly that getting back to normal won't work. We've pressed pause on many of our social systems. It's time to press reset on them as well. There is a chance to do that. You know, lots of people have been spending time at home, learning with their children with their peer groups. I believe the most successful, and I know we've spoken to a lot of parents, the most successful examples are where parents haven't felt the need to replicate school. There's a big difference between learning, education, and school. Learning is the most natural process in the world. We love to learn. We're deeply curious creatures, highly creative, deeply compassionate, and highly collaborative. People love to learn from a very early age. Not everybody gets on with education. A lot of people don't like school. And I say that not in criticism of teachers. I've spent my life working with teachers, and I have the deepest respect for teachers. I am a teacher, frankly, so I'm not here to criticize them in any way whatever, but to support them. The problem is not teachers, it's not kids, it's not families, it's how we do school. We've come to think of schools as particular types of places that resemble, in many key respects, the algorithms and principles of standardization and of factory life. And there isn't any reason for schools to be that way. We can reinvent school, we can revitalize learning, and we can reignite the creative compassion of our communities if we think differently when we try to go back to normal. Well, look, how do we do all of that? Well, I think there's a big parallel here between what needs to happen in education and in the environmental movement. It's based on the same principles, and it's achieving or aiming to achieve the same ends. We need to work together. We need to keep up the collaboration that's being witnessed today through Unite. And we need to see that real social change comes from the ground up through people cultivating the grassroots. You know, it's a mistake to believe that we just need to wait till some enlightened politician comes along and shows us the way. You know, with luck and a following in that happens from time to time, more often than not, frankly, it doesn't. The real power is with the people. And connecting people, as we're doing today through Unite, is the key to this. Getting people to share ideas, to collaborate, to work together, to see future possibilities, and to bring them about through joint projects and through the joint support that comes from compassionate collaboration. There are two projects I'd just like to quickly mention, which I think will have a big role to play as we go back to our new normal. One of them is a platform for educators, which I and others are putting together, called Boundless. You can go to that website, you'll find out more about it, but it's designed there to help people to share ideas, work together, and to revivify learning in their own communities. And I hope you'll become part of that movement. And the other is a new learning platform called Hello Genius, which is designed to create a safe learning environment online for our children in a way that allows them to follow their personal interests, to learn about the world around them, and to discover their own passions in a way that also engages the support and understanding of their parents. Both of these platforms, I think, will have an important contribution to make to this new normal that we want to create ahead of us. You know, we are deeply creative creatures. Although we are like the rest of life on Earth, there's one key respect in which we're different. The difference is that we have boundless capacities for innovation, imagination, and creativity. You know, we don't live in the world as other creatures do. We should live in the world as they do more than we have done. But there is this difference that we've always created ideas about the world. We have languages through which we express our feelings and communicate with each other about the world. We create works of art, scientific theories, philosophies. We create, in a word, cultures. And our cultures define us in more ways often than we can really see openly or suspect. The world is full of diverse cultures, diverse ways of seeing. That is true, but we also have common interests. We have a common set of fortunes to confront. We are a single species with other species on one planet. And as we get back to normal, we need to reimagine what that could look like and to learn the lessons of this lockdown, to learn the lessons of the pandemic, to see beyond them and to create a new sort of world and a new kind of normal. There is an opportunity. It takes bravery and imagination, and we have plenty of that in store. Thank you.
I've met Sir Ken only twice in my life. The first time was in February 2013 at the back of the TED stage. I was about to receive the TED Prize for that year, and Sir Ken was going to hand it over to me. So there we were at the back of the TED stage. And I said to Sir Ken, you know, we both seem to have the same kind of shirt. You know, as it turns out, we were both wearing this very pale lilac kind of shirt, which, well, I loved my shirt, and I think Sir Ken did too. But anyway, he looked at my shirt, and then he looked at me, and then he grinned. Well, after that, we went on up to the TED stage, and he handed the TED Prize over to me. The second time I met Sir Ken was years later in a conference. I don't remember where, not even which country the conference was in. We were both speaking there, Sir Ken about what was wrong with the system of education, of schooling, and I on what perhaps we might do about those things which were clearly not right. Both lectures went off quite well, and at the end of that, we sat in the hotel balcony and had a cup of tea together, and we laughed about how similar our views were. Well, I'm carrying those views in my head, and I hope I'll be able to take them forward to a place where Sir Ken would like them to be. Imagine if we could build schools where creativity is a part of the curriculum, and more importantly, a part of the assessment. Imagine a schooling system where imagination is what you're measured by. We'll get there one day.
I was here 4 years ago, and I remember at the time that the talks weren't put online. I think they were given to TEDsters in a box set of DVDs, which they put on their shelves where they are now. And actually, Chris called me a week after I'd given my talk and said, "We're going to start putting them online. Could we put yours online?" I said, "Sure." And 4 years later, as he said, it's been seen by it's been downloaded 4 million times. So I suppose you could multiply that by 20 or something to get the number of people who've seen it. And as Chris says, there is a hunger for videos of me. You know. Don't you feel? So this whole event has been an elaborate build-up to me doing another one for you, so here it is. Al Gore spoke at the TED conference I spoke at 4 years ago and talked about the climate crisis, and I referenced that at the end of my last talk. So I want to pick up from there, because I only had 18 minutes, frankly. And so as I was saying, you see, he's right. I mean, there is a major climate crisis, obviously, and I think if people don't believe it, they should get out more. But I believe there's a second climate crisis, which is as severe, which has the same origins, and that we have to deal with the same urgency. And I mean by this, and you may say, by the way, look, I'm good. You know, I have one climate crisis. I don't really need a second one. But this is a crisis of not natural resources, though I believe that's true, but a crisis of human resources. I believe fundamentally, as many speakers have said during the past few days, that we make very poor use of our talents. Very many people go through their whole lives having no real sense of what their talents may be, or if they have any to speak of. I meet all kinds of people who don't think they're really good at anything. Actually, I kind of divide the world into two groups now. Jeremy Bentham, the great utilitarian philosopher, once spiked this argument. You know, he said there are two types of people in this world: those who divide the world into two types, and those who do not. Well, well, I do, and I meet all kinds of people who don't enjoy what they do. They simply go through their lives getting on with it. They get no great pleasure from what they do. They endure it rather than enjoy it and wait for the weekend. But I also meet people who love what they do and couldn't imagine doing anything else. If you said to them, don't do this anymore, they'd wonder what you were talking about. Because it isn't what they do, it's who they are. They say, but this is me. You know, it would be foolish for me to abandon this because it speaks to my most authentic self. And it's not true of enough people. In fact, on the contrary, I think it's still true of a minority of people. And I think there are many possible explanations for it. And high among them is education. Because education, in a way, dislocates very many people from their natural talents. And human resources are like natural resources. They're often buried deep. You have to go looking for them. They're not just lying around on the surface. You have to create the circumstances where they show themselves. And you might imagine education would be the way that happens, but too often it's not. Every education system in the world is being reformed at the moment, and it's not enough. Reform is no use anymore, because that's simply improving a broken model. What we need, and the word's been used many times during the course of the past few days, is not evolution, but a revolution in education. This has to be transformed into something else. One of the real challenges is to innovate fundamentally in education. Innovation is hard because it means doing something that people don't find very easy for the most part. It means challenging what we take for granted, things that we think are obvious. The great problem for reform or transformation is the tyranny of common sense. Things that people think, well, they can't be done any other way because that's the way it's done. I came across a great quote recently from Abraham Lincoln, who I thought you'd be pleased to have quoted at this point. He said this in December 1862 to the second annual meeting of Congress. I ought to explain that I have no idea what was happening at the time. We don't teach American history in Britain. We suppress it. You know, this is our policy, so... So no doubt something fascinating was happening in December 1862, which the Americans among us will be aware of. But he said this: the dogmas of the quiet past are inadequate to the stormy present. The occasion is piled high with difficulty, and we must rise with the occasion. I love that. Not rise to it, rise with it. As our case is new, so we must think anew and act anew. We must disenthrall ourselves, and then we shall save our country. I love that word, disenthrall. You know what he means? That there are ideas that all of us are enthralled to, which we simply take for granted as the natural order of things, the way things are. And many of our ideas have been formed not to meet the circumstances of this century, but to cope with the circumstances of previous centuries. But our minds are still hypnotized by them. And we have to disenthrall ourselves of some of them. Now, doing this is easier said than done. It's very hard to know, by the way, what it is you take for granted. And the reason is that you take it for granted. So let me ask you something you may take for granted. How many of you here are over the age of 25? That's not what I think you take for granted. I'm sure you're familiar with that already. But are there any people here under the age of 25? Great. Now, those over 25, could you put your hands up if you're wearing a wristwatch? Now, that's a great deal of us, isn't it? Ask a room full of teenagers the same thing. Teenagers do not wear wristwatches. I don't mean they can't or they're not allowed to. They just often choose not to. And the reason is, you see, that we were brought up in a pre-digital culture, those of us over 25, and so for us, if you want to know the time, you have to wear something to tell it. Kids now live in a world which is digitized, and the time for them is everywhere. They see no reason to do this. And by the way, you don't need to do it either. It's just that you've always done it, and you carry on doing it. My daughter never wears a watch. My daughter Kate, who's 20, she doesn't see the point. You know, as she says, you know, like, it's a single-function device. You know, like... like, how lame is that? You know, and I say, no, it tells the date as well. You know, it has multiple functions. But you see, there are things we're enthralled to in education. Let me give you a couple of examples. One of them is the idea of linearity. That it starts here, and you go through a track, and if you do everything right, you will end up set for the rest of your life. Everybody who's spoken at TED has told us implicitly or sometimes explicitly a different story, that life is not linear, it's organic. We create our lives symbiotically as we explore our talents in relation to the circumstances they help to create for us. But you know, we have become obsessed with this linear narrative, and probably the pinnacle for education is getting you to college. I think we are obsessed with getting people to college. Certain sorts of college. I don't mean you shouldn't go to college, but not everybody needs to go, and not everybody needs to go now. Maybe they go later, not right away. I was up in San Francisco a while ago doing a book signing. There was this guy buying a book. He was in his 30s, and I said, "What do you do?" And he said, "I'm a fireman." And I said, "How long have you been a fireman?" He said, "Always. I've always been a fireman." And I said, "Well, when did you decide?" He said, "As a kid." He said, "Actually, it was a problem for me at school, because at school, everybody wanted to be a fireman." He said, "But I wanted to be a fireman." You know, and he said, "When I got to the senior year of school, my teachers didn't take it seriously. This one teacher didn't take it seriously." He said, "I was throwing my life away if that's all I chose to do with it. That I should go to college, I should become a professional person, I had great potential, and I was wasting my talent to do that." And he said it was humiliating, because he said it in front of the whole class, and I really felt dreadful. But it's what I wanted. And as soon as I left school, I applied to the fire service, and I was accepted. And he said, "You know, I was thinking about that guy recently, just a few minutes ago when you were speaking about this teacher." He said, "Because 6 months ago, I saved his life." He said he was in a car wreck, and I pulled him out, gave him CPR, and I saved his wife's life as well. He said, "I think he thinks better of me now." You know what I mean? Human communities depend upon a diversity of talent, not a singular conception of ability. And at the heart of our challenges, at the heart of the challenge is to reconstitute our sense of ability and of intelligence. This linearity thing is a problem. When I arrived in LA about 9 years ago, I came across a policy statement, very well intentioned, which said college begins in kindergarten. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. If we had time, I could go into this, but we don't. Kindergarten begins in kindergarten. A friend of mine once said, you know, a 3-year-old is not half a 6-year-old. They're 3. But as we just heard in this last session, there's such competition now to get into kindergarten, to get to the right kindergarten, that people are being interviewed for it at 3. Kids sitting in front of unimpressed panels, you know, with their resumes. Flicking through it, saying, "What, this is it?" You've been around for 36 months and this is it. You know, you've achieved nothing. I mean, spent the first 6 months breastfeeding, what I can say. It's outrageous as a conception, but it tracks through. The other big issue is conformity. We have built our education systems on the model of fast food. This is
something Jamie Oliver talked about the other day. You know, there are two models of quality assurance in catering. One is fast food, where everything is standardized. The other are things like Zagat and Michelin restaurants, where everything is not standardized. They're customized to local circumstances. And we have sold ourselves into a fast food model of education. And it's impoverishing our spirits and our energies as much as fast food is depleting our physical bodies. I think we have to recognize a couple of things here. One is that human talent is tremendously diverse. People have very different aptitudes. I worked out recently that I was given a guitar as a kid at about the same time that Eric Clapton got his first guitar. You know, it worked out for Eric, that's all I'm saying. You know, in a way, it did not for me. I could not get this thing to work, you know. No matter how often and how hard I blew into it, you know, it just wouldn't work. But it's not only about that, it's about passion. Often people are good at things they don't really care for. It's about passion and what excites our spirit and our energy. And if you're doing the thing that you love to do, that you're good at, time takes a different course entirely. My wife's just finished writing a novel, and I think it's a great book. But she disappears for hours on end. You know this. If you're doing something you love, an hour feels like 5 minutes. If you're doing something that doesn't resonate with your spirit, 5 minutes feels like an hour. And the reason so many people are opting out of education is because it doesn't feed their spirit. It doesn't feed their energy or their passion. So I think we have to change metaphors. We have to go from what is essentially an industrial model of education, a manufacturing model, which is based on linearity and conformity and batching people. We have to move to a model that is based more on principles of agriculture. We have to recognize that human flourishing is not a mechanical process, it's an organic process. And you cannot predict the outcome of human development. All you can do is, like a farmer, is create the conditions under which they will begin to flourish. So when we look at reforming education and transforming it, it isn't like cloning a system. There are great ones, like KIPS, it's a great system. There are many great models. It's about customizing them to your circumstances and personalizing education to the people you're actually teaching. And doing that, I think, is the answer to the future, because it's not about scaling a new solution. It's about creating a movement in education in which people develop their own solutions, but with external support based on a personalized curriculum. Now, in this room, there are people who represent extraordinary resources in business, in multimedia, in the internet. These technologies, combined with extraordinary talents of teachers, provide an opportunity to revolutionize education. And I urge you to get involved in it, because it's vital not just to ourselves, but to the future of our children. But we have to change from the industrial model to an agricultural model where each school can be flourishing tomorrow. That's where children experience life, or at home if that's where they choose to be educated with their families or their friends. There's been a lot of talk about dreams over the course of this few days. And I wanted just to, very quickly, I was very struck by Natalie Merchant's songs last night, Recovering Old Poems. I wanted to read you a quick, very short poem from W.B. Yeats, who some of you may know. He wrote this to his love, Maud Gonne, and he was bewailing the fact that he couldn't really give her what he thought she wanted from him. And he says, I've got something else, but it may not be for you. He says this: had I the heavens embroidered cloths, enwrought with gold and silver light, of blue and the dim and the dark cloths, of night and light and the half-light, I would spread the cloths under your feet. But I, being poor, have only my dreams. I have spread my dreams under your feet. Tread softly, because you tread on my dreams. And every day, everywhere, our children spread their dreams beneath our feet. And we should tread softly. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Chisara and I'm an artist. I played at the last event that Sir Ken had in London at the Roundhouse, and I remember being completely inspired by his work and his ability to let people shine and share their truth with the world. I think my provocation for Imagine If is, imagine if creativity wasn't just seen as an industry, but a way to develop our minds and transform the world. And if it was held in that high regard, what we could do with it. I will be performing my own song called Forever. I hope you enjoy it. Forever, forever seems frightening. Strike me with lightning, forget what I do. Forever, you could destroy me. If you cannot show me, the light will come through. I'm just a vessel which life is passing through. We make bad choices, I make them too. If we don't live forever, if we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, what we gonna do together? If we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, what we gonna do? Forever, I'm not for real, projection of others, but it's not how I feel. Forever, vessel of grief, hold contradictions in what we believe. No, it can't take forever to tear the whole damn thing down. No, it can't take forever to tear the whole damn thing down. If we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, what we gonna do together? If we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, what we gonna do forever? Surrounded by liars, said we'd be safe in this trap that they built. So clever, named and divided us, so our thoughts don't go further than the world they've instilled. I've got smoke in my ass cause I've been breathing the lies, fires fighting cause time is of essence and our essence that I keep my head up. Tell these people to look me in the eye when they deny me the right to take the knee and to take flight. I've got smoke in my eye cause I've been breathing the lies, fires fighting cause time is of essence and our essence that I keep my head up. Tell these people to look me in the eye when they deny me the right to take the knee and to take flight. If we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, what we gonna do together? If we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, if we don't have forever, what we gonna do? Forever, forever seems frightening. Strike me with lightning, forget what I do.
Hi, I'm Kate Cohen, one of the co-founders of Straight Up Impact.
And I'm Marisa Palvino, one of the co-founders of Straight Up Impact.
Many thanks to Kate Robinson for inviting us to participate in the tribute for her father, Sir Ken Robinson. We are truly grateful to be honoring the legacy of such an extraordinary man. He was a force who inspired so many of us. We have been ardent followers and fans of Sir Ken's for many years, and his profound insight shaped our personal philosophy of how we approach our own kids' education. Like us, Sir Ken used the transformative power of storytelling in his many TED Talks and books to poignantly share ways of how we can get out of this educational death valley we now face and reframe how we educate the next generation.
We as filmmakers use that same power. This is what led us to develop and produce our short film series, Meaning in Madness. Our series explores the systemic issues contributing to the record high levels of anxiety and depression young adults and teens are experiencing today, and the powerful role meaning and purpose play in their lives. Film invites us to live inside another person's world, and for a short time we are faced with seeing ourselves and our world from another vantage point. It also invites us to have a critical reflection and offers a wonderful opportunity to bring emotion and action together. Sir Ken's legacy will live on, and we are very proud to join the chorus of voices that does so.
Our first film is about a 17-year-old high school student named Mackenzie. She used her incredibly brave and articulate voice to share her personal public high school experience. And in doing so, we get a window into a system that often leaves our kids feeling like they are nothing more than a number or a test score. This is contributing to skyrocketing cases of anxiety and depression, and in some cases, suicide. As a community, it is our responsibility to end this trend, and together we can.
We'd like to introduce our co-founder and partner in Straight Up Impact, Pam Roy, to talk about how Sir Ken has inspired her longtime commitment to advocacy around humanizing education.
I'll never forget my mother's 75th birthday. All the family had gathered, and my 3 daughters were there physically, but I noticed they were emotionally not there. They kept tugging at my sleeve, asking when we were leaving, even though they adored their grandmother. They were stressed about assignments they had to finish and tests they had to study for. I was so frustrated that the tentacles of school could actually creep into our home like this and demand their free time. That somehow worksheets and memorizing formulas was more valuable than spending time with aging grandparents? This was so different from my own experience growing up. School was not the center of my world. So I was really struggling with this institutional system that was trying to mold and shape my daughters into some cultural version of success. Not able to see them as unique individuals with talents, hopes, and dreams that could not be quantified on a test. I felt like a salmon swimming upstream against this system. So I, in my home, prioritized experiences and relationships. But it was hard to move against the cultural tide. Then I found Sir Ken Robinson. His videos and books really gave me an understanding of what I was feeling and helped me gain perspective. I kept on swimming upstream. He also set me on my path of advocacy with his call for a grassroots revolution in education. This led me to executive produce the Meaning in Madness film series. It was an amazing moment in my life when Sir Ken and his daughter Kate signed on as co-executive producers of our first film. I am so sad he's not here to be the spokesperson with his trademark wit and humor. Instead, I'm here paying tribute to him with our joint film project and the movement inspired by both his ideas and the meaning-centered philosophy of renowned psychiatrist Viktor Frankl. The Meaning in Madness name reflects the critical role meaning plays in our lives and our cultural madness in ignoring it. The series emerged from a question and a quote. The question, why are so many youth plagued by anxiety, depression, addiction, and worst of all, suicide? And the quote by Frankl, an abnormal reaction to an abnormal situation is normal behavior. We wanted to look at the situations contributing to the disturbing reactions in so many youth. We chose to highlight the education system in our first film. Both Sir Ken and Viktor Frankl challenged the practice of treating human beings as products to be manufactured along an assembly line and the distress that it causes. We wanted to give voice to students. We searched for a teenager who had a story they wanted to tell on camera and whose parents would be courageous enough to let them do it. So many students have experiences with anxiety and depression, but the shame and stigma surrounding mental health issues makes it hard to talk about. We heard about Mackenzie and were so impressed when we met her. She bravely shares her personal story in the short documentary, but her experiences are relatable to many. We are proud to be on her team. 3 themes relate to our first film. 1, humanness, 2, standardization, and 3, hope. Humanness, what does that mean? Sir Ken described 2 worlds that relate to our lives. The first world is the outer world surrounding us. It is the world that existed before we were born and will exist after we are gone. It is the world of other people, plants, animals, events, and so on. The second world is the world of our unique being, the world that is born when we are and only we can know. No one else lives our experience. We see the outer world through our inner world, which is why we all see the world and even the same event in different ways. It is through the interaction of these 2 worlds that we create our life. We have the ability to recreate it as well, based on what we are learning and the choices we make in responding to our circumstances. Learning is a human process involving curiosity, and not all of us are curious about the same things. What we are drawn towards relates to meaning, which is specific to each one of us. Viktor Frankl's theory, called logotherapy, tells us that meaning cannot be given or created. It is a deeply personal discovery process that requires us to move beyond our unique self to the world around us. Sir Ken's own story describes this. He was born into a working-class family and was struck with polio at the age of 4. He was placed in a special school for kids with disabilities, just as he would be now in our current system. But an educator saw his potential and broadened his exposure to new environments, thereby expanding his possibilities. Sir Ken's disability did not stop him from having a profoundly positive effect on the lives of so many, including my own. Each and every one of us is unique and irreplaceable, with a mind, body, and spirit. Our human spirit, or soul as some call it, is what distinguishes us from everyone else. It is the source of our imagination, creativity, goals, humor, etc. Which brings me to our second theme. Unique human beings do not fit into standardized molds. We cannot be manufactured like widgets or programmed like robots. It is soul-crushing to us because it ignores that who we are, just as we are, matters to the world. When we are disconnected from ourselves and the world around us, like when we are put in closed-off education systems, we experience feelings of meaninglessness, a void in us. Viktor Frankl determined that this void gets filled with aggression to ourselves and others, addiction, the numbing of ourselves, or depression, ranging from anxiety to suicide. A few years ago, my area in Southern California was rocked with 4 teen suicides in a span of 3 weeks. The youngest was 13. One death in particular had lasting impact because 16-year-old Patrick Turner left behind 3 suicide notes detailing the reasons for his suicide. He addressed 1 to his school, 1 to his family, and 1 to his community. Patrick described the unrelenting expectations he felt to fit into our cultural mold. Here's a quote. "So much pressure is put on kids to do good, and a lot of kids make mistakes. One slip-up makes a kid feel like the smallest person in the world. You're looked at as a loser if you don't go to college or if you get a certain GPA or test score. There is never a moment to break. Although he was a star athlete and a good student who showed no sign of anxiety or depression, his despair was evident in his notes. Despair is suffering without meaning. Our education system is inequitable, marginalizing millions. But even those who have the resources and support to produce the desired numerical results are suffering. Research by Authentic Connections shows that students attending high-achieving schools have elevated levels of serious mental health issues and are now considered among the top 4 at-risk groups, along with those exposed to poverty, trauma, and discrimination. We keep our attention on system inequalities as if the system works for the vast majority of students, which it doesn't. They are not being well prepared for life or work. By its very nature, an institution focuses on measurable outputs, not nurturing human beings. That is what communities do. But we have disconnected our children from their communities with the overwhelming number of tasks they're required to perform. These tasks limit time for relationships and exploration, the very things that make life meaningful. The so-called earnings premium of a degree is often the reason cited for kids to follow the system. But the substantial costs in time, debt, and most importantly, mental health have to be considered. Adding to the expense side is the loss of their childhoods and the essential role that unstructured play has in their human development. Calculating earnings without accounting for expenses is irresponsible math. A 2017 IBM report pointed out that 90% of the world's data had come into being in the previous 2 years. 90%. Can you imagine where it is now? There is no way teachers, administrators, testing companies, or even policymakers can stay abreast of the content needed. From the time students enter school to the time they get out, much of what they've learned is outdated. The world is transforming too quickly. Few students work or do college internships. We need to question whether keeping them removed from such a rapidly evolving workplace really prepares them to enter it. The number of students who make it through to the goal of a bachelor's degree and get a job that requires a degree is embarrassingly small. Not to mention that 7 out of 10 jobs don't require one, and we missed adapting to a well-paying tech industry because of the system's rigid structure. As Sir Ken noted, if the education system was a business accountable to its customers, it would be out of business. We have told our children that all of their sacrifices are for their own good, and they listen to us. But we aren't listening to them, and they are screaming at us with their headaches, stomach aches, eating disorders, anxiety, depression, suicides, drug use, and all the other reactions we're seeing in youth today. Research now shows that depression is actually a signal. It is how we react to protect ourselves when we feel threatened, judged, or isolated. As Johann Hari points out in his insightful book, Lost Connections, 7 of the 9 known causes of depression relate to the way we live, our disconnection. We are so busy with our productivity and individual achievement models that we are losing our humanity, and it is causing distress and even harm. Is this really how it has to be? There has to be a better way. So let's talk about hope. Educational liberty is the freedom to be self-determined and the responsibility involved with that, to pursue meaningful interests and relationships, and to learn from trial and error as humans do. We don't have to imagine if this is possible because there are educators, parents, and businesses creating these types of learning environments. Over 25 years ago, Big Picture Learning pioneered student-directed, real-world learning in underprivileged communities with astounding success. They have now expanded internationally. The models are out there and the quiet revolution has been building. We find ourselves at an opportune time in human history, a time when we have the ability to inexpensively learn just about anything at any stage of our lives and often in locations of our choosing. New learning and training platforms are exploding. The world is literally at our fingertips. Alexander Den Heiser says, "When a flower doesn't bloom, you fix the environment in which it grows, not the flower." Imagine if we broke down the walls of the silos we've constructed around our homes, workplaces, and schools and created a human-centered ecosystem of learning in our communities. Schools would no longer need to carry the sole burden of handling everything from childcare to meal delivery to education. Imagine if we freed teachers to focus on their relationships with students as co-learners and mentors, rather than conduits of information delivery and test taking. If we elevated their professional status and paid them to reflect the valuable role they play in the lives of our children. And most importantly, if we shared the responsibility for inspiring learning. Imagine if we honored individuality and encouraged students to embark on a quest to find their element, to search for meaning, with the support of their communities. Imagine if we believed that we are part of one humankind and that each and every one of us is meant to be here, that in focusing on discovering our own meanings, we create more diverse and vibrant communities. I'll leave you with this. We are each born into this world for a finite time with a finite amount of energy and the responsibility to use it well. The contribution of each and every one of us is essential, and together we have a big task to perform. Our education system is like a machine that we collectively built and we collectively feed. Imagine if we decided to stop feeding the machine, or more accurately, stop feeding our children to the machine. Sir Ken advocated for the collaborative power of communities and the shift from school-centered outcomes to learner-centered discoveries. We have the ability to honor his legacy by bringing this vision to life. And now I'd like to introduce the trailer to our film, Mackenzie.
My high school focuses a lot on its academic achievement.
Your entire future is at stake.
The environment is very competitive.
If I'm not bringing A+s and above a 4.0 GPA, plus service hours, plus all these other things that I need to put on my college application, then you're deemed as a failure.
We'd like to invite you all to the virtual premiere of our film, Mackenzie, on April 8th with some very special guests. For more information and to register, please visit our website. And thanks so much to Sir Ken for touching all of our lives.
Thank you.
Thank you.
today's world is changing more rapidly than ever before. Children will face a never-ending stream of new and uncertain situations.
And so if you're going to do a really good job in figuring out kind of what kids need to learn and be successful and develop positively in a healthy way, there's this key ingredient of creativity and play that's been missing. I think it's so important because I don't think you can take the whole kind of endeavor forward if you're missing such a huge piece of the concept.
So what we would like to do is to give them the tools of a creative process.
They've got to provide solutions. Creativity will give them the answers.
So creative learning actually helps kids understand that what they're doing right now is meaningful. And so when you actually open things up and let kids express themselves, then they can develop their own sense of confidence, agency, and recognize that I have something to contribute right now.
They have to be a partner in the change. We can't turn up and go, here's a list of new orders, do this. It's not going to happen. Everybody's tried it. It's gone on for years. Nothing's changed.
As a process of delivering information or delivering instruction to children, that's not the way it works. Children are actively creating new knowledge from their experiences in the world. It's a creative process, and that creative process is the core of all learning experiences.
What's difficult about creativity is it's not a single thing. It has infinite possibilities, all of which are important.
Every subject area has creativity as a possibility in it. Math is creative, English is creative, science is creative. So we need to start to interweave creativity inside everything we do in kids' learning.
You can be creative in any endeavor that requires you to do something new and meaningful.
Imagine if we could introduce into our classrooms an intellectual space for creativity through play, where young people were allowed to try out different ideas in ways which were very playful, which fostered curiosity, imagination, minds-on, hands-on. Again, it would really transform the way that young people think about their educational lives and experiences.
Hello, my name's Hilary Derman, and I'm here as one of the founders of Artswork, an organisation that was lucky enough to have Ken Robinson as its first chair and as its friend and patron for many years. In 1987, a group of people working at Television South decided they wanted to set up a project for young people. We had a rough idea, but it was rough. And someone suggested we should go and talk to Ken about it. Well, that proved to be a very good suggestion. Ken helped us to think through exactly what it was that we wanted to achieve. He encouraged us to be much more ambitious and to think about making our arts project something that would last. Ken helped us to make lots of friends and allies when we really needed them, and he also charmed the opposition. And as Artswork's founding chair, he made sure that our board meetings were always an irresistible mix of getting things done, hard work, but also lots of fun. I learned so many things from working with Ken. I've jotted a few of them down. Bring people together to work and to laugh, and good things happen. Do whatever you do with passion, with dedication, and with humour. Don't underestimate anyone. Just find that creative spark in them that helps them to contribute their ideas. Take on the challenges that are thrown at you and see them through, and never stop questioning what you're doing, thinking creatively about it, but thinking critically too, and never stop caring about it. 34 years later, Artswork is still working creatively with thousands of children and young people to help them develop skills, to move forward and to progress in their lives, to be happier, to be healthier, to find their voices and find the power to make a difference to the world they inherit and the one they really want to live in. The voices of young people are absolutely central to everything that Artswork does. And in a moment, you're going to hear the voices of Fidelma, Harry, Calvin, and Megan, 4 creative apprentices with Artswork, in conversation with Artswork's CEO, Louise Gauvier. But just before that, my imagine if. My imagine if is, imagine if we valued the arts and creativity so highly that we put music, drama, art, dance, film, media, and the power of the imagination at the heart of every individual's experience of education. No more add-ons or extras or options or choices at GCSE. Imagine if each of us had the chance to discover our full creative potential through our education. Imagine the world we could build together. So thank you, Ken, and thank you all for letting me share this with you.
Just, can you start by telling me how important creativity is to you in your lives?
Yeah, it's just so important, I think, to everyone, even if they don't realise it. I mean, I'd be amazed if there was anyone, especially in this time in lockdown, that hasn't turned to creativity as some form of escape or to help them. Like, just so many people have taken up, I see on social media, stuff like crochet or art, or I don't know, so many different things. So I think it's definitely really, really important.
Creativity is always kind of just seen as an end product, and even that itself is not valued enough, because people just see it as what it is, as the material factor, rather than everything that's gone in behind it.
I think that creativity is like ingrained in a lot of things that we wouldn't normally think it is.
Something that often people don't realize how important it is in their life. I think when people think of creativity, they think of like the stereotypical things like painting pictures or something like that. Actually, it's so much more ingrained in things. So, problem solving, entertainment, all that kind of stuff, it all involves creativity.
I've heard a lot of people talk about we could be at the start of a mental health crisis, and I think creativity, as people have already said, it gives you that escape and it gives you something else to focus on.
We're going to be more like to listen to younger people and children and respect those viewpoints more if the cultural shift is putting a bit more of a priority on creativity and making that a part of our lives, not just a side hobby that people get up to when they're behind closed doors.
I think there'd be different solutions to problems, and there would just the way people would go about things, I think, would be with more thought and care. I think if creativity was more kind of mandatory in education, I guess.
But as we ingrain it a bit more in our culture and people tend to use it a lot more within their lives, that's when things will start to change.
For young people, especially even outside of the pandemic, it's, creativity is kind of how you learn about the world, really. It'd be that through like education, or just like doing pictures, drawing when you're home. It is so much of your learning is about exploring.
I just think there should be a much more encouragement and support for organisations to employ young people, and to really, and not just employ them as a really junior member of the team, but to have a say in policies or activities and things that they're planning. It's very much expected that if you're young, you start at the bottom and you work your way up, and I don't think that always needs to be the way, because actually, like, I've been in positions where I've known more than I know more about certain topics than people 40 years my senior do, and it doesn't only just because you're young. I think you're seen to be less experienced and less knowledgeable, and I just don't think that's always the case. Without the support, the continued support to keep these venues and these creative and cultural spaces open, they're not going to be there when we come out of lockdown, and that's going to shock a lot of people. And I think people don't realize that right now because they're not using them anyway. But people that maybe go to the theatre once a month, or not even that often, and don't realize it's such a big part of their lives, and when it's not there anymore, that's when they're really going to realize.
It's less about having like maths and science is a separate thing to arts and humanities. I think realizing how the two can work together and influence each other in like whatever it is would just like create a lot more harmony.
Without creativity, the world's just black and white. And I think I kind of imagine the world being more colourful when we come out of lockdown. And I think we need children and young people to be at the focus of that, because, as I said, they've got this vivid imagination of what a beautiful, like, peaceful world would look like.
REACH is a nonprofit with a mission to champion the arts as an indispensable set of tools for social impact. REACH is actually an acronym. It stands for the power of the arts to revitalize, educate, activate, connect, and heal our communities. This is the underappreciated story of arts in hospitals, prisons, schools, and rehabs, domestic violence centers, homeless shelters, and beyond. We believe in the profound, diverse ways that the arts serve our civic needs. Our first programs are specifically focused on the healing arts. And in this segment, we're going to introduce you to some incredible individuals whose lives have been profoundly changed by the arts. These individuals are inspired voices of resilience. They are testaments to the intimate, personal power of the creative revolution Ken championed. In this segment, we will not only center their voices, we will also celebrate their lives with poetic tributes to their stories of healing, brought to us by poets Raul Herrera and Violeta Esquivel, two wonderful poets from Get Lit, an incredible nonprofit that uses poetry to increase literacy, empower youth, and inspire communities. These individuals are a testament to the intimate, personal power of the creative revolution Ken spoke about. I hope they bring you hope and inspire you to help grow the advocacy community we're creating at REACH. Thank you for your time. And thank you to Kate, James, Terry, and the whole Robinson tribe for supporting these efforts. Most of all, thank you to Ken for being an inspiration and for being a wonderful, steadfast friend. First up, I'd like to introduce Amy Carlson, a disability advocate who found the Dance for PD program at Lineage Performing Arts Center to be a healing, empowering force in dealing with Parkinson's. She'll be followed by our poet from Get Lit, Raul Herrera, who will be doing tribute poems for each of our guests.
My name is Amy Carlson, and the Healing Arts Program Dance for PD and Lineage Performing Arts Center helps me heal with Parkinson's disease and helps me find hope and freedom through dance. Healing in the context of Parkinson's, a chronic neurodegenerative disorder that has no cure, is bittersweet. Through dance, I have come to learn how to dance with the devil. That was designed around contributing to the gross national product. When my Parkinson's advanced enough that I had to give up my career, I was useless. I had no productive purpose in the world. When I walked into the Lineage Performing Arts Center for a free dance class for Parkinson's, I was disabled and a drain on society. At the first class, a love affair with dance was sparked, and things began to change. First, dance created a new communicating movement. I was able to access movement in a new way. I began to move with a beauty and grace that exceeded my movement capabilities prior to my diagnosis. Second, the arts gave me a space to explore my anger, frustration, and pain. That exploration has led to a peace and has given meaning to the life I've been called to live. Third, I refocused the skills I learned in my career in engineering, and together with other people living in the ability margin, and with the support of Lineage Performing Arts Center, we have built a strong and vibrant community. Isolation means death in Parkinson's disease. Community is essential to life. The support, the camaraderie, Just being seen provides a base of hope that is essential for healing and building strength. This community has ultimately used its strength to make change. Whether it's rapping to sway Congress, dancing with leading neurologists to encourage patient participation in research, singing to raise funds for programming, or acting in films designed to educate, we are changing lives. I have achieved a connection to movement that allows me to dance with my Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease may have my life, but through the arts, my soul soars. Imagine if everyone had a connection to the arts throughout their whole lives, a space for understanding and exploration, healing and connection, then we might all soar.
Ode to Amy. The story begins with a Midwestern girl, middle class, civil engineer, one of the only women in her class, who made a career out of breaking ceilings made of glass. And then the day came where your life was turned upside down, a diagnosis that became an obstacle with seemingly no way around. But art became a well-known stranger that emerged from the background. It must have been your Midwestern mentality that got you through the hardship, that taught you how to be independent, that got you through the nights where your body wouldn't listen, that gave you the perseverance to learn a new language, and dance became the eloquent syllables that gave you back your movement. Dance helped turn your voice into a powerful tremor that you use to move an audience. Your story is a crescendo of a second act play. Your life, a snapshot of a ballerina in mid-plie. Your limbs, like the fins of dolphins, gracefully gliding through the turbulent waters of life. It was dance that gave your smile a second chance, that gave you another spark in your passionate heart. Whether it's through Zoom or Zumba, Amy, you are art. And I want to thank you for letting us be your witness.
Next, I'd like to introduce Cynthia Lopez, a survivor of domestic violence who found effective therapy and a loving community for herself and her children with the Healing Arts program at A Window Between Worlds, also known as Windows.
Hi, my name is Cynthia, and the Healing Art program at A Window Between Worlds helped me heal from the trauma endured through domestic violence. I went through physical, emotional, sexual, and financial abuse. I was controlled to the point of how many miles I drove daily, how I cooked my eggs, how I dressed. It affected me in so many ways. Mainly, I lost myself. My self-worth was at a low. It made me very ugly inside and negative. I felt helpless, I felt alone, I was embarrassed and ashamed. I felt like a failure. I tried to leave, and I always ended up right back. That mental game's something ugly. Through it all, I did my best to continue to be a mom, which at times made us fight more, my abuser and I. But I didn't care. Nothing comes before my babies. Windows is awesome. The program, the women, the area, the art, the whole vibe brought a peace to my heart that I forgot was there. The day I brought my daughter to an art workshop at Windows, it opened up a window which was life-saving for us. Not even realizing that my daughter had these feelings inside her made me feel horrible. Here I am thinking I'm being Mom of the Year, and I miss these signs. However, thanks to Windows, I watched my baby create a piece of art that showed me she was feeling exactly what I was. That entire drive home, we talked, and I said, I'm mad. And she asked me, why, Mom? I'm glad. What do you mean you're glad? Yeah, look how strong this made us. I thank him for what he put us through. We're stronger because of it. I was in awe of her strength, and that caused me to know that I can never be weak again. Everybody at Windows always make me feel like my voice matters. My first Windows class, I was mad. I hated art. I'm not an artist. By the end of that class, I didn't want to stop. I was addicted. Every Wednesday at 5:30, I was there at Windows ready to do my art. I noticed over time what the art was doing for me. When I began, my color scheme was dark. It was ugly. My pieces had no life. After a few years of doing my art, all my pieces had yellows and purples and oranges. They had life again. I shared more and more through art the things that hurt me. And I knew they hurt, but I also knew that I needed to create them to heal. My twins were murdered due to the violence I endured, and I was in a very ugly space when I began. Without windows, my kids may have never healed or spoke about the trauma. I may have never shared the things with them that I did. I think due to us going through the Windows program, it made me not sugarcoat anything anymore. It made me be able to speak to my kids and open up a window where we could just share together. Imagine if healing was normal. Imagine if a survivor wasn't shamed for going through an ugly cycle. Imagine if we lived in a world with no judgment. Imagine if everyone was able to have a voice to share. Imagine if everyone was able to have endless art supplies and create whenever they wanted.
Ode to Cynthia. I want to talk about windows. How sometimes they're the only way to get out. How we close the curtains to cover ourselves. How looking outside can be a cry for help. And you said you never noticed it before. On the streets, on the walls of a museum, in you. You said you never noticed it before. And then it noticed you through a window called Christy. And then it was everywhere, on your daughter's hands as she painted her memories, on a canvas, broad stroked with purple and yellow, and the letters you exchange in a notebook with your mother. Art, sometimes, can be the only way we can escape from the yelling, from the running, from the years of abuse. Your daughter taught you to laugh so loud you can't hear the anger coming from the living room. The babysitter fell through, no safe place to go to, but that didn't stop you from sculpting a brighter future, from turning your pain into paint, from creating a touchstone drawn in red. Art makes you remember the fire in your chest. Art makes you work through it, makes you stop and process the toxins that have been poisoning your life and your love. Try it once, says Cynthia, the rabbit who escaped by gnawing the bars of a cage. Try it once and watch the windows open so you can finally let your light out, so you can finally let the light come in.
Next up is Charisma, a formerly gang-involved youth who survived years of abuse and found healing with the Homeboy Arts Academy out of Homeboy Industries, with the support of its founder, Fabian Deborah. She is now on a great path, helping other youth as a mentor and guide.
My name is Charisma Brown. I go to the healing program at Homeboys Art Academy. I first came to Homeboys when I was 15 years old. I was fighting a case. I was still like running amok in the streets, drugs, gangbanging, stuff like that. And I had to do like 6 months camp. I was fighting life. Me and my friends, we were fighting life for the death of my friend, even though we didn't kill him. And then eventually, I got off the hook for it. And I went to Homeboys to look for resources and help with school, and try to figure out if I could have got a job at 15. Then eventually, I started to work there. And that's how I met Fabian. He used to drug test me. Like, he used to come all the time, harassing me, talking about, do I smoke weed? I was still smoking weed, of course. I was like 15 years old. But he kept on it. He kept on me. And then eventually, I grew out of it, 19, 20. And I started to really work with Fabian and his art academy. And now I'm an arts youth navigator there. I'm going to school for business, got my high school diploma, and I'm changing my life. I know a long time ago that art would eventually play a bigger part in my life, but I really didn't accept it at first until I started to take the steps to change my life, like going to college, finishing high school, and I actually had more time with it. So now I see the process of how it helped me grow and how it's helping me heal and how it's helping a lot of different students heal. I never even thought I'd be at the age of 23, growing up where I grew up, being in and out of jail, seeing a lot of drug abuse. It just was an exit for me. It was like a very positive thing to do. Every day I would want to, take a moment, sit down, draw some things out, draw some tattoos out that I want to put on myself. I think more people should focus on art and help students and help youth. It's a good resource. It helped me. It got me to doing different things and thinking about a future, I'm growing from the healing process of art, seeing how we can grow as a community and seeing how students there grow with art. So I really do think art is a good technique to heal, just like therapy. It helped me out a lot. Imagine if there was more programs like my art program that I go to help a lot of these kids going through substance abuse, drug abuse, gang abuse. Imagine if these kids had a arts healing program.
Ode to charisma. You weren't lost. You were in search of direction. A young soul caught in the harsh winds of corrections, and it was at 15 where your freedom became a fleeting dream. Sometimes you must fight yourself to find yourself. Sometimes it's okay to ask for help. And you decided to become more than what you were surrounded by. And although it took a couple of tries and a couple of failed tests with homeboy Fabian always watching nearby, you have become the captain of your own ship, rewrote your life through the drawings on a canvas, charisma the navigator, helping others with guidance who may be caught in the storm. You are opening the door for yourself and so many others, for your home sisters, for your home brothers, and you never thought you'd see the age of 23. And look at you now, alive and well with so many dreams, soaring like a bald eagle because you're so dominant, using your fingertips to sketch out your own fate. And now your future will not be taken away because it's yours to take.
Next up is my friend June Cigar, an arts advocate who was homeless before finding the healing arts programs at Piece by Piece, a nonprofit which teaches mosaic artwork to the homeless community as a path to healing and a bridge to services.
My name is June Cigar, and I'm an artist, mosaic artist with a program called Piece by Piece in Los Angeles. I found Piece by Piece when I was homeless. I was very ill. I was living on the street with breast cancer. I was at that point in my life, very depressed. I didn't have a place to stay. I really didn't know myself. I really didn't love myself. I was out there fighting, trying to save my life. I went to Martin Luther King Hospital where I met a social worker who introduced me to another social worker, which was downtown. And they offered me home, apartment, and I was able to have a place to live and go to the hospital and get my diagnosis and take my treatment and really just heal. Being able to sleep, being able to be in an atmosphere where I could take care of myself was very important. I lived in this apartment building on Skid Row for about maybe 4 years or so. And then I found Piece by Piece and stayed with them for about 3 and became this mosaic artist that I just love being. I'm creating portraits and particular portrait art of individuals or people that I care about, that I read about, that resonate in my life, that has helped me to feel good about myself, to realize that my journey is everybody else's journey and my issues are like everyone else. We're all trying to overcome being on the street and being homeless and trying to stay healthy. That's the most important thing, is getting that mental health so that you can take care of the physical health so the spirit can fly. And I think Piece by Piece, they definitely have given me new wings to soar. So mosaic is a healing thing. It's about using what you have and making the best out of what you got, and learning how to use recycled materials is a beautiful thing. And then having a community that holds you accountable to your work. I never would have imagined being able to go downtown Los Angeles and show my art to millions of people that come by and just want to say, hey, who's doing this? What is this mosaic art? I wanted to show that I had an ability and that I wasn't just a nobody, that I am someone, that I can contribute to society and give back something that is totally eye-captivating. I hope that what I do in terms of my art, I hope what I can say can maybe help someone else along the way, to let them know that there's hope and that we can overcome obstacles in life. No one has to stay in a situation unless they choose to. you know, and there's help out here, and I'm very grateful that I found that. Yeah. Imagine if you were a woman out on the street going through a domestic situation with nowhere to go. Imagine you being sick and having cancer or debilitative disease and you couldn't get any help. Where would one go? Without arts, I don't think that the world can make it. We need that therapy. It's very important.
Ode to June. This is a testimony of hope, a matrimony of resilience and growth, a reminder to shake yourself up and to shake yourself off, to not be another victim of the system. June, you might have learned it from your parents, how to fight hard, how to grow a garden covered in potatoes and carrots. Growing is an art. It tells us how to feed the lioness in our heart. It tells us how to move on, how to accept the light of dawn. It tells us that love and kindness are the greatest forms of self-expression. It tells us that harsh weather is a harsh lesson. It tells us that we are plants that just need a little bit of water. It tells us to leave an abusive partner. It tells us to pick ourselves up piece by piece until our life becomes a beautiful mosaic of all the things that try to tear off our leaves. June, you are garden material. You replanted your roots and made yourself a beautiful family tree, 5 grandkids, a front yard of sage and rosemary. And when Hodgkins tried to take you, you said no. And when the world covered you in dirt, you said grow. How far you've come, how far you'll go. Growing is an art. So June, you're an artist. Patchworking together tiny pieces until a mosaic is grown. And those pieces aren't broken. They're just pieces, still looking for home.
This next piece, from 15-year-old poet Violeta Esquivel, was originally set to simply be an Imagine If poem to close out the event. However, after sharing my deeply personal passion for the healing arts and the way that it helped my family, Violeta wound up surprising us with a beautiful tribute to the healing journey of our son, Aiden. Aiden was still 6 years old at the start of 2019 when he was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. In an instant, our family was thrown into the most grueling nightmare you can imagine. We held our son's hand as he went through 63 treatments of chemo and radiation. It was unbearable. But we were blessed to be at a hospital that funded a healing arts program. And in the midst of his suffering, anxiety, and pain, a kind-hearted Celtic harpist came in and played soothing melodies for him. The music eased his anxiety and fears, bringing him peace and comfort, helping him sleep so his body could rest and heal when he needed it most. And we will forever be grateful to the healing arts staff at that hospital and to the way that the arts helped us and continues to help us to this day to heal. So here's a piece from Violeta Esquivel devoted to our son Aiden. Thank you.
She is a music woman, harp-playing woman. She is a healing woman. With every plucked string, she lifts his wings. Strong, beautiful. Hurting child becomes a healing child. She knows something the doctors don't. Somehow she knows to treat this one rhythmic life less like a computer, prescriptive and fixed, fearful of what miracles can do, and more like Santa Ana winds, dancing through the trees and wind chimes, beside hospital windows, ushering the only lessons that truly ever matter. Like the medicinal nature of sound, how if we allow it to, it will carry us through the wounds of clinical disappointment. Warming fingers against instrument strings to thread a patchwork quilt of peace around a chemo-fatigued patient. Set healing loose, she teaches the child that time can never be his enemy. when the highest standard of beauty is faith through patience. In his lullaby is a promise that everything falls into place, that there is bravery in appreciating life in the face of illness. She plays a song of little to no words, and yet it tells him of how the sky carries the wind, how the birds love the trees, how the sun honors the moon. She plays a song that speaks the language of white blood cells, one of rest from internal war. He believes her. Healing child, though tired and weak, absorbs strength from his moments of peace. She gives and he receives, an exchange of understanding. Like her, he knows something the doctors don't, that music is his miracle.
I hope you've been moved by the stories and poetry we shared, and that you're inspired to take a fresh look at the profound power of the arts to heal us. More broadly speaking, I hope that you're inspired to keep Sir Ken's legacy alive, more alive than ever before. He may not physically be with us to lead this movement for creative and spiritual revolution, but as long as there is life in us, and our voices are ready to testify to the world we can create together, this movement will thrive. I hope as we move forward that we'll take a second look at the things we take for granted, whether it's the profound social impact of the arts, the untapped creative potential of the human family, or the life-sustaining beauty of this fragile planet. Imagine if we saw the world with fresh eyes. To that end, I'd like to close out with the following poem, which I wrote as a tribute to Sir Ken. The dawn invites us to revel in its arrival, eyes wide and blinking, speechless at the bounty of a new earth. This day comes to us, as all days do, like a steadfast lover, waiting patiently on the doorstep for the shuttered eyelids of its beloved to unfold. This day reminds us that it is an intimate stranger that we've never known before, not like this. And yet, for all its novel mysteries and morning glories, it arrives humbly, not pounding at the door, but whispering tenderly, "Come, see." What a gift it is to be here still, to drink deep the dew of morning, to breathe its soft light into longing lungs. What a gift to celebrate that life is here at all, on our doorstep, within our grasp.
First, there was nothing. And then, there was something. Out of sheerest emptiness, creativity emerged.
What you need to remember is that creativity is not a separate faculty that some people have and others don't. The truth is, we all have different creative capabilities. Because you see, creativity is a function of intelligence. And so creativity is possible in any activity which actively engages human intelligence.
Human?
Bad choice of words.
Well, that's okay. It's a species thing. I'm used to it. But look, Sir Ken, you know, I really appreciate this pep talk and all, but I'm just not sure I'm ready to give a talk at TED.
Of course you are.
But they want me to talk about creativity. And that's your field. You're the expert, and me? Well, I'm just your average, everyday talking frog.
Kermit, listen to me. At TED, each speaker brings their own experience.
They do?
Their own unique idea worth sharing. So you are going to TED.
I am?
And you are going to do a fantastic job.
You think?
Yes, you are. And do you know why? Because being creative is who you are. It's the thing that keeps you going.
Well, yeah, I guess it is.
And if that plane to TED leaves the ground and you're not on it, you'll regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon. And for the rest of your life.
You know, I think you're absolutely right. Yes. Watch out, Ted. Here I come. Hang on a minute. Was that last thing you said from Casablanca?
Yes.
You know, Sir Ken, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Thank you.
Thank you. Please welcome my dear friend and the most creative amphibian I have ever met. And actually, I've met quite a few. Ladies and gentlemen, Kermit the Frog.
Oh, thank you. Thank you all. Oh, thank you so much. Wow.
I mean, I am a parent. I should mention that right away.
Not mine.
No. My young son, Ted, over here.
Yeah, like 2 years younger. He's precocious.
I do. I really feel the senior partner in this conversation, frankly.
I am so thrilled to be part of this Imagine If campaign. And I want to say a huge thank you to Kate and to Anthony for conceiving of this, carrying it out. It is brilliant in every way, shape, and form. And I couldn't imagine, no pun intended, maybe a bit of a pun intended, but I couldn't imagine a better way to carry forward the work of Sir Ken Robinson, who I'm sure is smiling ear to ear as he, looks down at the great things you're doing. I'll start by telling a bit of a story of myself. So when Kate and Anthony asked me to prepare a few remarks for this, my initial reaction was, well, this will be pretty straightforward. So I'll just spend a few minutes, imagine something, talk about it for a little while, send them off my comments, and that will be that. And what I found is that your imagination, it works in the most amazing ways. And so if you think about opening up a door to your imagination, which I thought I was going to do, I said, I'll open up that door just a crack, grab one imagine out of it, and then be off and running. But it's really impossible to open it up a crack. Once you open it, there's a blast of imagination that pours forth, and that door suddenly swings wide open. And I had this most incredible several-day experience where suddenly every way I looked at things, all the things that I was processing in my life, basically my entire mental space was, occupied by imagining things. And that, to me, in many ways made me step back and appreciate the real power of this Imagine If movement. And it's what I admire so much about Team Robinson, the great work of Sir Ken, and how it's being carried forward in such brilliant ways by Kate and Anthony. But their core values, their principles, what they stand for, it's all around the power of imagination. And for me, I had the opportunity to work with Sir Ken for a couple of years on a nonprofit. And I think that's what drew us together, is his deep conviction of its importance and my understanding with 3 decades of work in the world of business and innovation, that ultimately careers are going to be made or lost going forward by the person's ability to imagine, to create, to be curious. And that leads me to what I really want to talk about, which is this process we call school. And I'd like to contrast a couple things. I'll contrast what I see time and again when I hang out with 3, 4, and 5-year-olds. And it is chaotic, sure, but it is so energizing. I mean, these are kids that think outside the box. They're so creative. They ask a million questions. They don't worry a bit about failing. They'll try something and try something and try something. And you realize they're learning joyfully. They're developing these essential competencies. They retain what they learn. They are kind of an encapsulation of the human spirit. But then fast forward to when they get to high school or when they get to college, and I observe a lot and meet with a lot of people, young adults in that situation. And somehow that door to imagination that was wide open when that child was 4 is nailed shut by the time they're 15, by the time they're 20. And it's not because kids aren't working hard. Kids work way too hard. I contrast what a typical K through 12 experience is for kids today versus when I went to school. I don't even remember doing homework. So our kids are working incredibly hard. It's definitely not our teachers' fault. Our teachers are amazing. They are so dedicated. They want to engage in the human nature and human spirit of the students we trust them with. What gets in the way? Well, I'll tell you what gets in the way, and it's a big, big deal. It's the policies and priorities that our education policymakers jam down the throats of our schools. And, you know, some of them are nicer people than others, but I mean, at the end of the day, what I have found is that these are people that care a lot more about data than they care about children. And so you think about that, if you want to measure some form of learning, then you have to do a few things. I mean, if you want to compare a kid in London to a kid in Edinburgh, to a kid in, you know, Dover, to a kid in New York City, or Tokyo, you know, you need them to be studying comparable curriculum in anticipation of the same tests. And you see it intensely at a national level. And so those kids are all being told they're not being invited to determine what they want to learn. They're not being encouraged to exercise their imagination and creativity. They're being told, you should study this in advance of this test, which then will produce a score that will rank you or clusters of kids rank your school or your teacher's kids against other kids, other classes, other schools, other states, other nations. And now you have to get into the minds of these test designers, because what is great for a student is a challenge that invites creativity. A question like that is a nightmare for a test designer. You know, they live and breathe the world where there's one unambiguous right answer, because that makes grading simple. So we push our kids to study what's easy to test, not what's important to learn. And the other thing I'll note here that I think really underscores these issues is if a family is fortunate enough to be able to afford an expensive test prep tutor, and some of them, I trust you, are very expensive. I've interviewed a bunch of these test tutors, and they'll share these things. They say, first, I don't spend any time on the subject matter. This isn't about more knowledge for the student. This is about really three things: drilling so many times on the same sorts of low-level things that they can do it instantly, but giving them this advice. First is, if they come across something that's difficult, where they think they're going to struggle, where they'll spend 1, 2, or heaven forbid, 3 or 4 minutes trying to figure out the right answer, the advice they get is skip it. You know, so we say the words about school. We say we want our kids to develop grit and determination. And then we whisper in their ear, if it's going to be hard, skip it. Really great life lesson. The second and most monumentally important observation about these test tutors is that they basically say that they're very straightforward. They say, remember, these tests are designed to be scored by a computer, so you need to think like a computer. Do not think creatively. Do not imagine different options or possibilities around the question. Try to come up with that formulaic, one right answer that's unambiguously the case, and get it done quickly and move on to the next problem. And so when you do that year after year after year, when you amp up the stakes of it, you are taking that door to imagination. And instead of having it be wide open for kids when they're young, you have closed it, you have bolted it, you've double bolted it, and now you're nailing in the nails to make sure it doesn't come open. And suddenly on graduation day, we expect our kids to suddenly remember that they have these powerful imaginations. And that is the tragedy of education systems. It's what we need to get past, but it's also the opportunity. And I think that's where Kate and Anthony and Imagine If have totally nailed it, because they are inviting us to keep that door open. They are inviting us to approach each day in our life in a spirit of imagination. And I think if our schools could elevate the importance they put on that, if our schools said, let's take what we see in these 3, 4, and 5-year-olds and actually develop it further, actually add to a kid's ability to imagine, their ability to imagine ways they can develop the skills and capability to make that vision, that idea of what could be, and turn it into a reality. If school was all about that, kids with great visions of a world they'd like to create, And with the skills and mindsets to be able to make that a reality, whoa, we will be off to the races. And so my heart goes out to the Robinson family, to Team Robinson for pulling off this great initiative. I think you're onto something that's not just big, it is huge. And so I am so excited for you. I think this will be an adventure for the ages, and I'm really glad I had a chance to offer a few observations. So thank you.
Out of 10. Excellent. 7 out of 10.
Good. Can do much better.
1 out of 10.
Very poor.
I grew up with these numbers and these labels. These numbers tell me where I stand, how much I learn, and how much I know. But I wonder, are these numbers that feel like the advertisements interrupting my favorite movie really that significant? Counting was easy to learn because of the everyday roll calls. Roll number 1, present. Roll number 2, present. Roll number 51, present. And the long list of class tests, which are like traffic snarls from which I try to get through. And when we get back the test papers, the classroom starts to feel like a prison with the roll calls. Kathy number 1 present, Kathy number 2 present, Kathy number 51 present. My little heart is never interested in these exams. Its passion is something beyond these ranks and the high red brick walls of the building called school. The walls are so high that only the bricks can see the world outside. And it's sad. It's sad that my passion day by day is being buried inside the walls, trying to compare wind with fire. In races, people run to win, not to enjoy or learn. And I'm losing my joy, my happiness, like an eraser losing its size. It makes me feel like a river that has stopped flowing, like a dead leaf falling from a tree without any sense of its destination. Capturing things, moments, in my camera, in my eyes, and writing stories, writing poetry, communicating to strangers, finding directions, and riding my cycle are not the things that I learned in that building called school, but they define my idea of school. I ask, then why is there a system of education? And why is it imposed on everyone? I believe I can search for my own boundless passion. I believe I can strive to be an independent learner. I believe I can make my life processes my education that includes my joy and self-esteem, my motives and decisions, and my own inventions, my own creations. I believe I can be a voice for everyone because I know that my life means much more than that building called school.
I love commune and commune loves me. We're a happy family. So you can do the same by liking, sharing, and subscribing. And you can press the bell icon somewhere there. Here?
Hello, I'm Richard Curtis. I've written some stuff for TV, including Mr. Bean, and some films, far too many of which have starred Hugh Grant. But my big passion is trying to encourage people to work with other people to help change lives that are hard. Through Red Nose Day, a charity I co-founded, and then working with the UN on the Global Sustainable Development Goals. I certainly didn't know Ken Robinson well. We just had one long lunch together, but it was a brilliant lunch. And I could tell that he was a brilliant man. He was funny, he was modest, and he was passionate without being a bore. And perhaps most important to me at the time, he said yes to the thing I wanted us to do together. And then, having said yes, he did more than he had to, and he did it brilliantly. To make things happen, you have to make things. And Ken was the embodiment of that. He wanted to make things happen fast and faster. And he wanted to make entertaining things, to say challenging things that would accelerate a better life for all. The thing we talked about was the plan that became the world's largest lesson. Ken was possibly the greatest education theoretician of our time, certainly the most entertaining one. He wanted education to be fun and exciting and creative, and to give kids the chance to be happy, but also to appreciate the wonderful world we live in, and its problems, and its possibilities. Our plan was to get a lesson into every school in the world that would talk about the Sustainable Development Goals, be entertaining, and encourage kids to get to understand the goals and then take action themselves. He believed that if you taught children that improving the world was their business and they could have fun changing it, they'd be brilliant citizens for life. So, what we did together, which was absolutely key to getting this whole project off the ground, was make a little animated film that was bright and fun and cheeky, a bit like him. He was the jug that watered our little seed of hope. And that seed has now grown into films that have been viewed over 3 million times in classrooms in over 100 countries. The first film he wrote is available in 20 languages, including Yoruba, Igbo, and Swahili. And without his work and enthusiasm, I'm not sure that the whole project would ever have got off the drawing board. When you see his film, you can see that what he was doing was inviting children to imagine a much better world, a world in which the goals are achieved, and inspire them to take part in making that happen. So here goes, a little glimpse of the animation that Ken wrote and fought for and supported. Ken's new foundation is called Imagine If, and I like to imagine what the world would look like if every child knew what the global goals were and through their lives looked at their behaviour and at the behaviour of the companies they eventually work for and the governments they vote for, and then work for change. It'd be a hell of a lot better of a world. Here's an introduction by Malala and the mind of the wonderful Ken Robinson in action.
Hello, I'm Ken Robinson, and I want to thank you for joining us in teaching the world's largest lesson. With your help, we can inspire a whole generation to use their creativity to help achieve the global goals for sustainable development. It's a huge ambition, but it's really worth it. Please spread the word to all the educators you know. We really can't do it without your help. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Malala and I'm from Pakistan. We have a very urgent mission to complete by 2030 and you can help us. Together, we must fight inequality, end extreme poverty and respect our planet. I'm determined to do this. Are you?
Excuse me. Hello? Have you got a minute? This is important. We need your help. Imagine you're traveling in space. You're looking for intelligent life. You've been traveling for a while because space is very spacious. You've already spotted millions of planets with no life at all, lots of acid, lava, that sort of thing. But nowhere you'd go for your holidays. And then you see it. Earth. A tiny island in space. A little speck of water, rock and soil with a thin veil of air that we can breathe. There might be life out there in space, but here on Earth, it's everywhere. On the land, in the water, in the air. Plants, insects, birds, fish and every type of living creature. Some beautiful, some, frankly, a bit weird. And people, billions of people like you and me. You know, beautiful, reasonably intelligent life. Well, I'm just saying. In most ways, we're just like the rest of life on Earth. We start from tiny seeds, and with the right conditions, we grow and mature. To do that, we all need the same basic things. No, not mobile phones, trainers and Facebook, but fresh water, clean air, and healthy food. Without those, we don't last long, no matter how smart our phones are. The good news is that Earth has enough for all of us. The bad news is we've got some serious problems in our way. The first is climate change. The way we're living on Earth now is damaging the very things we need to live. The fuels we burn are choking the atmosphere with gases we can't breathe. We're running out of clean drinking water, but some of us waste it on things that we don't need. And all of this is changing the weather, and that's not even the half of it. The second problem is inequality. Some people on Earth have far more than they need, and most people don't have nearly enough. Many live in terrible poverty. It's just not right. Millions of people are unable to get medicines or healthcare that could stop them from getting sick, or cure them if they do. In some places, children complain about having to go to school. In others, millions of children can't go to school at all. Is that fair? The thing is, we're causing these problems. So we can fix them too, if we all work together and get creative. Let me explain. If you think about it, all living things have superpowers. Birds can fly. We can't. Dogs can smell things we can't, which is not always a bad thing. Plants absorb gas that we can't breathe and turn it into air that we can. But human beings have a power that other creatures don't. We are the most creative creatures ever. Our heads are full of ideas and we're great at making things too. And with that power, we've already changed the world over and over and solved thousands of problems. So now we can do it again. The good news is we have a plan that can only succeed with your help. There is one organisation in the world that represents the people of 193 countries, and it's entirely dedicated to keeping us peaceful and working together. You may have heard of it, the United Nations. They have just announced the Global Goals for Sustainable Development. These are 17 goals to protect the planet against climate change and make the world safer, fairer, and more just for everyone. We have to achieve these goals by 2030. The great thing about a plan is that we can check how we're doing as we go along, give ourselves a pat on the back if we do well, and try harder if not. 2030 isn't so far away, so we need to start right now. There's a lot we can do if we work together and get really creative. We can start by making these goals famous. So find out what they are and tell everyone, and ask everyone to tell everyone else. Then, and this is the exciting bit, see if there's something practical you can do to actually help. If we don't waste food, water, or electricity, that would help protect the planet. If we all stick up for people who aren't being treated fairly and respect each other's human rights, that would make a big difference too. There are 17 goals altogether, so lots of different ways in which you can help. We also need some new ideas and new ways of doing things. What if being a girl or a boy made no difference to how safe you feel, the friends you have, or the places you could go? What if we found new ways to make water clean and drinkable? What if we could recycle all of our waste? What else do you think we could do? We all live on Earth, and we depend on the Earth to live. We have so many different cultures, but we only have one planet. If we take care of it and each other and share what we produce fairly and sustainably, everything we need is right here. Someday we may find intelligent life on other planets. In the meantime, let's see how intelligent we can make it down here for all of us. At home, on Earth.
I'm just saying.
What's the feeling in my head? What's it doing there? The loner in the crowd who longs to cry aloud looks back to face the fear and the tragic laugh at nothing. The cynics really care. The comics cried everything as love draws near. His body thinks it knows him with intimate disdain. His mind runs away in neat disarray as he sees the sound of pain. And the tragic laugh at nothing. The cynics really care. The comics cried everything as love draws near. And when he's finally there, at who knows where, he gains his loss to save the cost of dancing to the fear. And the tragic laugh at nothing. The cynics really care. The comics, they cried everything and love draws near. Is it really real? This one ideal that you want to believe? Do you really know which way to go to stay before you leave? And the tragic laugh at nothing. The cynics, they really care. The comics cried everything as love draws near. And the tragic laugh at nothing. The cynics really care. The comics cried everything as love draws near.
Hello everyone, my name is Michael Hines. I'm the superintendent of schools in New York. I'm also an author of the book Staying Grounded and a recovering TEDx speaker. And I'm here to talk about my favorite, and I mean my favorite educator, Sir Ken Robinson. Not only an educator, but an amazing human being and what he's meant to me. I stumbled across Sir Ken's work, gosh, probably around 8 years ago. And it forever changed the way that I view educational systems. His humor, his real true understanding of students, his passion for teachers and educators, and wanting to draw out the best in everyone is what resonates with me the most. Two of his books I have in my office right now, Creative Schools, which I'll talk about in a second. And another book I have here is, of course, You, Your Child in School. I have several copies of this in my office, and I actually hand them out to some people. If they ever want to come visit me, I actually happen to give them out because it's such a powerful book. This is not to be weird, but I also have a picture of Sir Ken and I in my office as well. That's how much he means to me. I've had the pleasure to meet him and speak with him. He came to my previous school district in New York a few years ago. And to be honest with you, that community has never been the same in a positive way. And I haven't as well. I want to talk about this book again real quick and what it means for my school district right now. We are creating a new vision, a new mission within our school. We are defining our core values, and we are coming up with a strategic plan. And every member on our team is reading this book. So that just shows you and shows me and certainly our community what his work means to us. So one of the things I wanted to very briefly talk about, because I know this is the purpose of this is to celebrate his incredible legacy and life and what he's meant to so many people around the world. But it's Imagine If. And I had to write it down because I can go on and on about this topic, Imagine If, but I'm going to read it to you verbatim. Imagine if we didn't rank and sort children, teachers, and schools, and we solely focused on maximizing the talents and potential of all children. And I know if Sir Ken was here right now, I think he would agree with that. Actually, I know he would. And so thank you to Kate and to everyone who is making this celebration happen. I can't thank you enough for those of you who are listening and watching all these videos and us paying homage to an incredible person. And, you know, like I said before, I have the holy trinity of people that I look up to as far as educators, and he is number one and will always be number one in my heart. Thank you.
What if life is a game, every time played the same, but what if change with the building blocks rearranged? Imagine if we were one, a new age would have begun, no one left behind, with everyone together as one group, mankind. Imagine if the history we made changed, races and wars and just put down the drain, making there no reason to complain. Let's start again. No need to sit about with your head down, crying your heart out. Speak out. No need to be scared, be prepared. Don't need to compare. We should all share. We, the people, shall not be forced to do evil. Let there be light with the future looking bright. Be creative. Get your head out of a box. Don't be something that you're not. This is your spot to take a stand for the people around you. Black, white, mixed hand. Let's evolve what we have planned and let the future generation know why we did this to dismiss this bad vibe. Let's make this future an unknown, but up to you. Imagine if.
Hello, my name is Mimi, and it's my absolute privilege to work at Action for Children's Arts, the national voice of children's arts in the UK. Today, we are thrilled to announce the launch of ACA Young Voices in memory of our late great patron, Sir Ken Robinson. We have assembled a group of 13 inspirational young people aged between 7 and 17. Over the coming months, we will be talking to them about their ideas and concerns and finding ways to share these with the people making decisions about children's lives across the UK. We had our first meeting in early February, at which we discussed Sir Ken and his amazing work. Then, we set our young people a challenge. Imagine if. Here's what they came up with.
Imagine if we were stuck at home, inside, for a whole year. What would we do? What could we do? Would we keep a diary like Anne Frank? Would we turn off all our phones and attend the National Theatre? Online, of course. Would we dress up and create plays pretending we were in a Pollux cardboard theatre? Would we listen, as the case Kenny Masons played beautiful music by great composers arranged by themselves from their Facebook page? Imagine if we were not encouraged to be creative, how stifled we would feel. Imagine if no one believed in what we could do before we knew we could do it.
Imagine if the government didn't help us stop climate change. Each year, an extra 15 million people will be exposed to wildfires. The heat will cause 90,000 more deaths each year. Did you know over 2 million people will be in a flood every year? In southern coastal parts of Europe, water droughts will impact so much more. It will affect farming, energy supply, and public water supply. But here are little things you can do to help stop climate change. 1. Eat less dairy and meat. 2. Leave your car at home. What I mean is the petrol coming from your cars will be polluting the air. 3. Use a smart meter. A smart meter helps keep your bills under control and the use of electricity and gas.
Imagine if we lived in a world without racism, sexism, homophobia. Don't you think the world would be that much better?
You could play any instrument perfectly. Imagine if a world where everything has equality on its side and where everyone can roam the streets with open personality and pride. One day we will have freedom from all our rights and wrongs, and everyone will sing along to this song. Together we are different, but alone we are unique. And if we settle differences, with many voices together speak the goodness of the earth. But that time is not, and the same with the world, for it is not just the people who have been suffering, their domicile has too. And it is not just the humans, it's all creatures of all kind, suffering with weakness, for equality, for a stop to all that hurts. We fight, but fail. This is our world and we're living in it. We can protest, we can plead, and one day we'll succeed. But imagine if there was a world which was not like the one we live in today, but one with peace, one with the deepness of the earth opened out to all, one with families happily breathing fresh, sweet air, one where the world was at one with its people, and the people took care of their world. Then all would be fine and equal, and all would be peace, and I would savor the world's natural joy, open my heart to care. I would paint, I would skip, I would chortle with joy. I would do everything that I could do as a boy. I would sing out to the world this simple song. Whenever you're down, blow open a reality's imagination. Think of anything in the world, and then with a thought you can change the nation. Push towards it and you will be heard.
Imagine if every young person in the world, no matter their zip code or country, had a psychologically wise adult in their life, a psychologically wise mom or dad, fourth grade teacher, sports coach, pastor, rabbi, imam, godmother, godfather, an adult who said and did the things that helped that young person develop into a happy and healthy, strong, compassionate person. Imagine if every young person had that psychologically wise adult in their lives, not once, but in many forms, in many people surrounding them. I have thought about this legacy that Sir Ken left us to imagine the possibilities. And I have thought about it in particular when I meet a psychologically wise parent or teacher or coach, someone who says and does things in a way that helps young people truly, in the deepest sense of the word, thrive. Imagine if I can only begin to imagine if, but thank goodness for Sir Ken, who encouraged me to start that journey down the road of imagination, which of course becomes, with action, the road of reality.
So welcome everyone. I'm Penny Hay. I'm Reader in Creative Teaching and Learning and Research Fellow at Bath University. I'm also Director of Research for House of Imagination. Sir Ken Robinson was a dear friend and a patron of our charity for 20 years. Ken's extraordinary legacy will live on, we'll be very sure of that. So with this in mind, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Margaret Heffernan and Uella Jackson, who in Ken's honour will respond to Kate Robinson's provocation, Imagine If.
Imagine if every child was wanted.
Imagine if every young person can pick their own name.
Imagine if when a child was born, nobody cared whether it was a girl or boy.
Imagine if young people had the opportunity to be leaders now, not in the future.
Imagine if teachers thought that they were learning from their students, not just handing down knowledge.
Yeah, imagine if schools weren't about maintaining the status quo, but actually about being agents for change.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if curiosity was more important than grades.
Oh my God, I love that. Imagine if, can't think of anything, so sorry. It's like having a dance off, but like a an imagine off. Yeah, like a slam. Imagine if creativity and artists were valued.
Mm. Imagine if classrooms felt safe.
Imagine if young people felt like they could talk about how they feel.
Mm. Mm. Imagine if people weren't afraid of teenagers.
Mm. Imagine if everyone was equal.
Imagine if work was full of friendships.
I would love that. Imagine if workplaces felt like spaces you could bring your whole self to.
Mm. Imagine if you could do any work you wanted.
Imagine if we weren't defined by our careers and our titles.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Imagine if music mattered more than money.
I love that. Imagine if workplaces were places where you learn from, as opposed to being places where you just give to.
Mm. Imagine if elections were about compassion and creativity, where the best musician or the best poet won.
I love that. Imagine if the community was involved in construction.
Mm-hmm. Imagine if we all ate together more often.
Imagine if we could feel like we could do whatever we wanted to do and could do it at any time.
Imagine if you earned respect for what you contribute rather than what you consume.
Imagine if we spout love, T-I-M-E.
Imagine if we really looked forward to Mondays.
Yes. What kind of world would that be? Imagine if there were more intergenerational spaces for relationship building and learning.
Imagine if your best friend was as likely to be 30 years older as 30 years younger.
Yes. Imagine if everyone knew how to grow their own food.
Imagine if cities had really clean air.
Imagine if we raised girls and boys equally.
Imagine if you could imagine anything.
Imagine if children and young people ran our schools alongside teachers,
where they could follow their fascinations and design their own learning.
Imagine if the school walls were permeable and parents were welcome all the time.
The school day could run from 8 till 8 and you could choose when to pop in and pop out.
And every member of the community was a learning mentor.
Imagine
if failure and uncertainty were considered a measurable key skill.
And creative subjects were compulsory to GCSE at least.
And we could incontrovertibly prove that creativity is the only tool that can close the gap in socioeconomics and attainment.
Or if attainment became a banished word altogether.
Imagine
if education was free for everyone, no matter what their background or circumstance.
And that there were no school buildings at all, that we were all teachers, just us, just this.
And the whole city or village or town or region became a fabulous campus for learning.
Imagine
a world where creative educators are taken seriously.
Is that too much to imagine?
Imagine if arts funding quadrupled overnight.
Imagine if arts funding quadrupled overnight.
And there was an artist in residence in every single school in the country. Imagine if artists and educators were paid the same as business directors.
And we could inspire children from all backgrounds to become artists.
Imagine.
Just imagine if every child accessed cultural events every week.
And every community had a champion of imagination, its own storyteller.
Where every citizen is creative, and they know they are.
Now imagine how the people from this place would behave in a pandemic, or in the grip of a dictator, in an environmental crisis, against prejudice and hatred, ignorance and greed.
Imagine if the real virus was art and creativity.
Imagine.
I'm Ken Hertz. I am a long-term friend of Sir Ken Robinson's entire family. I met them when they first moved to Los Angeles, and I participated in the celebration of Ken's knighthood I introduced Sir Ken to the TED community, and I spent many meals and many meetings taking the piss out of Ken and having the piss taken out of me. Ken had the wide-eyed curiosity of a small child and the biting sense of humor of a wise old man, and he never let a straight line sit too long, and he never met a insult he didn't love, whether it was aimed at him or aimed at me. And I think that's probably why Ken was so obsessed with education and so obsessed with creativity, because really Ken didn't let anyone off the hook. Ken believed that we all could be the best version of ourselves if we only had the right resources. And so what I'd like to contribute to this conversation, if you will, and this celebration of Sir Ken, is that we all try to imagine if we lived in a world where we all could be the best version of ourselves, and that we all had the wherewithal to do so, that we also helped one another find the resources to become the best version of ourselves. It seems as though we live in a world where not getting caught in a lie is the same as telling the truth, and if you're getting away with it, you're not doing anything wrong. I think Ken imagined a world where that was no longer the case, that we were better, and that we were kinder, and that we were more thoughtful, and that we were more deliberative, but most of all, that we had a better sense of humor about ourselves. And I'm looking forward to a world like that. Thank you for letting me participate.
Hi, I'm Anthony Matsena.
Hi, I'm Cal Matsena.
And we are Matsena Productions. The film you're about to watch, Too Much Too Little, came from a challenge, an actual 24-hour challenge to make a film from conception of ideas to filming to editing within a 24-hour time frame.
Yeah.
The prompt was an underlying wealth condition.
Yes, and for us, we discussed as a team what that meant to us. And we discovered that our view on wealth was just something we looked at as a materialistic thing, as something we measured just by how much printed paper we acquired. And one of the team came across a quote from the Bible that said, it is easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. And that was very striking for us because it made us think about wealth in a different way, about how we acquire that internally, by the richness of our thoughts, richness of our emotions, the richness of the interactions we have in our daily lives, and how would that change our quality of lives if we started measuring wealth in a completely different way?
Yes, and that's how I imagine it. Thank you.
You must remember that most people live in almost total darkness. You are responsible to those people. And it is true that it is all very, very hard and gets harder all of the time. price that he has to pay himself and that you, the audience, must also pay is the willingness to give up everything, to realize that although you spent 27 years acquiring this house, this furniture, this position, although you spent 40 years raising this child, these children, nothing, none of it belongs to you. You can only have it. You can only have it by letting it go. You can only take if you are prepared to give. And giving is not an investment. It is not a day at the bargain counter. It is a total risk of everything, of you, of who you think you are, who you think you'd like to be, where you think you'd like to go. Everything. And this forever. Forever.
What do you see underlying this wealth condition? It's a sickness I'll pass on to my children. How was I supposed to know what is unknown? It's done, so let's not talk about it. I don't like talking about it. What were the rules? Too much of too little of enough? This isn't easy. This isn't easy.
Hi there, my name's Jackie Cooper and I was lucky enough to call Sir Ken Robinson my friend. But before he became my friend, like many millions of people, he inspired me from his TED Talk and made me realise that my terrible education and my feeling of failure while I was at school was actually maybe not so much down to me, but down to a system that didn't fit with people who are creative or didn't fit into the comfortable squares of formalised systems. I felt that he really spoke to me, and it's clear that millions and millions of people felt the same way, that they watched that TED Talk and felt that he spoke to them, and the same thing through his books. When I was lucky to be introduced to him and he became my friend, it was in a whole other dimension, this man of wit and kindness and incredible eloquence who could make an evening just go in a minute with a lovely glass of wine and brilliant stories and brilliant insights. And what he made me realise is that for somebody like me that didn't fit into education but then went on to become a businesswoman and supposedly have some success, I set up a PR agency with a business partner, and we sold that agency to Edelman, and I still work for that large communications agency now as a senior advisor. I sit on Jamie Oliver's board. I advise sort of notable companies and some quite important people who certainly had better educations than I did. But what Sir Ken helped me realise, and what I've realised as I've become older, is that there are many kinds of creative intelligence and not all of them fit within a formalised system. And so my provocation for Imagine If is, imagine if everyone who went to school and everyone who was in a system felt that that system and that education could actually help them find their element. So Ken wrote 2 brilliant books about finding your element, and key to that was just love what you do. Just find the thing that you're passionate about, because if you're passionate about it, it doesn't seem like such hard work. But we need, when we're small, to have confidence and support that we're allowed to do that it's okay to do that we don't have to fit in with everyone else. And actually the people who don't fit in are often the best leaders of all, as we know from successful businesses. So imagine if everyone could find their element. And certainly while Sir Ken Robinson might not be physically here, his presence, his words, his brilliant challenge for us to find our best selves will live on forever. And I was honoured to know him and miss him dearly. Enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alistair Spalding. I'm the Artistic Director of Sadler's Wells. The film you're about to see focuses on our Company of Elders, a group of over 60s who meet every week and make work, working with choreographers, practicing different dance styles, and generally keeping fit and happy and healthy. And what they talk about in the film is how dance can really have huge benefits for people, both mentally, physically, and emotionally. And I think that Sir Ken Robinson would have been extremely pleased to see what was going on there in this project, because he believed in this art form, as was demonstrated in his first ever TED Talk. And he would be delighted to see this wonderful group of people still dancing into their third age. The last time I met Sir Ken, it was at Sadler's Wells, and he came to see, in a way, the other side, the beginnings of the next generation of dancers in our National Youth Dance Company. He met with them, spent a lot of time talking to them on stage about their ambitions for a career in dance. So it was so nice to see him in that environment, being so enthusiastic about those young people. And I'm sure he would love to have seen this film about how you can continue that dancing career even into your third age. Thank you.
What makes a dancer from the beginning, I think, is being able to connect to people, whatever style or dance you do. Being able to express yourself with movement, really.
The idea that you can't live without dancing. You have to dance.
Enjoying movement, being stimulated emotionally by the movement of dance.
I think you have to have a sort of feeling whenever you hear music that you just want to get up and move to it.
You can see the joy when they're dancing. You can see the love of the dance. And I guess you can just see the willingness to share.
An enjoyment of movement and physicality, and a desire to say something through the body and through movement.
An individual who really can bring presence to a performance.
Their ability to move in a particular way that allows people to understand their intentions.
Somebody who is open-minded and willing to put themselves in a new situation, willing to accept who they are and dig deeper. Someone who's willing to put themselves out of their comfort zone and to find new ways of moving and explore new possibilities and be open and work with other people. So to me, that dancer is someone who is generous and open and kind to everyone and to themselves.
I think a lot of people like to think about dance as this idea of the 20-year-old perfectly trained performer doing pirouettes on stage, and it's so much more than that. And I think Company of Elders are a testament to that.
What's special about working with older dancers is the fact that their life experiences inform the way they behave, the way they present themselves. The experiences of their lives allows them to have a very particular confidence, which is extremely inspiring.
I think anyone can dance. I think you just want to move to music and feel energy and dynamism in your body, really.
I think dancing comes from within. I love music. I love movement. I love the energy that dancing gives you.
The benefits of dance are huge. I think part of dance is that it's not only for getting the blood flowing through the body, but it's a way of expressing yourself that has an emotional connection, that has a mental connection. It's not just about coordination, it's about welcoming people and drawing them in at the same time through movement. And so for me, I think dance is this really holistic experience.
I would say the benefits of dance, apart from joy, are increase in energy and also strength in one's body as one gets older.
There's nothing as good as dance for me and keeping me psychologically healthy.
You've got all the wonderful things of life, you know, community, exercise, dance, thinking, music. When I come away from a performance or even rehearsals, you know, you get that buzz, your brain's going and I think it's lovely.
And I think the benefits are wonderful. They're physically very good. They keep you absolutely fit and mentally as well, because it requires a lot of memory.
You know, you think about the science behind how your mind works, and if you repeat the same action, your brain physically hardens and it's like a groove in the road, right? So then with dance, you're experiencing different ways of moving, different ways of being, and you can literally reverse your destiny.
Today we are witnessing two inconvenient global trends in education that require serious rethinking. Regardless of huge number of education reforms and increasing amounts of money spent on them during the last 20 years, students' learning has not gone any better. Indeed, many countries fall short of their educational goals. At the same time, students are increasingly disengaged in education. They are less motivated to do their best at school and have more issues with their mental health than before. Now, you may wonder what is wrong with our schools and why our efforts to improve education don't bear fruit. Are we trying to do a wrong thing just a little bit righter? Or are we held back by our own mindsets about what school could be?
Every day and everywhere, our children spread their dreams beneath our feet, and we must tread softly.
Now, imagine if our schools were designed to be places of learning as much as they are now designed to be places of teaching. In most countries, the role of school is to implement government's prescribed curriculum. For economic reasons, schools are designed to be efficient sites for curriculum delivery, not for productive learning. Why do we assign students to groups of 25 based on the same age? Why the classroom is primary venue of learning? Schools should be designed to reflect the diverse form of learning, be flexible to adjust various educational purposes, and allow students to learn in other places than their own classroom.
I like learning with my friends, but I learn a lot with my dad.
And what would be awesome is that when I see the sloths, to learn about them, I'd need to go to a rainforest and then I'd get a vacation while being there.
I like learning outside because you can just feel the breeze and it just feels so nice, and it's so much better than a classroom because it's just so stuffy and hot.
A common premise in education around the world is that curriculum and teaching are based on what the authorities believe students should learn in school. Now again, imagine if learning would be based on students' own ideas and passion and less on what adults expect them to learn. Why do we believe in this old tradition of schooling when all the evidence we have tells us that students learn less and less what they are taught at school? We should ask students more often than we do right now what they need to learn, what they want to learn, and then negotiate how this would best happen. Students would be more engaged and more interested in what they learn than they are right now.
Not everyone may be amazing in maths or write a perfect English essay, but those people might be the most amazing guitarist or can film a perfect shot. And it is so important that schools and teachers, they look for that in children. And if they just look, everyone has it, and it'll make all the difference.
I found my passion, and it would be great if the school could help me develop and further explore that passion. And maybe it could help other kids who are yet to find their passion, their spark, what moves them, and help them discover it, and then help them develop that passion.
I want to be an actor. What do you want to be?
I want to be an animal handler for three-toed sloths.
When I grow up, I want to be a painter and paint bright colours and make the world a happy place. What about you?
I would like to work at a coffee shop with only kids in it.
Ooh. I would love to learn dance and more dance techniques at school because it would really help me with my career of being a dance teacher.
Do you mean like croquet?
Croquet? That's a type of activity with a ball.
The state of play around the world has been in decline. Children of all ages play much less than they used to at home, and playtime in most schools have been diminishing. Again, imagine if students could learn through play at school as often as they are taught directly by their teachers. Yet, research evidence is crystal clear. Play benefits all children in more ways than one. For example, we hear medical doctors and health experts emphasize the significance of play, especially free outdoor play, for children's health, well-being and learning. Every school should offer every child at least an hour of play and physical activity every day. Curriculum and pedagogy in schools should be designed on learning through play, including music and arts, whenever possible. Just imagine what schools would look like if we did just that. There are already many places where schooling is reimagined and even revolutionized like this. There are education systems where learning is becoming increasingly led by students' interests and passion. And the number of schools with a play-based culture is also growing. But still, these schools are not many, given the huge number of schools there are, but the numbers are growing. New alliances, associations and informal networks help more teachers and leaders to join this global movement. Some call these people dreamers, others see them as change makers. But many believe that education is too hard to change and that to try to do that is probably a waste of time. In John Lennon's funeral, Yoko Ono said this: "A dream you dream alone is only a dream. A dream you dream together is reality." We need to imagine what school could be, and we need to do that together to make it reality.
Hello, I'm Andrew Grant. I'm a landscape architect and co-founder of Forest of Imagination. Now, imagine if cities were defined not by their buildings and architecture, but by landscape and ecology. Wouldn't that be amazing sort of inversion of the way we think about urban spaces? Wouldn't it be a great way of thinking about how do we redefine what makes a quality of life when we're living in cities? If we structure the way we plan and design our cities around access to nature and the ability to have a diversity of experiences in any given day. Imagine from your home, within a 10-minute walk, you could visit at least 6 or 7 amazing pieces of landscape. Perhaps you pass through a woodland, a forest, an urban farm. You go past an amazing grassland. You see a pond, you pass a waterfall. All of these things are possible. We can build these into the way we create our urban spaces because we need them. We need this sort of contact with nature, and we need to reimagine how we plan our living, working environments. Now, over the last year, I think we've all realised that actually access to nature, access to the seasons, access to the sound of birds, access to the life that of the natural world around us is absolutely key to keeping us sane and happy. Now, why can't that be really sort of translated into new ways of thinking about how we create our places to live and to work? I'm very passionate about this, and I think this Imagine If project has created the opportunity to sort of just put that out there as a proposition. Completely invert the way we think about landscape. It's not just a backdrop, it's part of our life support system. It provides our air, our oxygen, it manages our water, it creates food, and perhaps really importantly, it's a really inspirational place. And a great aspect of this natural world is its fundamental to human health and well-being. So imagine if we define our cities not by buildings and architecture, but by landscape and ecology and nature.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I moved to America 12 years ago with my wife, Terry, and our 2 kids. Actually, truthfully, we moved to Los Angeles. Thinking we were moving to America, but anyway, it's a short plane ride from Los Angeles to America. I got here 12 years ago, and when I got here, I was told various things, like, Americans don't get irony. Have you come across this idea? It's not true. I've travelled a whole length and breadth of this country. I have found no evidence that Americans don't get irony. It's one of those cultural myths, like the British are reserved. I don't know why people think this. We've invaded every country we've encountered. But it's not true Americans don't get irony, but I just want you to know that that's what people are saying about you behind your back. You know, when you leave living rooms in Europe, people say, thankfully, nobody was ironic in your presence. But I knew that Americans get irony when I came across that legislation, No Child Left Behind. Because whoever thought of that title gets irony. Don't they? Because it's leaving millions of children behind. Now, I can see that's not a very attractive name for legislation. Millions of children left behind, I can see that. What's the plan? Well, we propose to leave millions of children behind, and here's how it's going to work, and it's working beautifully. In some parts of the country, 60% of kids drop out of high school. In the Native American communities, it's 80% of kids. If we halved that number, one estimate is it would create a net gain to the US economy over 10 years of nearly $1 trillion. From an economic point of view, this is good math, isn't it? That we should do this. It actually costs an enormous amount to mop up the damage from the dropout crisis. But the dropout crisis is just the tip of an iceberg. What it doesn't count are all the kids who are in school but being disengaged from it, who don't enjoy it, who don't get any real benefit from it. And the reason is not that we're not spending enough money. America spends more money on education than most other countries. Class sizes are smaller than in many countries. And there are hundreds of initiatives every year to try and improve education. The trouble is, it's all going in the wrong direction. There are 3 principles on which human life flourishes, and they are contradicted by the culture of education under which most teachers have to labour and most students have to endure. The first is this, that human beings are naturally different and diverse. Can I ask you, how many of you have got children of your own? Okay. Or grandchildren? How about 2 children or more? Right. And the rest of you have seen such children? Small people wandering about. I will make you a bet, and I'm confident I will win the bet. If you've got 2 children or more, I bet you they are completely different from each other, aren't they? Aren't they? You would never confuse them, would you? Like, which one are you? Remind me. You know, your mother and I are going to introduce some colour-coding system so we don't get confused. Education under No Child Left Behind is based on not diversity, but conformity. What schools are encouraged to do is to find out what kids can do across a very narrow spectrum of achievement. One of the effects of No Child Left Behind has been to narrow the focus onto the so-called STEM disciplines. They're very important. I'm not here to argue against science and math. On the contrary, they're necessary, but they're not sufficient. A real education has to give equal weight to the arts, the humanities, to physical education. An awful lot of kids... Sorry, thank you. One estimate in America currently is that something like 10% of kids getting on that way are being diagnosed with various conditions under the broad title of attention deficit disorder, ADHD. I'm not saying there's no such thing. I just don't believe it's an epidemic like this. If you sit kids down hour after hour doing low-grade clerical work, don't be surprised if they start to fidget, you know. Children are not, for the most part, suffering from a psychological condition. They're suffering from childhood, you know, and I know this because I spent my early life as a child. I went through the whole thing. And kids prosper best with a broad curriculum that celebrates their various talents, not just a small range of them. And by the way, the arts aren't just important because they improve math scores, they're important because they speak to parts of children's being which are otherwise untouched. The second... Sorry, thank you. The second principle that drives human life and flourishing is curiosity. If you can light the spark of curiosity in a child, they will learn without any further assistance very often. Children are natural learners. It's a real achievement to put that particular ability out or to stifle it. Curiosity is the kind of engine of achievement. Now, the reason I say this is because one of the effects of the current culture here, if I can say so, has been to deprofessionalize teachers. There is no system in the world or any school in the country that's better than its teachers. Teachers are the lifeblood of the success of schools. But teaching is a creative profession. Teaching properly conceived is not a delivery system. You know, you're not there just to pass on received information. Great teachers do that. But what great teachers also do is mentor, stimulate, provoke, engage, You see, in the end, education is about learning. If there's no learning going on, there's no education going on. And people can spend an awful lot of time discussing education without ever discussing learning. The whole point of education is to get people to learn. A friend of mine, old friend, actually very old, he's dead. That's as old as he gets, I'm afraid. So, but a wonderful guy, he was, a wonderful philosopher. He used to talk about the difference between the task and achievement senses of verbs. You know, you can be engaged in the activity of something, but not really be achieving it. It's like dieting. It's a very good example, you know. There he is, he's dieting. Is he losing any weight? Not really. Teaching is a word like that. You can say, there's Deborah, she's in room 34, she's teaching. But if nobody's learning anything, she may be engaged in the task of teaching, but not actually fulfilling it. The role of a teacher is to facilitate learning. That's it. And part of the problem is, I think, that the culture of, the dominant culture of education has come to focus on not teaching and learning, but testing. Now, testing is important. Standardized tests have a place. But they should not be the dominant culture of education. They should be diagnostic. They should help. You know, if I go for a medical examination, I want some standardized tests. I do. You know, I want to know what my cholesterol level is compared to everybody else's on a standard scale. I don't want to be told on some scale my doctor invented in the car. You know, your cholesterol is what I call level orange. Really? Is that good? We don't know. But all that should support learning. It shouldn't obstruct it, which of course it often does. So in place of curiosity, what we have is a culture of compliance. Our children and teachers are encouraged to follow kind of routine algorithms rather than to excite that power of imagination and curiosity. And the third principle is this, that human life is inherently creative. It's why we all have different resumes. We create our lives, and we can recreate them as we go through them. It's the common currency of being a human being. It's why human culture is so interesting and diverse and dynamic. I mean, other animals may well have imaginations and creativity, but it's not so much in evidence, is it, as ours. I mean, you may have a dog, you know, and your dog may get depressed. You know, but it doesn't listen to Radiohead, does it? And sit staring out the window with a bottle of Jack Daniels. And you say, would you like to come for a walk? He said, no, I'm fine. No. You go. I'll wait, I'll go. But take pictures. We all create our own lives through this restless process of imagining alternatives and possibilities, and one of the roles of education is to awaken and develop these powers of creativity. Instead, what we have is a culture of standardization. Now, it doesn't have to be that way. It really doesn't. Finland regularly comes out top in maths, science, and reading. Now, we only know that's what they do well at because that's all that's being tested currently. That's one of the problems of the tests. They don't look for other things that matter just as much. The thing about work in Finland is this. They don't obsess about those disciplines. They have a very broad approach to education, which includes humanities, physical education, the arts. Second, there is no standardized testing in Finland. I mean, there's a bit, but it's not what gets people up in the morning. It's not what keeps them at their desks. And the third thing is, I was at a meeting recently with some people from Finland, actual Finnish people, and so somebody from the American system was saying to the people in Finland, what do you do about the dropout rate in Finland? And they all looked a bit bemused and said, well, we don't have one. Why would you drop out? If people are in trouble, we get them quite quickly and help them and we support them. Now, people always say, well, you know, you can't compare Finland to America. No, I think there's a population of around 5 million in Finland. But you can compare it to a state in America. Many states in America have fewer people in them than that. I mean, I've been to some states in America and I was the only person there. Really. Really, I was asked to lock up when I left. And what all the high-performing systems in the world do is currently what is not evident, sadly, across the systems in America. I mean, as a whole. One is this: they individualize teaching and learning. They recognize that it's students who are learning, and the system has to engage them, their curiosity, their individuality, and their creativity. That's how you get them to learn. The second is that they attribute a very high status to the teaching profession. They recognize that you can't improve education if you don't pick great people to teach and if you don't keep giving them constant support and professional development. Investing in professional development is not a cost, it's an investment. And every other country that's succeeding well knows that, whether it's Australia, Canada, South Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, or Shanghai. They know that to be the case. And the third is they devolve responsibility to the school level for getting the job done. You see, there's a big difference here between going into a mode of command and control in education. That's what happens in some systems. You know, central governments decide, or state governments decide, they know best, and they're going to tell you what to do. The trouble is that education doesn't go on in the committee rooms of our legislative buildings. It happens in classrooms and schools. And the people who do it are the teachers and the students. And if you remove their discretion, it stops working. You have to put it back to the people. There is wonderful work happening in this country. But I have to say, it's happening in spite of the dominant culture of education, not because of it. It's like people are sailing into a headwind all the time. And the reason I think is this, that many of the current policies are based on mechanistic conceptions of education. It's like education is an industrial process that can be improved just by having better data. And somewhere in, I think, the back of the mind of some policymakers is this idea that if we fine-tune it well enough, if we just get it right, it'll all hum along perfectly into the future. It won't, and it never did. The point is that education is not a mechanical system, it's a human system. It's about people. People who either do want to learn or don't want to learn. Every student who drops out of school has a reason for it, which is rooted in their own biography. They may find it boring, they may find it irrelevant, they may find that it's at odds with the life they're living outside of school. There are trends, but the stories are always unique. I was at a meeting recently in Los Angeles they're called alternative education programs. These are programs designed to get kids back into education. They have certain common features. They're very personalized. They have strong support for the teachers, close links with the community, and a broad and diverse curriculum, and often programs which involve students outside school as well as inside school. And they work. What's interesting to me is these are called alternative education. You know? And all the evidence from around the world is if we all did that, there'd be no need for the alternative. So I think we have to embrace a different metaphor. We have to recognize that it's a human system and there are conditions under which people thrive and conditions under which they don't. We are, after all, organic creatures. And the culture of the school is absolutely essential. Culture is an organic term, isn't it? Not far from where I live is a place called Death Valley. Death Valley is the hottest, driest place in America, and nothing grows there. Nothing grows there because it doesn't rain, hence Death Valley. In the winter of 2004, it rained in Death Valley. 7 inches of rain fell over a very short period. And in the spring of 2005, there was a phenomenon. The whole floor of Death Valley was carpeted in flowers for a while. What it proved is this, that Death Valley isn't dead. It's dormant. Right beneath the surface are these seeds of possibility, waiting for the right conditions to come about. And with organic systems, if the conditions are right, life is inevitable. It happens all the time. You take an area, a school, a district, you change the conditions, give people a different sense of possibility, a different set of expectations, a broader range of opportunities. You cherish and value the relationships between teachers and learners. You offer people the discretion to be creative and to innovate in what they do. And schools that were once bereft spring to life. Great leaders know that. The real role of leadership in education, and I think it's true at the national level, the state level, at the school level, is not and should not be command and control. The real role of leadership is climate control, creating a climate of possibility. And if you do that, people will rise to it and achieve things that you completely did not anticipate and couldn't have expected. There's a wonderful quote from Benjamin Franklin. There are three sorts of people in the world. Those who are immovable, people who don't get it, they don't want to get it, they're not going to do anything about it. There are people who are movable, people who see the need for change and are prepared to listen to it. And there are people who move, people who make things happen. And if we can encourage more people, that will be a movement. And if the movement is strong enough, that's, in the best sense of the word, a revolution. And that's what we need. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hi, Sal Khan here from Khan Academy. Sir Ken Robinson is someone that I have always looked up to. I have always viewed as inspiration. It really all boils down to he looked at things, especially education, with a fresh eye. Most of us grew up in a school system and we just take it as an axiom that that's the way it needs to be. But he opened up all of our eyes as to what is possible, and he stressed the power of the human imagination, and then he applied that to looking at some of the systems that could either grow our imaginations or could suppress it. And so in that spirit, I like to imagine every day what the world could look like, especially when we think about education. I like to imagine a world where everyone has access to a free world-class education, that it can personalize to their needs, that they can be connected to others on that learning journey, that technology is not used for technology's sake, but it's used in service to pedagogical goals like making sure we can meet kids where they are. How do we unlock human-to-human interaction when people enter a classroom together? Or even if they're not in the same time or in the same place, or at least the same place, they can connect with each other in other ways. And so Sir Ken Robinson's work I view as kind of a foundational inspiration for the work we do at Khan Academy, where we are trying to provide a free world-class education for anyone, anywhere. Give all the core academic material from pre-K through the core of college. Make it as personalized as possible so we can meet students where they are, help them fill in their gaps, build a growth mindset, and then connect that to opportunity by constructing new forms of certification, new ways of proving what you know and getting jobs or getting into higher education. It's been the inspiration for a new project, another not-for-profit called Schoolhouse.world, where we're connecting people to each other over the internet so that they can tutor each other, learn from each other, build connections across boundaries, with learning really being the context in which they do it. It was in response to COVID, but it's something I've always wanted to do, especially being inspired by our Sir Ken Robinson's views on education and applying this notion of this unique human imagination to what the world could look like. So I just have a debt of gratitude to Sir Ken Robinson for opening my mind to what the world could and should look like, and making me believe that everyone's imagination, including my own, is an important part for uplifting all of us to become a more elevated species, a real civilization, so to speak.
One of our foremost hopes with Imagine If is not just that it inspires us all to think differently about the world, that it empowers us to take our Imagine If statements from imagination to reality. That's how the world begins to truly change. One Young World has over 12,000 young leaders who have done just that. They've imagined a better reality and then become actively involved in creating it. Ella Robertson of One Young World spoke to two of their young leaders about how they went about reimagining the parts of the world that they felt needed changing. Here's that conversation.
So hello, everyone. We are so honoured to bring together this One Young World discussion around imagination as part of this Imagineif Festival. I'm joined by two fantastic One Young World ambassadors and human rights campaigners, Amanda Wynne and Amira Shaw, who are beyond inspiring and have genuinely changed the world with their imaginations and activism and passion for believing that if we think of a better world, we can create a better world and bring other people with us. So I'm going to ask them both to introduce themselves and tell you briefly about their activism journey and how they saw a better world on horizon, and they've brought us all closer to that. So Amanda, I'll kick off with you. Can you just tell us a bit about your work and the role of imagination in that?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Amanda Wynne. I'm the CEO and founder of Rise. I work on incubating civil rights movements, but my journey started because I needed civil rights. My background is actually in astrophysics, so I had no idea that I would be spending so much time within activism. And I started off because I was raped, like so many other people. After my assault, I felt very lost and decided to research what my rights were, found out that there were huge gaps in civil rights in America for rape survivors, and decided to do something about it. So my team and I at Rise have penned 33 laws into existence, and we train other people, no matter what the cause is. And we would not be here if we not had the audacity to dream of another world. So imagination, to me at least, means being able to get up in the morning and say, I'm not going to take this reality. I'm going to have the audacity to dream of something better.
That's so powerful. Amir, I remember your activism journey so vividly. We had the honor to play a small part in it. Tell everyone about yourself and about your activism journey.
Thank you, Ella. Yeah, absolutely. I think One Young World, I'll talk about that, about the huge role they've played in pushing me to grow into who I am, and continues to play a huge role in shaping who I am as a person. My name is Amir Ashur. I'm from Iraq, and I started Iraq Queer, which is Iraq's first national LGBT plus organization. And prior to that, I used to work for a couple of international organizations. And I think what I remember vividly is really how we kept being discredited for the work we're doing, claiming that we are a Western export, that we have no connection to the local community in Iraq, and that we're, disowning our own culture and background. But in reality, we were just trying to embrace what Iraqis claim to be, that we're a diverse nation, that we have a long history of being contributors to the world through laws and agriculture and language. So we just needed to remember who we are. And I think, there's two parts to the imagination question. And that's one, obviously, I think I was able to imagine what could happen in Iraq because so many others have done it around the world. So it's not like I've invented something that didn't exist before. I just got inspired by people who have been doing it for so many decades around the world. The difficult part was, because it was a country like Iraq, imagination is not the thing that we encourage the most when it comes to growing up in general, not only for LGBT plus people, just in general for the population. You're supposed to get an 8 to 5 kind of job and get married and have kids. And while that could work for many people, it definitely didn't work for me. And combine that with the violence that takes place against LGBT plus people, that in so many cases leads to our death, basically. It was difficult to really, even though I could imagine that world, it was difficult to pursue that world until, like Amanda said, it happened to me. I faced discrimination myself. I was imprisoned a couple of times. My rights, were violated on almost daily basis. I couldn't hold hands with someone that I was dating, small things that started this journey based on selfish reasons. And I think, I hope I grew from then, and it's now much bigger than just who I am.
I think both of you have really had, I think the words courage and audacity really come to mind for for both of you. Just to touch on kind of some images that I think have really stood out to me over both your activism journeys. Amanda, some of the photographs of you in Congress in Washington, but also the different state legislatures around the country of having these bills signed. When you started, I mean, I know a lot of people will have said, ain't gonna happen, you must be joking, why are you gonna even try? So people who are in that stage of their activism journey around the world right now and being told, like, just don't even bother, why would you tell them to imagine that moment of achievement, and what would you tell them to encourage them?
Yeah, I'm so glad that you brought this up because it happens to all activists. And I want folks who may be feeling perhaps discouraged, maybe have other people have told them, no, you can't do this, to know that history is on your side. Know and be very grounded in the mission that you are fighting for, because at least for me, to echo, what I've heard before, when it was less about me and more about, hey, this is a shared mission, this is bigger than myself. And when I had a very clear North Star, it really helped. And I understand that in different parts of the world, activism has different levels of risk and costliness. I don't want to discount that, right? What I'm saying though is if you can, and if you're safe to, if you feel like it is worth the risk, know that history is on your side.
And Amir, in terms of an image to me that really sticks in my mind, I know you were out of Iraq yourself, but the members of Iraq Queer in your community, when they put up the pride posters around Baghdad the first time, I feel really emotional just thinking about that. I mean, to go out at night and to put those up, I mean, that is so brave. And to go from imagining that could happen, that people would do that, to imagining, obviously, at the end of the road, we want an Iraq with full and equal rights for our LGBT plus brothers and sisters and non-binary siblings. When you think about what you imagine for Iraq and how you've delved to have courage yourself, but also inspire courage in others, can you tell us a bit about that? And again, advice that you have for other activists who understandably maybe are afraid of taking the next steps.
Absolutely. I think, the tricky part is really just the beginning, because once someone makes a decision that this is a cause they're passionate about, it's going to be like a drug. You cannot get enough of it until you achieve the goals that you've set. And there are always more goals to achieve, because sadly in Iraq, we're a bit far away from the, image of Iraq that we want to achieve, which will happen for sure. But I think in the beginning, with me coming out, at least, I've had a lot of people reaching out saying that they've never thought that there is someone else like them who is from Iraq, who is gay and talking about these issues so openly. And now, for the first maybe 6-7 years of my career, I was always the only Iraqi in LGBT plus conferences. Now we don't know who to send. We have a number of amazing and fierce and courageous people who are really young. They're between the age of 17 to 25, who have other things on their plate, but at the same time are contributing so much of their time and investing all of their passion in this cause. So I think what I would really want to tell other Iraqi LGBT plus people and people who believe in a cause and don't find that space or that opportunity for them to be a part of this world is you can create that opportunity, because just because something doesn't exist in your society doesn't mean that it doesn't exist in the world. And there are so many people who will back you, who will support you in those efforts. All it takes is to make that commitment to stand for that thing that you believe in. And there will be a lot of groups that will support you, they will inspire you, and I'm sure you will mobilize a lot of people and reach the goals that you have.
Yeah, and I think that calls to mind that famous quote, courage calls to courage everywhere. And once you are able to, use what you've imagined and spark that imagination in others, that I think that's such an important moment of kind of the flame catching fire. I want to turn to people who sometimes lack imagination, who are narrow-minded and who end up using their lack of empathy and compassion with the world to be cruel to others, and discuss discrimination a bit. Amanda, I know obviously you've dealt with a lot of misogyny and anti-women rhetoric throughout your course as a women's civil rights campaigner, but also you've headed up a lot of the campaigns in the United States around anti-Asian discrimination that we've seen in the wake of COVID-19. And I just want to talk a bit about why open-mindedness and imagination about how it is to walk in someone else's shoes is so important.
Yeah, perhaps one of the most fundamental things and hardest things to realize is that hurt people hurt people. And so if you're able to, at least as an activist, have that when you're going into activism, it, at least for me, is a tool, a shield really, to help discern where people are coming from. I know that that's a little flip of the answer. But to, again, flip it back, empathy is truly, truly at the core of being able to work through differences. And for folks who, you know, grew up a certain way, and quite frankly, just haven't been exposed to education of communities of different backgrounds, haven't learned, haven't consumed stories. You know, it's so easy to other a whole group of people if you don't know them and you don't know their history and you don't know, you know, their contributions or their grief or what has happened to them. You know, so it's so important that we start from the roots of racism or of discrimination, and so much of that comes from empathy building and education.
And I think, you know, it's so easy for all of us. All of us have inbuilt prejudices and an instinct to say, oh, those people, ew, those people. And actually, I think every time we have that instinct as people, it's really important to say, well, who do I know from that community? You know, who can I ask about that? What dialogue can I have? And to keep on trying to open up our own minds when a slightly natural human instinct to close in sometimes comes upon us. Because when we're scared or when we're concerned or we feel our family's under threat, of course, we're going to have these natural negative reactions, but we do all have the capacity to fight those reactions as well. Amir, I mean, again, on discrimination, I think there's two lenses I'd really like to briefly discuss. One is obviously discrimination towards the LGBT community in Iraq and the Middle East more broadly. But also I remember you standing on the One Young World stage and saying, help me prove that ISIS doesn't represent all Muslims. And coming as a refugee to live in the United States and facing then anti-Muslim prejudice when actually you are the ultimate, you know, forward-looking, tradition-smashing Muslim man. You know, those are two layers of prejudice that you've had to combat throughout your activism journey, and both come from extreme narrow-mindedness.
Absolutely. I think, you know, my image of Islam and Muslims is my mother, who I had every belief that our relationship will change once I come out to her. And once I did, she told me, but didn't you tell me you want an outdoor wedding when you were growing up? And I said, I still do, Mom. And she said, so you'll marry a guy? And I said, well, that's the goal. So to me, that said so much about her, because it wasn't like, you know, other invasive or offensive questions that she asked. She was just, you know, linking and making the connection in her mind. And now she is the biggest supporter that I have. She talks to my boyfriend on, you know, every time I talk to her. She loves Milo, our dog. So, and she's, you know, a very big believer in Islam, and she actually is the 27th grandchild of the Prophet. So it doesn't get more religious than that. And to me, obviously, I think ISIS does represent a part of Islam, the conservative, fundamental part of Islam, just like there is the same in every other religion. But I think it's important to realize that that group of people, you know, fundamentalist conservatives, do not represent the entire community. That's millions of people. And it's the same for LGBT plus people, you know, and that's the message that we're trying to convey to conservative or traditional groups in Iraq, is that, you know, obviously the LGBT plus community will have people who break the law and will have people who might, you know, harm the public in one way or another, but our sexual orientation isn't that thing. Our sexual orientation is just a personal identity that we live, in our daily life, and sometimes might not even have any impact on the rest of your life. But what we're trying to show is that we are, demanding our rights to be equal to every other citizen in Iraq, and at the same time, we are demanding our responsibility and rebuilding the country, because Iraq is in desperate need of every person, every Iraqi, to contribute to the building of this country, because we've been in so much, violence, and we've lived through so many wars. We need those young people who come with fresh ideas and fresh energies. Why would someone like me be a refugee when I have everything in my being wants to contribute to building Iraq, and wants to run for office in Iraq and help make Iraq as a powerful contributor to the world, not only locally? Why do you make the country so violent and limiting that some of your best generations are leaving the country? And it's so many people. It's not only LGBT plus people, it's women, it's religious minorities, it's so many different groups that are forced into exile and are denied the right to contribute to building the society.
I think those are all such great points about the dangers of not imagining a utopia, of not staying optimistic, of not imagining that there can be a better tomorrow, and of letting all of the fears and oppressions of today crush your human spirit and desire for a better tomorrow. I think we absolutely have to stay positive, even in these difficult pandemic times, and imagine a day where, women will be held equally in society, and those who perpetrate violence will be held fully accountable, where ethnic minorities and religious minorities will not be discriminated against, where people can love freely and openly, and we will see the first gay president of Iraq. Those are all things that we can all imagine. And if we all work closely together and stay optimistic and stay kind and compassionate, it's something that we can achieve together, especially through One Young World. Please do head to oneyoungworld.com to find out more about inspiring ambassadors like Amanda and Amir, who are doing so much to lead the change they want to see in their communities.
I'm Brian Tart. I'm the publisher of Viking Penguin. When I think of Sir Ken Robinson, I think of the many things that he was. He was a thinker, an educator. He was a maker, a doer, transformer. He was all those things and many more. But for us at Viking Penguin, he was a writer, first and foremost, and one of our most successful and influential writers that we've published in the last 10 to 15 years. It's been an honor to publish Sir Ken and to see how his readers have been affected positively by his message. And his message was extraordinary. He preached the benefits of creativity, of breaking down boundaries, of looking at things anew, of pushing against the status quo, and of creating new, energetic systems for better thought in the world. He has inspired literally millions of people around the world. His TED Talk was the first that I was introduced to him, and it was sent to me by so many people in my life, by family members, by friends I hadn't seen in 10 years, by people who knew I was in the book publishing world, who said, whatever you do, get this guy to write a book. And he wrote great books. With the help of Lou Aronica and Peter Miller, his agent, his books made a difference in people's lives. The Element, which we published at Viking in 2009, has now been through 25 printings and has sold 500,000 copies in the United States alone. His subsequent books have all done extraordinarily well and have had equally positive influence on all of its readers. So when you look at his life, a life lived so well, a life with so much influence positively throughout the world, you wonder what we can do with his legacy to be grateful and show our gratitude to all the work that Sir Ken has done. And this event that we're putting on in March is really a great first step in doing that. His legacy in books is secure. These books will be in print and selling for years and years to come. They were written to last. They are built to be read for many generations, and I am sure that many generations will benefit from them just like the present one has. So I look forward to all the work that is being done in his name going forward, and know that Sir Ken is proud of all of these efforts, because he was very proud of everyone's work on his behalf throughout his life. It has been a real pleasure and an honor to be working with him and to see all of you who are out there working on his behalf to keep his message going. Thank you very much.
Hi there, my name is Hugh Jackman, and I'm thrilled to be part of this event to honour the late and great Sir Ken Robinson. I met Ken and Terry here in our house having a cup of tea a number of years back, and it was an afternoon I will never forget. Like millions and millions of people around the world, I was so enamored and inspired by Ken's talk, the famous TED talk, that I ended up reading all of his books and was lucky enough to meet him. And I share with everyone involved with this and the entire Robinson family just my gratitude for having known and interacted, but also just benefiting from Ken and his life and his work. And I'm thrilled that his work is going to continue. One of his books he sent me straight after meeting him was The Element, and I loved it. And I thought I might today, in honor of Ken, read a little part of that. This will take about 4 minutes or so. But I think it's great. It's called It's All in Your Imagination. We tend to underestimate the range of our senses and our intelligence. We do the same with our imaginations. In fact, while we largely take our senses for granted, we tend to take our imaginations for granted completely. We'll even criticize people's perceptions by telling them that they have overactive imaginations, or that what they believe in is all in their imagination. People will pride themselves on being down to earth, realistic, and no nonsense, and deride those who have their heads in the clouds. And yet, far more than any other power, imagination is what sets human beings apart from every other species on earth. Imagination underpins every uniquely human achievement. Imagination led us from caves to cities, from bone clubs to golf clubs, from carrion to cuisine, and from superstition to science. The relationship between imagination and reality is both complicated and profound. And this relationship serves a very significant role in the search for the element. If you focus on your actual physical surroundings, you generally assume, I'm sure, that there's a good fit between what you perceive and what's actually there. This is why we can drive cars on busy roads, get what we're looking for in shops, and wake up with the right person. We know that in some circumstances, through illness, delirium, or excessive use of controlled substances, for instance, even that assumption can be mistaken, but let's keep moving on for now. We know too that we can routinely step outside of our immediate sensory environment and conjure mental images of other places and other times. So if I ask you to think of your best friends at school, your favorite food, or your most annoying acquaintance, you can do that without having any of those things directly in front of you. This process of seeing in our mind's eye is the essential act of imagination. So, my initial definition of imagination is the power to bring to mind things that are not present to our senses. Your response to this might very well be, duh. That would be an appropriate response, but it helps make a critical point. That perhaps more than any other capacity, imagination is the one we take for granted most. This is unfortunate because imagination is vitally important to our lives. Through imagination, we can visit the past, contemplate the present, and anticipate the future. We can also do something else of profound and unique significance. We can create. Through imagination, we not only bring to mind things that we've experienced, but things that we have never experienced. We can conjecture, we can hypothesize, we can speculate, and we can suppose. In a word, we can be imaginative. As soon as we have the power to release our minds from the immediate here and now, in a sense, we are free. We are free to revisit the past, free to reframe the present, and free to anticipate a whole range of possible futures. Imagination is the foundation of everything that is uniquely and distinctively human. It is the basis of language, the arts, the sciences, systems of philosophy, and the vast intricacies of human culture. Beautiful, and Ken always made me laugh. Didn't matter if it was on the page or in person or in a talk. He had that great ability to inspire us and educate whilst making it fun, which is what life should be, right? So in the spirit of this event, I'd like to add my imagine if. Imagine if we lived in the world where we treated everyone as family. You know, there's that saying, you're only as happy as the unhappiest person in your family. Well, it's true. I'm a parent, and, you know, we are completely entwined with the fortunes and the lives, I guess, of our kids, of our partner, and of our family. And I just keep thinking, imagine if that innate sense of taking care of each other and wanting to make sure that the people who need our help and care the most was an emotion, that we felt it, not just an idea or a duty or something we should do. Imagine if all those people struggling as refugees or in poorer countries in the world or through coronavirus, whatever the issue, that we felt it and we treated them like family, and we made sure that we didn't rest until everyone had been helped.
In 2018, the Roundhouse in London announced that Sir Ken would be taking the role of Associate Creative Curator. Through that partnership, various initiatives and events were dreamt up, mostly over long lunches. One of these events was an evening with Sir Ken Robinson, which took place at the Sackler Space at the Roundhouse in January 2020. It was an intimate evening of discussion and performances, and we didn't know it at the time, but also be Sir Ken's last ever live event. The evening was filmed, and we're about to air it for the very first time. But first, Roundhouse's CEO, Marcus Davey, reunited over Zoom with three of the people who shared the stage with Sir Ken that night. Matt Goldman, co-founder of the Blue Man Group and of Blue School, and performers Cesare Gore and Tilly Lee Chronic.
So hi, it's great to see you again. Imagine a year ago, we were all sitting or standing or performing, singing, or doing some incredible aerial circus activity in the studio theatre space at the Roundhouse. A year on and the world has been turned upside down, and there's somebody missing from our group. And that person is Ken Robinson. Little did he know, or little did any of us know, that we were taking part in Ken's last ever event. The thing that we all got from it, I suspect, was this great joy of being with this extraordinary, creative, imaginative inventor, writer, enthuser, optimist, full of possibility and engaging, really interested. One of the most curious people I'd ever met. I mean, curious as in he had great curiosity in other people. We're going to have a little chat as a kind of prequel to showing the film of that extraordinary event that we took place. We'll tell you a little bit more about that event and why it happened. But first of all, I thought, why don't we just introduce ourselves and go around the Zoom, which is being recorded. So Tilly, why don't you start?
I'm Tilly Lee Chronic. I'm a trapeze artist and a physical theatre performer, and also a play worker for children with disabilities.
Fantastic. Cesare.
I'm Cesare Gore. I'm a musician and artist. Yeah.
Fantastic. And Matt, you're called Matt and Renee on your Zoom name, but your name is something else.
Yeah, my name is actually Matt and Renee when I'm with Renee, my partner, but it's Matt Goldman. I'm one of the co-founders of Blue Man Group, performed close to 3,000 shows, and then turned my attention to education and was co-founder of the Blue School in New York City, where we eventually connected with Sir Ken Robinson.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see you. It's a bit like The Reunion. There's a program on the BBC called The Reunion, and maybe we're the reunion for this event, and we will talk about what happened that evening. And it wasn't obviously planned to be Ken's last event. In fact, it was planned to be Ken's first event of a certain type. Ken, we've developed this wonderful relationship with Ken at the Roundhouse. He was our associate creative producer, and we were looking at this event as a kind of pilot, and a pilot for Ken as the host, giving a speech and doing the thing that he absolutely loved doing, which was talking with emerging brilliant talent, young artists, established great talent, and even strange people like me. So it was a great start for something that was coming up next. And the next thing was going to be moving into the Roundhouse main space and filling the main space with conversation, with creativity and imagination and curiosity. I wondered if we could just open up as a conversation and say, what did we take from that event? What do we remember? You know, none of us thought it was going to be the event that it turned out to be, but I wonder if we could start, say, with Chisara, because, you know, I don't know if you knew much about Ken Robinson, but what did you take from it? What have you thought about during the course of that following year?
I think it kind of links back to what you were saying when you were describing Sir Ken about his curiosity, interest in art and people's lives and their kind of the way that they connected with their creativity. I think it really made me appreciate the access that we had to certain creative worlds and the opportunity we had and we have to develop that, and that every child should have that opportunity. It really opened me to this kind of, into the world of education, into understanding how my education shaped my life and how the education of millions of other children could affect their lives, and how important that conversation is to keep having, not just in a kind of who is talented or who is artistic, but just the foundations of artistic curiosity and imagination, and that value in itself, in and of itself, without having to attach it to any kind of career or process, but just that inherent value that creativity has.
And you're talking about education. Tilly, you were talking a second ago about, you know, you're working with in an education format at the moment. In the film, you're seen as an aerial a circus artist. What was your creative education journey? How did you end up doing the thing that you do today?
Well, I went to a circus school in Bristol and I did my degree there. Before that, I just went to state school in London, and I did kind of extracurricular creative things. I don't know if I was that creative in school, but yeah, I went on to do a creative degree and then on to be a creative professional.
Was there a moment in your childhood when you went, somebody has said that, or I want to do that, I want to dance in the air?
I didn't actually know that you could do that until I turned 18 and I saw it, and I saw this school in Bristol, and that's the moment I went, yeah, I want to do that, because I danced on the floor before that. I saw that you could do it in the air and I thought that looked quite a lot more fun.
Well, you know, Chisara, I know you don't only perform, you music, you act, you make clothes, you paint and everything else, but Matt, you know, what was the trigger moment in your life? Because you said you performed 3,000 shows. The Blue Man Group is known in every home probably in the world, and if you haven't seen you live, then you would have certainly seen you on a film or on an advert or somewhere. And that, you know, where did that come from? How did you get to that place from being a child?
Well, that's such a fun question. I mean, you know, I grew up feeling I wasn't creative because I couldn't paint and I couldn't sculpt, and I could play a little bit of music on everything, but not anything proficiently enough to be in a band or orchestra. But yet, in my inner being, in my outer definition from the outside world was I wasn't a creative person, but inside I felt creative. And when we started Blue Man, we were struggling to find what's the thing when you feel creative, but you're not defined as creative. And we got a book on Uzi. And there were 3 of us, and we couldn't afford 3 books, so we ripped the book into thirds, and we each had a third, and then we would pass it around. And that was common for us at the beginning of Blue Man. And I got the third where Brancusi said that being an artist, which I translate to being creative, is not being hit by a lightning bolt from God, but having clear intent and passion. And that, I literally started shaking because I never felt like I was hit by a lightning bolt from God or anyone else, but I could conjure up clear intent and I could conjure up passion. And so from that moment forward, I felt like there was a way to generate creativity. And when we met Ken, which was completely by providence, I mean, it was, we had seen him speak, do his first talk, and got him for a 45-minute to observe the Blue School. And while he was there, his all-day appointment for the rest of the day got canceled while he was at Blue School for 45 minutes. So 45 minutes turned into 12 hours together. And what we realized where our overlap was we were both about connecting to one's own inner voice, connecting to one's own inner creativity, trying to make a positive impact on the world. We, as new educators, believed you could start that with children as young as 2 years old. And Ken's reply to that is, why start them so late? So to go full circle to the event that we did, first of all, Cesar and Tilly and the 2 poets, you blew us away by your talent and creativity and performance, and this was my first exposure to the Roundhouse. I had only known it as that crazy, amazing rock venue where basically everyone in my whole, rock hero character list performed, but I had no idea that it was a place to cultivate talent and creativity and help people connect to their passions and their element. And so it made perfect sense. I was so excited to learn about the Roundhouse. I was so excited to see you 2 perform, and the 2 poets. Really blown away. And I know Ken was, and Ken's whole family was, because we spoke about it afterwards at great length. And I was working with Ken to develop that show in the main space. And we had great inspiration from that show as a seedling of what we were going to build, which was going to be much bigger with of course, with Kate Robinson also.
And I think, what you make me think is that this wasn't Ken's last event, which you took part in, but the first of what comes next. And that seed must never not be watered. It's got to be watered and found a place to flourish. The creative journey the imagination to creativity to performance or a production or whatever it is that comes out of it, a piece of clothing, you know, a piece of art, is an incredibly tortuous one and can be argumentative. You can have your own argument with yourself, and putting on an event is exactly the same, but slightly more communal. You do something together, unlike, although, you know, when you're working with a theatre company or a dance company or a big orchestra, you can have some of those kind of conversations in that way. It's been a year, hasn't it? We're now in, we're talking in February, mid-February 2021. And in January last year, when we did the event, you know, there was this little outbreak of something that nobody really knew what it was, some kind of pneumonia that was happening in Wuhan, in China. Since that, the world has changed, will change forever. And other really important and extraordinary and challenging events have happened in that year as well. I think back to that event because it was so full of hope and optimism, and it's something I link back to and, you know, holding on for the future. I was wondering if Cesara and Tilly, you could talk about, you know, I want to come to Matt in a second because of the American view of things. You know, we live American politics here a lot, and it's strange, but we probably see it from a different angle because we get part of the story and not the whole thing. But Cesara and Tilly, just in the year that's been, how have your lives changed, and how do your thoughts ever relate back to that event and think, you know, you were thrown into something that actually was, you probably didn't know how important it was going to be in the end. None of us did, but can you talk about your lives in this year and how it relates to that event? You're going to be polite to each other now.
I'll go. I mean, I feel like obviously everyone's lives have changed drastically this year. I mean, I can't quite believe it was a year ago that we were doing that event. I was thinking about it today, and the thing that struck me when kind of reminiscing about it on my own was, sorry, this maybe isn't answering the question, but I feel it's important to say that I didn't really know what the event would be like, and I was very used to performing what I'm used to performing, that section of trapeze and that part of my show, and kind of having to talk in front of people about my practice or my creativity, I find a bit more daunting. And I just wanted to put out there how comfortable Ken made me feel and how able he made me feel to talk about it. He just asked the most incredible questions. He puts people so at ease and has this amazing, he made me like excited to talk about it and feel, yeah, like articulate, which sometimes I don't feel. And I just wanted to say how much that carried me through, actually, like going into a year where at times through lockdown, being creative felt incredibly difficult, and connecting to my practice felt really difficult. Being able to think of that event and the way that I could talk about my practice there, yeah, it opened something up for me in quite a big way. Which I'm very grateful for to him. Yeah.
So do you feel you know, imagine if you hadn't been to that event, your year would have been different?
I feel like it would have been, yeah. It really started the year in like quite a poignant and monumental way, and without knowing that the year would be like this, but yeah.
I think that's great, poignant and monumental. I think it probably, we don't need to say anything else now, we can just stop. Right. Yeah. But Cesara, no, you carry on.
Yeah, I guess linking to what Tilly was talking about, that event being that quite brilliant moment at the beginning of the year, a hopeful moment. And I remember talking to Ken briefly afterwards about what you were talking about, the development and the rest of the plans to have more events and working with the Roundhouse. And, you know, I was just like, yeah, I'll be there. I'm there. I'll bring people. I think everyone, you know, needs to not just even see it, but feel what we felt. And I think it was that he managed to create an environment where we all felt hope and this energy of, yes, we can create things, yes, we can change the world, you know, in that big frame. It was that. I think that's whatever I feel like whenever I do something, that's when you're performing and you have that connection, when you're sitting down, you're talking to people, there's always that moment because you realize that there are people who want to change things. And that momentum was brilliant. And of course, yeah, a few months later, it's like, and we're stopping, you know, enough of that momentum.
A lot of time to think.
Yes, a lot of time to think. And you know, at the start, it was kind of, you know, okay, let's take this time to reflect. Let's kind of understand what it is you want to do or how you want to do it, or, you know, when the future does arrive, what kind of life do you want to live, or what do you want to kind of, how do you want to connect to people? How do you kind of make that feeling of that event? How do you embody that, I guess, in your day-to-day? And I think yeah, it was definitely difficult. But to have that in memory, have that event in memory is a wonderful thing to have, because, you know, when we, you know, get out of this, that we can have that again, that it's possible. And because we've all experienced it, you know, he's there, we carry on the legacy and have more moments like that. I think that's something to hold on to. And it definitely, for me, was a nice way of showing the alternative performance space, where there's performances, there's music, there's that, and then there's this communion and there's this collective like understanding of what it means to do something like that. I think that's, I was inspired by it, and I definitely want to see more of that when we can gather again.
It's great waves of creativity came through that event. You know, there was, I love that kind of format where you've got a bit of talking about creativity. And one of the things that Ken and I talked about quite a lot was that creativity and imagination are far too important to leave into the hands of politicians. It's about involving them. Of course, politicians need to be involved. They need to create good policies for the country to work better and for us to, but you know, it's our movement. It belongs in every single one of us. It's something we can take with us. We need to install, you know, fire people up to say, actually, this is so important. This is, you know, the thing I think about it, why is physics or chemistry or maths more important than music, art or dance? You know, why are they more important? Because we express ourselves in so many different ways. And, you know, I've got 2 boys and they're doing learning through the internet at the moment, and it's screen. And you see them lose their physicality and their creativity and their emotional well-being. You know, they all kind of start moving off in different directions. One of the first big conversation I had with Ken was that Kate, his wonderful daughter, kind of brought Ken over to the Roundhouse, and I showed him round properly. I'd met him once or twice before. And we went over to this little restaurant that used to exist just opposite the Roundhouse called Belgo. So it's kind of mussels and chips and stuff like that. And I thought, well, this will last an hour. And just relating back to what Matt said, you know, his diary wasn't cancelled for the afternoon. My diary became cancelled. I cancelled everything. And we carried on there for like 5 hours talking about what we'd do in the future. And I sort of sit there going, hang on a second, I'm sitting here with Ken Robinson talking about what we're going to do in the future. And I've, you know, this conversation started like, we're just going to show you round. And now we're planning to do this stuff. And it was like that thing you said, you know, yes, we're going to do something. Yes, we can do that. We can make these changes. We had the energy for hope and we're going to do this. And Matt, you know, you talk about those things. I heard you talking about those, and your view from a world of America that we can only just kind of scratch the surface of trying to understand the things that have happened in America for the last year. I think, you know, they used to say that, you know, if there's a snowstorm in America, we get a rainstorm. You know, we get something a bit milder, but it comes over to us in the end. You know, your life since that event, you've been working so hard on what you're doing next as well. And you know, can you tell us the view from your world?
Well, I mean, the view from my world, depending on the entry point, of course. But first of all, I will pick it up from the event in London at the Roundhouse in January. That was literally my last time on an airplane, my last trip outside my home. I remember, at that point there was a shortage of masks, and at least in the United States they were saying don't wear masks, and we now know that that was to preserve them for healthcare workers. And then when we got home, having a school, it became very apparent that we started to have to plan for what would happen if we can't have these children, these students on site. And when you have a program that's all about connection and the way people interact with one another and collaboration, and it's almost mind-boggling to try to translate that to an online curriculum. But that's exactly what happened, and it happened very, very quickly. Between having that thought at the very end of February to March 14th, that became a reality. So in the school world, everyone is working 2 to 3 times as hard, and just trying to figure out how to be doing the right things and being relevant, and most of all doing right by the students. And that's what we've been devoting every waking moment to, and not getting as much sleep as we used to have extra waking moments. So that's and then you throw in a little insurrection on the American democracy, and that crazy noise that was happening for the 4 years prior, and it's been insane. It's been an insane existence, quite frankly, and we're as lucky as we could possibly be, because there's so many people who are struggling in a way it's unfathomable.
No, and it's I think I'm just writing some notes here that in the course of the year, the things that are really raised up are the challenge to democracy, the importance of Black lives, climate change, and how we're going to build a sustainable world, the impact of COVID and exposing the gross inequalities in our system and our systemic, racism and our systemic poverty. And I'm talking about this country. There's a great ability in the United Kingdom to talk about these problems being in America. They're here. And
they're here in America. It's unbelievable. And when you say exposed, I really feel like it just puts the latest magnifying glass on it, because you see how in some ways you hope things have come so far and evolved, and in other ways you see that it's just as hard, and that people's limited or they're biased, it's just they're so there, and it's I think what it's brought up for a lot of people in my circles is it's just shocking how prejudiced the United States is. Not that we didn't know it exists, but that it would be a movement of such incredible magnitude. It's shocking.
I suppose what I'm saying is that none of us should deflect the challenges that we have in our own houses, our own lives, and our own countries. And just in the last, I've noticed that this conversation is, for us, is going really quickly. And I suspect for the listener or the viewer, there'll be one, wanting to know what's happening next. But we've got about 3 minutes left. And what I was going to suggest is, if each of you could talk for 30 seconds to a minute about your hopes for the future around creativity and how your creativity will help shape your future or the future. Chisara, you smiled first.
I know. I was like in my box trying to be quiet. Okay. I hope that we are able to, as creative people, as humans, as people, able to shine a light on those who find their voices stuffed down by the noise, and raise people up by telling their stories, and that people can share their lives and we can help to make them better.
Beautiful. Tilly, go on.
Yeah, just following on from that, I mean, I'm hopeful that the arts are going to come back stronger than ever after this, because we need it so much. Everybody needs it. That the arts can take a role in activism, that they can, shine a light for people that have their voices stifled, and just the arts can help us like re-find connection to each other as well.
And it's remarkable. You're both with us to see this on this chat, and I want to thank you to so much, because you're at the first phase of your careers, and the resilience that you've had to show, and the imagination to get through this, and the adjustments or the adaptability is one of the great things that we can have in our lives. If we can adapt quickly, then we can move quickly. And well done. That sounds patronizing, but you're amazing. You're kind of role models to hold up to. And Matt, do you want to have what are we going to do to create the better world?
Well, first of all, I want to second your sentiment of these great young performers and people in supporting the arts. I love raise people up and tell their stories. I think that one thing that I'm not optimistic about is we've had a real compare and contrast of also not only having people's voices heard, but having the truth be heard, the separation of the facts from the fantastical. And I'm very optimistic that the arts are going to come storming back, because we've had, for better or for worse, and a compare and contrast of what it's like not to have the arts and experience it firsthand in live performance and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that now that was taken away from us for a period of time, where it might be an opportunity to appreciate it even more. So and appreciate the importance of human connection and being in the same room together and being in groups together. So I'm a hopeless optimist in a lot of regards, but I think that there's a lot of room to be optimistic about it.
I think a lot of people are coiled springs, ready to bounce back into their worlds, and let's hope the opportunities arise. But it is our responsibilities. The Roundhouse is closed at the moment, but we run our programs for young people online. It's not the same, but it's what we can do at the moment. And we're building for the future. So we're actually raising money to build a new building, which will be new big studios, big rehearsal studios, triple height, and music studios and so on, and podcasting, but also a centre for creative entrepreneurs aged 18 to 30. And Ken and I talked about this quite a lot, about the importance of involving all different young people in all different ways. So not just on the stage, but behind the scenes as well. These are all important and obviously amazing roles to have. And the creative industries, when they're functioning at their fullest, are a great place to work. This is for Ken, and we're sorry that he's not in the room here with us. He was serious and hilarious and funny and challenging. He was curious and open-minded, and we all adored him. And, you know, I will, and I think we all will, do everything we can to celebrate his extraordinary legacy and the moments that he touched us in our hearts and our creativity in our lives, whether it is in a performance and a talk, or whether it is long conversations, or seeing a TED talk, or reading a book. I think we just say a big thank you to Ken, and over to everyone for the film of what happened last year.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Roundhouse. Yeah, how are you doing? Good, yeah, good, you can clap. Great. Some of you might have noticed that I'm not actually Sir Ken. My name's Toby Campion and I am one of the young artists who works here with the Roundhouse. And a few of us were asked to come and share some of our work as part of this evening. So that's what we're going to be doing. So I'm going to kick us off with a little bit of poetry, if that's okay. Yeah, okay, great. So I'm going to read a poem that's in 3 parts. 1, Grandpa Terry. Grandpa Terry lets me stamp on his Stella cans before he throws them away. They crunch into metal mince pies and I tell him to drink quicker so I can jump on more, please. My sister performs a dance routine for him in the kitchen. Say You'll Be There by the Spice Girls. And his cheeks are streams of tinsel. The only boy of 10 grandchildren, I've perfected my surprised face when unwrapping Superman merchandise. My mum and dad give me the only present I asked for. Winter Sports Barbie. She comes drenched in a skin-tight glitter bodysuit and her hair is a crimped blizzard. She looks how I imagine my dreams might look if I stuck their feet to a pink snowboard and asked them to lose weight. I call her Angela. Grandpa Terry watches from the back door as Angela glides across the frozen lake of my nan's bird bath. She sings Say You'll Be There as loudly as she can and skis through the air on her hands. Behind me, I feel Grandpa Terry's lips plie open and closed, like my older cousins do whenever I mention Santa, wanting to say something, thinking better of it. Avalanche stopping just short of the village. Grandpa Terry crushes something below his thigh, turns his back, leaves me an empty Stella can in the snow. 2. Deliverance, verbatim. I've known it from the day he was born. I was in that hospital and the midwife, she put him on my chest and I held him and I felt him, I felt him. And I says to myself, Joanne, this baby is a gay baby. And I just thought, well, that's that. I love him, no different. That's that. 3. When the stranger called me a faggot. When the stranger called me a faggot, I did not blink. Instead, this time, my mouth filled with Grimsby's chip cones, wooden forks, Ayleston Leisure Centre, walks to school, my first cigarette bought off Josh Baker for 50p, and the taste of being shortchanged, and the taste of being told it is fair. K-Swiss, the old horse, my overworked father, uncles asking about girlfriends at Christmases, and my cousin's knee, and my broken nose, and all of the kitchen roll unable to soak up a family's damage, funeral faces, graffiti on the backs of our livers, and Churchgate, Maryland chicken, free entry before 11, bottles tossed into dancing crowds, lips greeting glass with crimson splutterings of Alleluia and fifth period French. Savages born of boredom, fighting Ashley down the science block, a crowd of camera phones blocking us in, no way out for one, and Nikesh, and Sam, and Chris, and Mecca Bingo, the Washbrook, the boy who got snatched, chewing gum, sticking eyelashes together, football practice, and get it together, lads. My hand in his leg, and shower room, and eyes forward, lads, and his hand in my mouth, and or what, or what, or what. And my new friend said, "We haven't heard you like that before." And I said, "No, you haven't heard me." Thank you.
Toby, thank you so much. That's absolutely brilliant. I'm Marcus Davey. I'm the Artistic Director and Chief Executive of the Roundhouse. And Toby welcomed you to the Roundhouse. And if you haven't been here before, this isn't the whole Roundhouse. If you haven't been here before, there's a big space just up there which holds about 3,000 people. And there's just behind this wall is an incredible creative centre for young people aged 11 to 25. In fact, there are 24 state-of-the-art studios where young people learn and develop and practice in music, in spoken word poetry, as we've heard, in theatre, in circus, and in everything you can think of that you can do around broadcast. And in fact, tonight, we're recording this, so at some point we might want to broadcast this in the future, but in radio and in video production and much more. The Roundhouse is actually the largest creative centre for young people in Europe. In the last year, we worked with 6,500 young people, and the majority were from areas of multiple deprivation. Now, that's really important for us because this is about all young people, and it's about all young people learning skills, gaining experience, and having access to creativity and access to the industry. Now, Toby said, you know, he's a poet. Toby is also a well-recognized poet, a producer, and also a playwright. And you'll be hearing from other performers and seeing other performers throughout the evening. I am thrilled every single day when I come across these amazing young people. Every year, we appoint 2 young people onto our main board of trustees, and those young people work with us, helping us take decisions that are appropriate for the work that we do. And on those days when we do those interviews, it's extraordinary because at the end of the day, we sort of go, yeah, the future is in good hands. And it's absolutely true. From all the stuff that you might read in the paper, the other side of it is this extraordinary creativity coming out of people that you will see tonight. So, Toby, thank you for kicking us off tonight. I've seen you over the last 6 years doing stuff here, a part of the Poetry Collective, and then your wonderful journey as you've gone on to do national poetry slams and everything else that you're doing. I just wanted to give you a little taste of what we do at the Roundhouse. So on top of the Creative Centre here, Roundhouse Studios, is North London's largest performing space. Some of you might have been to see a concert or a circus show. And in everything that we produce at the Roundhouse, we involve young people in it as well. So there are a multitude of ways that we engage these amazing young creative talented people into the work we do. About 6 or 7 years ago, I was regularly going to a weekly meeting which started at 8:30 in the morning at the Young Vic Theatre called What Next? Now, this is a question that we were asking ourselves of what's next? What is next in our culture? What is going to happen once, you know, the funding has been cut back, creativity in schools has been slashed, and what can we do about it? And I ended up sitting next to this amazing young woman, and she was called Kate. And I liked her, the questions she was asking. She seemed to be actively involved. And one day she said, oh, my dad's giving a talk, and why don't you come along? And I said, that would be great. What's his name? And he turned out to be Sir Ken Robinson. So came down, and the time went by. And then a few years ago, Kate said, Dad's in town, over from Los Angeles, and now more in town, which is fantastic. And we went round, and that kind of 1 hour meeting lasted about 5 hours, and I think we ate every single mussel in what used to be Belgo across the road, and had a hilarious time. But we forged a friendship that turned into Sir Ken being our first associate creative curator. Now, it's quite hard to say that if you've had a glass of wine, so luckily I haven't. And the point of this relationship is to bring all of Ken's amazing wealth of knowledge and passion for young people to the fore at the Roundhouse alongside our extraordinary young creative talent, and explore ways that we can champion creativity to all young people, to the population as a whole. Now, if politicians want to listen to us, great, but we're not having much luck yet. So this is about making the waves and the ripples go out into the world. And we can't thank Ken enough for this relationship. And it's starting really with the first public presentation of it tonight, much more into the future. So please join me in giving a very special welcome to Sir Ken Robinson.
Thank you, Marcus. Welcome. This is a big night for me because we moved as a family to America about 18 years ago. This wasn't to get away from the UK. It just kind of got a bit spun out. You know, we went just for a bit, and here we are, like 19 years later. But we're now moving back, and part of our move is this connection we have with the Roundhouse. And two big things have happened in my life, anyway, in the past 18 months. One of them is, though it sounds a bit counterintuitive, is that I became an American citizen. It's a very odd time, isn't it? You know, I'm coming back at a time when Britain is leaving Europe and America is leaving the planet. But I became an American citizen, so I could go back and forwards freely, but it was a big deal. I had to take the oath of allegiance with 5,000 other people. I was the only person, honestly, who looked remotely like me. No, you know what I mean? There were people from all over the world, from every continent, and there were probably 2 or 3 that kind of looked a bit like me. And it was a real testament to the diversity of America, a diversity which they seem politically intent on denying just now. But the whole place depends entirely on its diversity and sense of creativity. Incidentally, as part of the Oath of Allegiance, I had to promise to bear arms on behalf of the United States. And I did. You should know that. I did it, frankly, in a fairly sanguine state of mind, because I thought, if it ever reaches the point where you need me to bear arms, honestly, things aren't going well, are they? I think it's time to negotiate, frankly. I get people in the room and try to see if you can't work this out. The other big thing that happened is that I became a grandfather in the past 18 months. Thank you very much. I love when I get a round of applause for that. I had nothing to do with it. This was entirely Kate's doing. Here she is on the front row. I mean, I was connected, obviously. I was an early investor. That's how I think about it, really. And Terry's here tonight as well, my wife. We've been together now for 42 years, Terry and I. Thank you very much. Can you blame her? No. Would you walk away from this? Of course not. Anyway, what we discovered is when you have a grandchild, you get thrown into the company of other grandparents, and they all think that their grandchild is the most beautiful, smart, intelligent, gifted person ever to be born into the world. And I think that's lovely. And I wish them well with that belief, which I find rather poignant, because it turns out it is our grandchild who occupies this unique place in human history. But it is something that gives you pause for thought when you watch a new life, blossoming into the world. You have more time to pay attention to it when it's your grandchild. I mean, as a parent, you're far too fraught and exhausted and worn out and full of self-doubts and recriminations, and, as the long nights wear on. But with a grandchild, you get all the best of it, then give it back to Kate. And so it gives you time to observe things, and what it reminds you of is that all human beings are extraordinary creatures, that we're born with boundless possibilities. And, for a long time, there was a debate about the relationship between nature and nurture. I honestly don't know why sensible professional people bothered to talk about this. As if, some people argued that children are born as a blank slate. They come into the world and they are shaped entirely by their experiences. And of course, it's absolute arrant nonsense. Anyone who's had a baby knows they come fully loaded. Isn't that right? They come into the world fully loaded with their own personalities, their dispositions. Exactly as Toby was saying, this baby's gay, I love her. I love this baby. You can feel the energy of a child the minute that you encounter the child. That's not to say that they will become all the things they could be. They are full of boundless potential. I mean, I think language is a very good example of this. I mean, most children, by the age of 3, have got the hang of language. They've learnt to speak. I mean, they're not doing poetry slams, not hosting meetings, but they've got the hang of it. But when you think of it, that's a remarkable achievement in a very short space of time. And the interesting thing to me is that nobody teaches children how to speak. You know that. If you've got children, you didn't teach your child to speak. And the reason I know you didn't is because you couldn't. It's far too complicated, and you don't know how you do it either. You don't reach a point, do you, where you sit your child down at the age of 18 months and say, look, we need to talk. Or more particularly, you do. And this is how this is going to work. And you set out, the parts of speech and tenses and declensions and say, you can, there are some sounds that are the names of things, we call them nouns, and some of the names of things that we do with things, we call them verbs. And if you change the tone of your voice, you can indicate whether you have done something or whether you're about to do it. And don't worry about the subjunctive, nobody gets it. This doesn't happen. Children learn to speak because they want to, and they can. They have a capacity for it. I was talking to somebody the other day in the hairdressers, it's a long story. But honestly, by the time you get those tints in, you can be there hours. And who knew balayage was so expensive? I had no idea. But she was chatting away in Ukrainian in the next table and in the next chair. It turns out she can speak 9 languages. She's a professional interpreter, that's one of the reasons for it. But I know people in LA who speak 4 or 5 languages comfortably. There are probably people in this room who do. And if you'll forgive me saying it, it's not because you're linguistically gifted, it's because you're exposed to those languages at the right age. We could all speak several languages if we were exposed to them. The fact is we don't, because we probably weren't. So there's a difference between a capacity and an ability. So that's where the relationship of nature and nurture really starts to come in. What becomes of all these fathomless capacities has everything to do with what we're exposed to, with the experiences that we have, the opportunities we're given, the encouragement we get, or that's denied to us. And education, it's the reason I've been so long and hard on the trail of trying to improve education, is a very big part of it, up there with the culture our children are born into and the homes they occupy. But these capacities are there. And there are 2 in particular that matter enormously. One of them is we're born with a boundless sense of curiosity. There aren't many things that separate us, are there, between with the rest of life on Earth. In most respects, we're like the rest of life on Earth. We're mortal, organic. We depend on the planet to be here at all and to survive for any length of time on it. But in some respects, we're different. We live in a virtual world, and we always did. We live in worlds of ideas and concepts and values and culture, to give it the shorthand term. But we're born with these enormous capacities of curiosity and of imagination. I came across this video. I want to show you this. It's very, very brief. And I want to show it because I find it very amusing. And also to underline the fact that this talk has been prepared. I've just wandered in here, vaguely from the bar, thinking, now what, Kate, could I give you that, please? Just stand up a second, please. This is my daughter, Kate, everybody. I came across this on the internet. I came across so many things on the internet. And this is not my child, my grandchild. I do not know this child. But this is somebody else's child, not as bright, not as smart, not as, obviously, but serviceable still as a child. Destined for a dismal future, no doubt. But I'll tell you the setup here. It's a toddler, and his parents have given him a present. I don't know if it's Christmas, I think it might be. You don't need to know what the occasion is, or to share the surprise. He opens the box and it's a banana. That's it, it's a banana. Just check out his reaction to the banana.
Open it.
Banana! Banana! I got banana! I got banana! I got banana! Yeah, I got banana home!
You're gonna bring it
I
home?
got banana home!
What do you say?
Thank you. I got the banana!
That's fantastic, isn't it? I think we should take another look at bananas. I think we're taking them for granted, don't you? Honestly. But isn't that fantastic? That excitement of discovering something fresh or seeing it fresh, that sense of wonder that baby eyes have before they become jaded, but about the world around. And it's not just the bananas, it's everything. You see it as a child. They're joyously engaged in exploring everything around them. And of course, this wears off a bit. As we get older, it's just as well, isn't it? You don't want this carrying on into your 30s. You'd be terrified to go to a restaurant, wouldn't you? It'd be total chaos in there, do not serve anybody an avocado. The place will fall apart. But the people who achieve a lot creatively, the artists you're going to be listening to tonight, still have that child inside them, that sense of wonder, of possibility, of seeing with the eyes of an innocent, even though they're the eyes of experience. That juxtaposition of experience and innocence is what underpins a lot of the achievements in great creative work. And it has to be cultivated. Creative work in any field requires a great deal of discipline and insight and a tutored imagination to come to fruition. But we're all born with these capacities, but very few make it through into a world where they feel their creative powers are helping to discover their own authentic self. And the reason I show you that is because all of us have those capacities. And it's one of the roles of education to give children access to their own birthright in relation to their talents. There's a big difference, isn't it, between learning, education, and school. Learning is the very natural process of acquiring new skills and understanding. We do it all the time. We love to learn. All of us do. We do it constantly. Education is a more organized approach to learning. It's a more intentional process on the basis there are some things we want people to learn that they might not come across in the ordinary run of things, or they're more too complicated, perhaps we believe, for them to learn unassisted. Like calculus. Honestly, really, you could leave kids to discover this themselves if you have the time, But given that only 2 people in the whole of human history did, it's probably quicker just to tell them what's going on at this point. But that balance between intentional learning and the sense of discovery is very important to poise properly as we educate our children. So education is a more intentional process. A school is a community of learners. That's really all it is. It's a group of people who come together to learn with and from each other. I mean, for our purposes, this is a school tonight. And it'll become more of a collaborative community as we go on. The trouble is that all children love to learn. They don't all get on well with education. And many of them have a very bad time at school. And it's not because they don't want to learn. It's not because they're bereft of ability or capacity. It's the way we do education, and particularly how we do school. So we don't need to fix kids. We need to fix school and to rethink education. And then these gifts will be given back to people, to their rightful owners, so to speak. Now, the nurture thing is very important, because I've been campaigning about this for a very long time. A lot of people in this room have. There are reasons why we need to get more intense about it, because the world is changing at a more rapid clip, partly because populations are growing so quickly, partly because of the damage we're doing to the environment, the context in which we all live and need to nurture, and partly because of the exponential rate of technological change. Now, technology has always changed human culture. A great technology does two things, doesn't it? A tool extends our physical reach. It enables us to do things that unassisted we'd find improbable or impossible. So, a telescope enabled Galileo to see the moon in a much crisper frame than anybody could see with the naked eye. So it enhances our physical capacities. But a great tool does something more than that. It opens our minds to new ways of thinking. These insights we get through having our powers extended enrich our capacity to think in different ways. And it's why great tools are transformative, like electricity proved to be, like the electron microscope proved to be, like printing proved to be. In our own times, digital technologies have that role. They're changing everything. But the other thing about technology is their impact is entirely unpredictable. People use them for all kinds of things that were never intended or conceived of by the originators, because that's how it is. Creativity isn't unilinear, it's not unilateral, it's call and response. We're all constantly responding to other people's capacities. I know Toby and others here would agree, all the other artists here would agree, that they don't create their work in a vacuum. They're inspired by other people, they learn from other people, they draw deep from their experience in order to forge what they do forge. The trouble is, of course, in the current technological climate, there are all kinds of dangers sitting out there, and we know it to be true. Our children are becoming damaged and harmed in some way by the impact of the technology. So are we. So we have to think very differently. I came across these two things recently. Ironic, they kind of speak for themselves. Before we get carried away, by the way, we're like this too. Adults are just the same. To the point, Terry gave me this image a little while ago. To the point, if you're in a coffee bar, you go to Starbucks and there's somebody sitting there, everyone's staring at these screens. It's worth remembering that the iPhone didn't come out till 2007. The tablet didn't come out till 2010. That's 10 years ago. And people are now behaving as if civilization was inconceivable without these devices. You couldn't live without them. People are literally addicted to them. Go to any public space and people are rapt, staring into these screens, clicking into the cloud. To the point where if they're not doing that, you get a bit jumpy. Like, what's up? Like this thing tears at me. The point is, they're unpredictable. And it's why I've always believed that the great purposes of education are, of course, to encourage cultural literacy, to encourage discipline, understanding and knowledge, but to nurture these distinctively human capacities for creativity and the vast array, the diverse array of human talents and abilities. And the problem with schooling still is it's based on conformity and compliance, and discourages, not intentionally, but systematically discourages creativity, different ways of thinking, and different ways of life. And it's becoming more important that we should encourage them, not less important, as the world changes even more profoundly and the challenges we face are increasing. The problem is that education systems everywhere have been trying to tackle this stuff, but they've been going about it the wrong way. They've been trying to solve the wrong problem. Even if standards went through the roof and everybody got to college, which is what we seem to insist on wanting people to do, which is a total mistake in my view, it would still not work. We have kids dropping out of school, we're going to talk a bit about this later on, going through systems of education which benefit neither them, neither their families, their communities, or the world of work, changing as rapidly as it is. The only way we'll deal with these challenges we face now is to double down on what I think of as the human advantage. What is it in the end that makes us distinctively human? And if we don't begin to nurture those capacities in our education systems, then we are in very deep trouble. And the good news is there's a global move in this direction. There are systems around the world who are trying to shift. I've been involved in some of them. There are employers everywhere who are trying to think differently about this. There are great places like the Roundhouse here with its Young Creators program, its outreach into the larger community, which are in the forefront of the changes that are needed. And it's why we're here. It's the work that we want to celebrate. And as we do that, I want to talk a little bit with two of the people who represent the work you've been seeing. So I'm going to ask Toby, if you would, to join me over here, and Chisara, who you'll be learning from in just a minute. And we're going to talk a little bit about their background. And if you have questions, please chuck them in. It's an evening with. I'd say it's an evening with me. This is not how I normally spend my evenings. I think you're... in case you think this just happens all the time. Do you want to come and join us? Hi, Chisara.
Hello.
You haven't met Chisara yet. I did earlier. Chisara's going to sing for us just before we have the break. And we're going to ask you a bit about your work. But Toby, can I ask you, because you've been in this program, I mean, irrespective of the program, could you just tell us a bit about how you got here, what your creative journey was? Were there some turning points, and when did you discover this is what you wanted to do?
Yeah, definitely. So I think I kind of, well, before I got into poetry, I was training to be a speech and language therapist, so I was kind of going down that route to do that. My mum had done that, my aunties had done that. So I kind of just got into doing that, and then I went abroad. I worked in New York for a summer as a lifeguard, really randomly, and I...
In New York City?
In upstate New York, yeah.
Because you need to be near water.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
is this why it didn't work out?
Yeah. It was on a lake. There was a big lake.
Good.
So I was a lifeguard on the lake.
So you got through the early induction phase.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then I made some friends who were from North Carolina, and I went to stay with them afterwards, and I went to a poetry slam for the first ever time. And that was a bit of a light bulb moment for me, because I experienced poetry in a way that I hadn't before, and it was kind of what I'd already been doing in some ways, so I kind of recognised what I'd been writing and wanting to do, but I'd never seen it before, so I didn't know what it was.
When you say in a way that you'd never experienced before, how had you experienced it before?
I guess how I assume everyone else has in school, really boring, over-analysis, line by line, just dragged any passion out of it or any feeling out of it. School is great.
Yeah. Do you want to name that school, Toby, so we can...
We won't go there. Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm going to say this in fairness to English teachers. There are some fantastic English teachers around, or some here, I'm sure, this evening, who take a wonder... But I know exactly what you're talking about. I mean, when I was doing English at school, we had some inspirational people, but we weren't encouraged to write poetry. I mean, we analysed it. We did critiques. It was like a post-mortem. You know, we're trying to find the cause of death in the poet. And... and what's the poet's intention? Wrong questions, always. You know, what does the poet mean? Well, the poet may mean something, but at least as important is what you mean by the work. So you had that experience. So what was it that kind of opened your eye to it? When you first went to the poetry slam, was that it?
Yes, I think that was a real turning point for me. And then I came back home and kind of started writing, but didn't show anyone anything for a couple of years. Showed one friend of mine who was really encouraging. I mean, it was obviously rubbish, but he was very nice about it.
Did he say that?
No, he was really sweet. He was really nice.
Don't give up the day job, Toby. Yeah.
I mean, there was an undertone of that, but no, he was really nice about it. And then kind of worked up the courage to go to an open mic and start doing poetry slams and kind of...
Can I just ask you, so what was that? Because I've been to poetry slams, you know. I'm that person, Toby. You know. I live on the edge of cool, you know, constantly. I have been there. I've been witnessed in these places. But I don't sit there thinking I'm going to do that. I mean, I love to listen to it. I love listening to what you do. So what do you think it was in you that resonated? So you thought, actually, I want to do that?
I think it was that I'd always written things like little stories and poems, but I'd always felt like I wanted a connection with people and wanted to be able to deliver that. And like my sister did dancing when she was little, and I'd always go there and feel like, oh, I want to do that, but I can't dance, and I don't want to dance. But I want to be able to share things with a crowd in that way through writing, and I just didn't know how to do that. More than writing a story or having people read it on a page, having kind of a delivery and an interaction with an audience. I think that was it.
And do you find writing now comes easier to you?
No. In some ways it does, yeah. But I think also the more you get into it, the more self-critical you can be sometimes. I think the process, I've kind of carved my way into writing, and it does come easier. But it's not always easy, and it's not always enjoyable. Sometimes you have to just slog it out.
Yeah. No, I asked for a reason, and we'll come back to it. But Cesara, they haven't had the experience of knowing what you do yet. Do you want to just say what it is that you do, what you're here to do?
Oh, I'm here to play you all a song. I'm a singer-songwriter, but I'm also a performer and theatre maker as well.
And when did you decide this was something you wanted to pursue?
When I was at primary school, I used to do a lot of music, so I learned how to play the flute. We had a really good music department that doesn't exist anymore, but when it did, had a really supportive flute teacher. They entered into a competition that I think Southwark Council might have put on back then to nominate a child that showed proficiency in an instrument and that needed their own instrument, because we couldn't afford to purchase my own flute, and they put me forward for it, and I got my own flute and got to take exams, and I was really part of that creative community in my school. And I guess didn't think that I necessarily wanted to. I guess I wasn't really thinking about careers at 10, but I just loved doing.
What was wrong with you?
I just loved everything about making sound and making music and I was in choir and playing in little school bands, but actually in terms of writing my own words and songs, I think that came from doing theatre shows and realising that I had some stuff to say, or I could say some of my own things and kind of write my own narrative, and that kind of fed through my music.
But did you say earlier that you started to study philosophy?
Yes.
And?
I loved it. Well, so after primary and secondary school and doing these local theatre shows, I remember coming home with about 4 different drama school booklets and saying to my mum, this is my life now. I'm going to go to one of these schools. And then I ended up going to college, and one of the advisors advised me to, I had performance studies, English, because I wanted to do some writing, DT, product design, and I think I had another art subject. And she said, your GCSEs are very varied. You should try and do something else that's not arty. And I was so upset. I was like, no, I want to do. And then she said, what about philosophy? And I was like, oh, okay, I'll try that. We'll see. And I completely fell in love with philosophy.
Did you?
I would stay. I was one of those library nerds in the library and not doing anything, finding out all this information about things. And in the end, what I think there was a tension between my love for philosophy and research and not being able to write the right things for the course, for the A-level. So my love for it wasn't translated in the grade or in that kind of process, which I felt wasn't fair. I don't know. It was like, there's so much more out there than this tiny kind of way of grading it. But yeah, I decided to study philosophy because I thought that really hit something with me in my whole element of what I like to do and how I like to express myself.
It's interesting that one of the reasons that arts programs get cut in schools and humanities programs is because there's this assumption that we should do things that are relevant to work. And can I ask you, how many of you here have done exactly with your life what you thought you'd do when you were 15? You at the back? Yeah. What was it? What did you do? I teach. And you knew you wanted to be a teacher very early on? Yes, I did. Yeah. And see, I find this very interesting. In any group, there'd be one or two people who said, I always want to do that. But most people, their lives are a kind of constant improvisation between options and possibilities. It takes you a while to find a path. And even people, I guess you'd agree, like you, who may have had a very clear idea what you want to do, you couldn't have anticipated the life you've actually had, the jobs you've had, the people you've met, the things you've done. And the reason is that life is not linear like that. You know, and the trouble with the education system is it kind of presupposes that it is, that you can tell at an early age what children should do to have the life that you think they should be leading later on. And the fact is that for most of us, our lives are a constant process of improvisation. You know, it's like jumping logs. And you give the opposite impression when you come to write your resume. Sorry, I've lived in America too long now. Your CV. Because you have then to convince people that there's been some coherent plan. So you set it all out on 2 pages of A4 with some stuff in bold and italics. You miss out all the dribbling, and the intention you're trying to create is that this is a well-worked out strategy you conceived at school. Because the last thing you want to do is convey the actual chaos you've been living through all this time. And the thing is, what you become in your life has everything to do with what happens here and now. It's not later on that matters, it's what you're doing here. So doing music at school, being open to the possibilities of poetry is both inherently important here and now and may take you on a path that you wouldn't have conceived of had you not had that opportunity. I'll just very quickly tell you, because it's my evening, so... it's just the philosophy thing here. Our son went to, when we moved to America, he graduated high school and went to the University of Southern California, which is a private university. We didn't qualify for the public one. And on the first day, he was taken off to the academic departments for a briefing. And Terry and I were taken to the finance department for what proved to be a form of grief counselling, as we were led through the appalling financial commitment we'd unwittingly taken on. And we spent hours as a group just tearing up checks till we became immune to the feelings it was creating in us. Because it cost a lot of money, I mean, there were the fees, there was food, lodging, drugs, I mean, for us to keep us writing the checks. But when we went to a lecture by one of the professors there, and he said to us, in effect, now that your kids are here, kind of get off their case, let them follow their path, or find out what their path may be. And he gave the example of his own son, who'd been at USC years before, who had started believing he was going to major, as they do in America, in classics. And he said, I have to say, my wife and I were a bit worried about it, because we thought, what kind of a job's he going to get with a classics degree? He said, anyway, off he went. And he said, we're really pleased when the first summer break he came home. And I said, Mum, Dad, I've decided I don't think I'm going to do classics as a major. He said, why not? He said, I don't think it's very practical. He said, so we're trying to contain the smiles on our faces. And he said, I think I'm going to do something more useful. They said, oh, great, what's that? He said, philosophy. And he said, we pointed out to him that none of the big philosophy firms were hiring currently. They, like Existential Inc., International Nihilists. And he said, anyway, he did finish his degree, and he also took a minor in art history. But when he left, did you do that as well?
I did a master's in art history. And
really? Did you used to live in Southern California by any chance? And anyway, he said that he said, if I tell you now, 10 years later, he's got a wonderful job that he really loves in an international auction house. He travels the world, he makes good money. And he got the job because of his knowledge of ancient cultures, his appreciation of works of art through the art history program, and the intellectual training he developed through studying philosophy. And I found that really interesting, because doing those things open him up to all these possibilities, but it doesn't work backwards. That's my point, You can't imagine his parents sitting down with him the first week at college saying, look, we've got this plan, your mother and I have sorted this out. We think you should do philosophy, art history, and classics. And you never know. some job may come up in a field we've never heard of for a company that's not been formed yet. It's worth a shot. That's all I'm saying. Because the thing is, you compose your life, don't you? Just as you compose your songs. That's how it happens as it goes along. Do you think you're going to make other use of I mean, you already have of the music. How do you feel your philosophy studies have contributed to the artist you are now?
Definitely. It's opened me up to a boundless ideas that I think everyone, like, I think you're talking about capacity and ability, and everyone has that capacity to think into things and to think further about situations we find ourselves in, about the world we live in, and I think that having that framework has enabled me to create work and also enabled me to feel like I can and that I have a voice as well. Yeah. And that is because I went into it not with a plan of being something else, but because I knew that this was a tool that I needed in my life.
Do you feel that, Toby? Has becoming a poet changed who you are or helped you discover yourself in a different way?
I think so. And I think also what you're saying about things coming out, things that you've done in the past, I've found that they've come out and been helpful in surprising ways, and which kind of guides me to think I'm on the right, or I'm doing okay, or I'm on the path I'm meant to be on, in, whatever that means. For example, I started doing some work, a project around Polari, which was a secret language that was used by gay men and queer people in Britain before the 1960s as a way of avoiding persecution. And I'd kind of just come across it in doing some research in poetry, and that we'd studied that in sociolinguistics as part of our course. So just, I don't know, little thing, and which helped me to understand the context of it and go into it in a bit more detail. So I think things like that come out and play back around, and yeah.
It's so important. That's what I was sort of trying to get at earlier, that none of us creates in a vacuum. That you're part of, as Levis called it, a great tradition, multiple traditions. And I guess as you mature as an artist, you become more aware of all these antecedent strains is that right, that shape the work?
Yeah, and I think if I'm ever feeling a bit blocked, or like I'm not feeling in the mood to write, or I don't feel inspired, I ask myself, when was the last time I read something? When was the last time I read a poem or went to see a show or something? Yeah. And it's amazing how quickly after that, I mean, you don't just steal their poems, you know, that's part of it. But but having inspiration from other people, you just have to put after the poem, after Carol Ann Duffy.
Yeah, with thanks to.
Yeah, with thanks. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think whenever I feel blocked, I always.
But actually, I'll just say very quickly, we're going to move on in a minute. But it's something we just might. It's a conversation at some point we all could do with diving into more deeply. I mean, every cultural practice and tradition draws on other cultural practices and traditions. I mean, you look at the history of rock and roll in the West. It's blues, it's country and western. And it comes from the African experience before it's the American experience. Picasso's work, which is so celebrated, was deeply influenced by African art forms and aesthetics. And yet we've kind of reached a point just now, past the cultural conversation, is being criticised for what's called appropriation. And actually a lot of it's an homage to other influences which have deepened your understanding. And I think it's an important point when we start to think about education, about those dynamics. We're going to come back to some of this, I hope. Excuse me. But would you be willing to play one of your songs for us? Yes. We're going to listen to Zara, then we're going to have a break for 20 minutes and come back and continue. But in anticipation, can we thank Toby and welcome Jazara?
So this song is called Better Man. I am no better man. I take the train like the rest of them. Take me to the station of my life and treat me right, 'cause I am no better man. I take the tube like the rest of them, and I'm sick and tired of moving fast, of letting go, of feeling right. So if you have the time, put your hand in mine. Take me to the place where lovers watch the stars, 'cause I am no better man. I am no better man, no. I am no better man. I don't have change like the rest of them, and my eyes are looking up towards the sky. I need to treat you right, and I am no better man. I play the game like the best of them, but the cards are loaded up all on one side. We need to treat us right. So if you have the time, put your hand in mine, and I'll take you to the place where lovers watch the stars, 'cause I am no better man. No, I am no better man. And these days we are fighting to stay sane, and we are held by the fear that all we love might fall away. And I'm sick and tired of living through this world of comfort to despair, 'cause I am no better man. And if you have the time, put your hand in mine. We'll take you to the place where lovers watch the stars, the stars, and know if you have the time, put your hand in mine. I'll take you to the place where lovers watch the stars, 'cause I am no better man. Probably expect me to get on the trapeze. You probably expect me to expect me to do something? You probably expect a whole sequence of things. A whole sequence of things. Maybe you expect music.
Never settle. I got Henny all in my cup. I'm on top, I'm on a level, yeah. I'm trying to get to the back. Got it on lock, got it on smash, yeah. She trying to holler what's up. I'm with this how it is, yeah. When you on your way up. I'm on my way, I'm on my way, I'm on my way, yeah. I'm on my way.
Maybe not that music. Something more like that. You probably expect me to be strong and also graceful. You probably don't expect me to be scared. But I am actually shitting myself. You probably expect me to do something dangerous. You don't actually expect me to hurt myself. You probably expect me to make it look easy. I was expecting you to clap at that trick. You expect me to cover up the pain, or you probably expect me to smile. Are you expecting me to entertain you? Because, well, I definitely expect myself to entertain you. You probably expected tight-fitting clothing. Maybe some of you are expecting me to take my clothes off. Or maybe that's just me expecting you to expect me to take my clothes off. You probably expect me to be beautiful. Sexy. Angelic. Ethereal? Because, well, the thing is, I do actually want you to think that I'm beautiful, but I don't want to need you to think that I'm beautiful. You definitely expect me to be flexible. Maybe some of you are expecting that I'm really good in bed. You probably didn't expect me to talk. Maybe you don't expect me to be very clever. You definitely didn't expect me to say expect this many times. You probably expect that I've been training since I was 3 and that I grew up in a caravan. Or maybe you expect that I've got a strong, beautiful, acrobatic boyfriend and that one day we'll get married and have children of our own. And maybe you expect that it will have to be me to give up my career as a trapeze artist to look after the children. Or maybe that's just me expecting you to expect that.
That was Tilly. She'll be back. That's fantastic, wasn't it? Can I ask you, how much time do you used to spend outdoors playing as a child? A lot? Like ours. Yeah. We did. I grew up in Liverpool. In fact, I have two of my brothers here this evening, my sister-in-law at the back. These are the people I used to play with, or apart from my sister-in-law, at least. Look, I'm going to go off and come back on, if that's all right. And that'll be all right. I should be so lucky, Pam saying. I didn't want to tell you in private, yeah, and I thought it has to be public. It was never you, it was always me. And, yeah, all right. No, we grew up in Liverpool. Well, I say grew up, we got older in Liverpool. And in the 50s and 60s. And we used to play outdoors all the time. And, you know, we'd come home from school and go out and play all the time. This wasn't some bucolic paradise. It was the central Liverpool next door to Everton's football ground. People did, that's the point, isn't it? You come home and go out and play, and you'd only come back when your parents called you to come back. And even then, not always. Honestly, we only really went home for the food. We're like cats. You know, if there was food, we went back, and if we didn't, we went to the houses where the food was. I mean, I've actually no idea who my natural parents are, to be honest. But there were some lovely people in the neighbourhood who did feed us. I was involved recently with Jackie Cooper, who's also here, with Edelman and Unilever in an initiative to promote the importance of children's play. It's called Dirt is Good. And one of the great ironies in all of this was that we were having to be part of an initiative to promote children's play. The fact is that children play outdoors now much less than they used to. We did a survey of 12,000 families around the world and found that children of all ages now, in most parts of the world, certainly all the ones we surveyed, spend less than an hour, often much less than half an hour, often no time at all, outside playing unsupervised. You know, I don't mean in organised games where their parents are running up and down the touchline screaming instructions. You know, just playing, doing what kids have always done. They spend most of their time indoors, and most of the time indoors looking at screens. Turns out that the International Convention on the Treatment of High Security Prisoners requires that they spend at least 2 hours a day outside. Not roaming the streets, obviously, but outdoors. And you know, so our children are incarcerated, effectively, for a crime they didn't commit. There is an initiative, and in America as well, by the way, playtime, or recess as it's called there, has been reduced, and in many cases eliminated in the interests of test preparation. And there are some people pushing back. There's a whole initiative in Texas, organized by the Texas Christian University, working with a consortium of schools to promote more playtime in primary schools, elementary schools there. So they now get 4 20-minute blocks of playtime, like we used to. And researchers are excitedly reporting that test scores are going up as a consequence. And I think we've lost our minds, haven't we? If the reason we think play is important is because they increase test results, as opposed to recognizing that play is fundamental to how children grow and evolve and relate to each other. It's so unusual that there was a film crew sent by a local news station to one of the schools in Texas, and they had this news anchor in the playground with a microphone like this, interviewing children who were playing, you know, saying like, "What are you doing?" You know, and they're saying, "We don't know, we're just making stuff up," and having a good time. And so all this went on for a while, then it was back to the studio for a panel of people having a strokey beard conversation about it, saying, "What do you think?" And it's like, children found playing in Texas. See, this is madness, isn't it? When we fail to recognize the conditions under which people grow and flourish, and the playful nature of human imagination, and the fact that we're embodied creatures and we exist not just as a mind in a skull, but as fully embodied human beings with feelings and a wealth of other resources that education ought to be attending to. Now, I tell you this because the person I want to bring on next is one of my favorite people, a very good friend and close friend, who has had a remarkable trajectory in his life, and both professionally as an artist, but also in going on with others to create a school which embodies all the principles that we've been talking about. We're going to show you a short video to begin with, but for those of you who are unaware, I can't imagine there'd be many, this is about the Blue Man Group, and the Blue Man Group has become one of the best known, most popular, and I think inventive theatre companies anywhere. It's been going now for, well, you'll find out just how long and when it started. But there are 7 Blue Man theatres around the world, touring troupes. There have been several hundred Blue Men since the first Blue Men. And one of the great advantages of being a Blue Man is nobody knows who's under the makeup, so you can. It's a bit harder if, if you're a singular person who's recognized for your particular profile, but you can disguise other people as Blue Men if they've got the competence to be them. But what's really interesting about this story is how it began and what it became, and the role that playfulness and imagination had in building what turned out to be a global phenomenon, both artistically and commercially and as a brand. So we're going to welcome my good friend on in just a minute, but we want to show you a short video which gives you some sense of the principles on which the Blue Man were based and how it came to grow. Can we run that first video?
When Blue Man Group first started, we weren't a business, we weren't a company, we weren't a show, we were just a community of friends looking for something interesting to do. All we had was a character and a few principles that we shared, we talked about. We had no idea what we were going to do. We just knew that we were going to explore these ideas using this character. So one of the ideas was that we all could be creative. We needed that idea because we had gone through our educational experience thinking maybe we weren't creative. And then we got together and said, well, maybe that's not true. What if that isn't true?
It was a really important principle to start with, and it's influenced everything throughout our career, really.
Being creative wasn't necessarily confined to if you could mold clay or paint on a canvas or write music, that anything that you did, that in the business setting you could be creative. Anything you bring your own creativity to in any discipline is an act of creativity.
And I think one thing that really led to is that there's no separation. There's a consciousness about the way you approach everything.
Our story is proof that Sir Ken Robinson is right. If ordinary people find their element, extraordinary things can happen. And there's actually a piece in our show that's a little bit of a metaphor for our journey to finding our element. There's one of the Blue Men plays around with making a painting, and he takes to it very quickly. The other Blue Man tries to follow the same path, and that doesn't quite work out for him as well. He struggles for a little while, just like we've struggled to find our own element. Some people are lucky and they want to be rocket scientists or cellists, and these are existing media. And for us, we wanted to be postmodern multimedia vaudevillians who create instruments and exist, because if we could have found it, we would have signed up for that.
We're always jealous of people who find their calling easily. Things just spit into place for them, kind of like the Blue Men on the left. We're more like the Blue Men on the right. We were confused by what life was throwing at us. How would we combine all of our different interests together into one art form? At a certain point, you just need to take the leap. No matter how ugly it is or how unlikely it may seem, you've got to try to follow your creative instincts and not worry about what it looks like or how much money it's worth.
Goldman from the Blue Man Group. Matt, how many performances did you personally give in the Blue Man Group?
You mean when did I stop counting?
Yes.
Somewhere around 3,000, 1,300 in a row at the Astor Place Theater in New York over a 36-month period.
Wow. Yeah.
And then, I don't know, a couple thousand after that.
Just give us a quick snapshot of what Blue Man became, at its height. 7 theaters? How many, what was the scale of what it became?
I still have sort of post-traumatic ticket selling, and I can tell I'm going to have one of those dreams tonight as a result. Thanks, Ken. But yeah, we were in something like that, seven theaters.
7 theaters of your own.
Yeah, the one of the things that was the most fun and the most satisfying is we were an artist created, owned, and run organization. People used to come to us and say, oh, we'll help you, we'll produce it, and we'll do all the business stuff, and you can do all the art stuff on stage. And that always rang so hollow to us, because without it being right backstage and downstairs, which was our offices in the theater, you could never create a genuine emotional experience on stage. And that was what we were trying to do. We were trying to connect with our audiences and have an authentic, exuberant experience every single night.
Yeah. So you had your own theaters in New York, Berlin, Chicago,
Boston, Orlando, Vegas, Tokyo. Is that about 7?
Yeah.
Roughly?
Yeah.
And then we had a theatrical tour that would spend about a year in the United States and a year abroad, back and forth. And then at the height, we had a rock tour. We had the Blue Men was playing the rock star, and the audiences were playing rock audiences, but it was all just a big pretend, so that as an excuse to have a giant party.
And you were saying that the kind of repeat attendance at shows in New York is what? How many people come back a second time?
So typically on the West End or on Broadway, a typical theatrical show will have between 1 to 2% of repeat audience any given night. So, 20 people in a 1,000-seat theater, and Blue Men was averaging around 20% of repeat audience every single night. And I think part of that had to do with, this. When it worked, and it didn't always work. We were bringing people on stage. We were going out into the audience. But the point is, who was in the audience, and the audience personality really mattered. There was no fourth wall. So if an audience was just like this the whole night, that's it was a hard show to. But if people were freaking out like they were for these 3 talented young artists. By the way, I just got to stop, and we didn't. This place is amazing. Seriously, Roundhouse. I have to say I've been a little naive. Ken, picked up the phone a little while ago and said, "Do you want to do this thing?" And when Ken says you want to do something, you say yes, and then you ask questions later, and. So I looked online. I said, "Oh, that place, the round one, where you've seen so many pictures of bands and stuff," but only to come here and realize 6,500 artists last year have gone through these doors and gotten support and trained, and it's mind-boggling. 10,000 by what, 2024 or something like that is your goal. There's literally no place like this in the world. And it was worth the trip just to see the three, and I can't wait to hear your poetry at the end. You're so talented, it's amazing that coming up, so amazing
Absolutely.
stuff.
Yeah. So just, that's where it got to. Just take us back.
Yeah.
What was your journey? Where did all that come from?
Well, what time do we have to leave? No,
when
you
you were
know,
at school.
Yeah, so start with school. School was a disaster for me. I was a disaster for schools. Schools were a disaster for me. We didn't know how to get along or what to do with one another. Only later could I self-diagnose all the reasons that I was a total fuck up. And it was painful. Quite frankly, it was painful all the way till my last year of graduate school as doing my MBA, which you were asking that question, did that help? No MBA, no Blue Man, right? In terms of self-producing and having the shows all over the world. But only in my last year of my MBA what were the ingredients? You could do your thesis on anything you chose. We had a tiny little program, 5 kids and the school was trying to get accredited for this program, so everyone was working as a team, the students and the faculty, very tight-knit, close, for a goal, a superordinate goal higher than ourselves to help with this accreditation. And the last year you didn't really go to class, you worked out in the real world and checked in. So choice, collaboration, real world, and then all of a sudden, I got school. And
you and Chris Wink
yeah.
were at elementary school together.
We started in 7th grade together.
Can you just explain for people what 7th grade is? What age is 7th grade?
Yeah, so we were 12 years old. We had both gone to completely different schools. Yep. We couldn't have been more completely different backgrounds. Yep. But we were 2 of the 7 new kids in a class of 100 in this, continuing school. Yeah. And so really 5 of the 7 new kids kind of were close right from the get-go, but Chris and I were particularly close and stayed friends ever since.
As I understand it, Phil Stanton, the 3rd member, you met later on when he came to New York looking for a job.
His first day in New York, literally his first day he had the job lined up, Chris was his supervisor. They were cater waiters for big parties for a very well-known catering company, and well-known because of how well they treated their people, by the way.
Right, yeah. The reason I say this, among all the fascinating things about Blue Man, is that unlike what we've seen, all the wonderful examples we've seen so far, Blue Man also exemplifies the power of group collaboration. People coming together around a common idea, but it's fair to say you're 3 very different people.
Couldn't be more different in a lot of ways.
Yeah. How was that? I mean, how would you characterize that? I mean, I know you have a whole kind of spectrum, don't you, of the roles, the philosophy behind Blue Man, the characters in Blue Man. How many are they, Matt? There's a trickster.
Oh, so you're talking about one of the models that we created.
Yes.
Boy, you surprising me. We didn't talk about this. But there's 6 archetypes that we created. This was further along in the trajectory, because if the Blue Man came out and he was all macho and strong and confident, that would be a very boring show to watch for an hour and a half. So we created 6 archetypes that were on 3 different axes. And so on the one axis you had the hero that the hero, and we put all sorts of different definitions to the real world. So you put on your tie to go out and raise money to save the not-for-profit organization or get the stock prices up, or you put your white lab coat on to do the surgery to save the person's life, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And this is the space that most of us inhabit usually, and it's also exhausting if you're always in the hero. And so the innocent, the opposite end of that is the innocent, and that's the sort of the feather just floating with no goal at all, and it's very vulnerable, and a lot of us don't feel comfortable. You can't really be in that vulnerable state very often because you'll be hurt. And then another axis is the scientist and the shaman, and then the third axis would be the group member and sort of more like the introvert, the individual. And they all have these characteristics. And we created it originally to help the Blue Man be able to inhabit any and all of these spaces all during a show. And it means subjugating your ego as far down as possible so that you can sort of flitter around in these spaces. But later, it became a way that we could systematize creativity. We could create the environments in which creativity could thrive. And one of our big definitions of creativity is multiple perspectives and having lots of different ways and people's thoughts of how to look at things and be able to embrace those thoughts and somehow bring them all to the table.
What was the quote you mentioned to me earlier today from the sculptor, your favorite piece of sculpture?
Yeah, so you had touched on this earlier in your talk, which, by the way, you killed it again. How do you keep doing that? Stop it. Stop it. It's embarrassing. But so I didn't have any real marketable skills. I wasn't good at drawing or sculpting or making music or any of those things. But I did feel creative, but I didn't know how. How could I if I didn't fit any of those definitions? I see a lot of people nodding yes, being able to relate. And then I just came across, we actually took a book of artists and we tore it into three parts because we couldn't afford 3 books at the time. So we took one book, we tore it into 3s, and my first was in the middle, and it was Brancusi, and just by coincidence, that it happens to be my favorite sculpture, that bird in space. It's just sort of that whoosh, you know what I'm talking about? It's just that, anyway, look it up on the internet. And Brancusi said that being an artist, and just insert being creative, is not getting hit by a lightning bolt from God, but it's having clear intent and passion. And I was like, oh my God, I can have clear intent and passion. I later to find out, I wasn't at the time not sure if you're just born with the ability to be passionate. We now know that you can, thanks to a lot of work, but Dan Siegel's work, that you can actually train your brain and change yourself and manufacture passion. And clear intent felt like it was just a skill that you could just have clear intent. In fact, when I mentioned this to Dan Siegel, who you know well and is on the board of advisors at Blue School with you, he said, oh yeah, you hard work, clear intent, passion, but you're missing its intention and attention. So he actually added to my model, and of course that was annoying because he was right, and I had to rethink everything as a result.
But the Blue Man characters, which became so evolved as you described them, they weren't the first thing that you did as a group of creative people working together. You were doing street theatre, I think, in New York. Is that right?
Well,
and the Blue Man character emerged
yeah.
from this other work.
Well, you know, we did stuff on the street because no proper venue would have us. So that's, you know, but yeah, really, we didn't know what, even before the blue character came, we wanted to do something. And it was the mid-'80s in New York, and just to rewind for the people who are around and for the people too young, it was Ronald Reagan was president, and it was a dark, barren time in pop culture, and especially in New York. There was no music scene, there was no theater scene. The government was taking away the grant money from artists for just, you know, being artists. And so we had a choice to just sort of sit around and complain about it or to do something. And so it was a combination. We had salons in our house, and the only rule we had was you had to bring something exciting to the table. And it didn't matter what it was. It could be something you made, something you wrote, something you read, something you saw. It didn't matter, just something exciting to the table. And then you also had to bring something to eat because we were starving. And that combined with the fact that that skill of catching stuff in our mouth, we were just really good at catching and throwing stuff in our mouths. It was weird. I can't explain it.
That came from your starving period, did it?
Yeah, well, that actually what happened was Chris and Phil, as cater waiters, they were able to catch in their mouths, and every time they walked into the kitchen, the chefs would throw stuff into their mouths. Yeah. And then I happen to be incredible at throwing darts, and I can tell you the throwing is much harder than the catching. Yeah. The throwing is actually a skill.
Yeah.
The catching, I just and so then everything sort of came, and then the idea of the Blue Man character, which is just a weird circumstance that USA Today was the first newspaper to print in color. And it was, and when they announced they were going to print in color, I was like, wow, what a crazy thought. Imagine technology. They can print newspapers in color now. And we said, so what would be a shocking, arresting image to put in the USA Today once it prints in color? And then it was the idea of the blue character, you know, Silver Surfer, but, you know, with the no ears, very, very aerodynamic. And, you know, look how good this guy looks with no hair. But your ears mess it all up, you know. But so we could.
So you wanted the character to be kind of culturally neutral, gender neutral.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it was. I used to say that I felt like I was a human being trapped in a male's body. But now in the politics of the United States, I feel like I'm a human being trapped in someone's body who was born in the United States. It's complicated. It's very complicated. But the idea was to get rid of gender altogether. Yeah. It's unfortunate that it's Blue Man because it was always meant to be blue human, but even human is a loaded, you know, human, like nothing's easy in this regard. And then to get rid of hairstyle, to get rid of skin tone, to get rid of gender, of course, and then the black costumes that you see there, which never changed. They were from day one, that was the costume, to get rid of time and style and fashion. And so to be left with, which was essentially the most human. And the idea was it wasn't a mask that we were putting on, but in fact, it was once you stripped away all of that facade, it was, and so when you come to the audience, into the show as an audience member, for the first good part of the show, you're sort of have your guard up because there's this very alien-like character, but then you start to realize about a third of the way through that, wait a minute, I'm watching myself. This is And it's actually this beautiful, it's meant to be, this beautiful coming together of our souls and our, humanity to end up with a giant party.
I just love all of this because it's about the origin of ideas. It's about how ideas seep in different minds and how you begin to collaborate as a group and create something unexpected. But it draws from real world experiences, and what it becomes is not where it began. And that's true of all great creative processes. I mean, Blue Man went on to be a huge commercial success, but you can imagine at the very beginning, I'd not want to be at the pitch meeting to investors where you say, we've got this idea where we're going to go bald and blue and walk on the streets of New York and not do anything. You say, okay, sign me up. I mean, this can't fail. That's a commercial idea. What did come around, I just want to show a quick clip of this because there are other things we have to get through. You started a school, not a school to train blue men, but an elementary school. And we're going to show you a little bit of a clip here, and then we'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll bring on our other artists. Can we roll the next bit of the film?
One thing that drew us together initially, even before there was a Blue Man, is that we were in our own ways disappointed with our educational experience. And that's one reason why we wanted to start a school. We wanted to create the kind of school that we would have loved to have gone to.
We wanted to make a school that either we wished we had gone to or that we fantasized would be the school for our children. And that's a school that had, as Sir Ken Robinson talks so much about, emphasizes creativity as much as any other subject, teaches kids a special way to treat one another, a social-emotional learning, is a place where you don't lose your childlike exuberance, where you have such a zest for learning, a love of life all the way through, not having it educated out of you.
On a kind of metaphorical level, the traditional model of education is that children are freight cars and the school is a grain silo and it's just going to fill each kid up and then move them down the track. And we're interested in creating a launch pad where kids are the rockets and we're just there trying to find the fuse.
We knew we wanted to create a school that a big part of it was actually teaching kids how they think, teaching them a level of self-awareness that we felt was missing from our educational experience.
I think it involves having the entire brain just really alive and exhilarated, and it seems to us that it makes sense, makes actual academic sense.
Can we thank Matt Goldman? Well done, Matt. Matt's going to stay with us as we go into the next bit of the conversation. I want to talk a bit more about the Blue School, but we want to invite to join us Tilly. Where's Tilly from the Trapeze? Tilly again, thank you. And our final and creator, you'll hear from him shortly, but Boyega, please come and join us. I'm interested, what did you think of what Matt was talking about? Any responses to that journey?
Is this on? Yeah, it's on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, when you were talking, something really resonated with me when you were talking about these axes of like personality traits, like in a social setting or introverted, or I use something quite similar to create what you saw on the trapeze, where I created like an expectation graph of what I thought people would expect of me, and like there'd be extremes, so like beautiful or ungainly or strong or weak, and then like placed myself on this graph to get there. So that really resonated with me.
No, and similarly, that piece so resonated for me because, I mean, you probably already know this, but you take just two pieces of rope and a stick in between, and someone who's going to do some physical acts on a trapeze, and to reinvent that and to have it be interesting and funny and thought-provoking. That's it. For anyone out there that seemed to look simple, that is the opposite. So really fantastic. I love that piece.
Thanks.
Yeah.
just tell us, Tilly, if you wouldn't mind. You're the only trapeze artist here, certainly. Tell us a little bit about, what led you to be up there this evening. Your creative journey to the work you do now.
Okay. So I started off kind of doing a lot of dance as a young person and theatre. I didn't know that was something that you could do as a career. And I was auditioning for dance schools, and it wasn't sitting right with me. I wasn't enjoying the process of going through those auditions, and kind of knew that it wasn't really what I wanted to do. And my friend a kind of family friend who was named after another Tilly, went to a circus school. For some reason, I just didn't really realize this. I knew that she was a circus performer, but it hadn't really clicked that was something that I could do. And when I was auditioning for the dance school, she was like, why don't you just go and audition at this circus school? So I thought, okay. And I got in. I'd done trapeze like a handful of times, but just from visiting the school, really knew that was where I wanted to go. And then while I was there, I was really interested in integrating my theatre and dance experience into what I was going to do next. That's my creative journey.
But the particular way, as Matt said, the particular way that you present as a trapeze artist is very different, isn't it, from a traditional role? Are you primarily a solo performer now?
So that piece that you saw is part of a show. It's part of a half-hour show that I made in my last year of my degree. And that's the very beginning of it, so it carries on, not all on the trapeze. So that I do on my own, but I work in companies and create work with other people as well. But I knew that I wanted to make something I didn't want to ever be a traditional circus performer. That was never something that I was interested in. And I found that being in a degree where a lot of people did want to do that, I kind of got a bit sucked into it and found myself in some performing scenarios where I was like, this doesn't sit right with me. And that's what led me to make that kind of work.
Because this didn't come up at careers class at school much, did it?
No.
No. If you get French, you get Latin, this is waiting for you. Yeah. It's one of the things that really interests me, though, because people do take such diverse routes if they discover what they have inside them. I can't quite remember exactly how Chris puts it, but he talks about you want to be postmodern vaudevillians. Do you know how does it go?
No, I to this day I can't repeat what he just said. But essentially, where Blue Man and your work have incredible overlap is taking one of the most traditional art forms, and I don't know if you think of it as rejecting it or right, but imagine clown. And we consider ourselves an anti-clown or a postmodern, clown. But you still have to learn in order to be a trickster, which is what I consider myself as a person in the art form. You have to know the rules and break the rules.
Yeah.
And right.
Definitely, I was going to say you have to kind of delve all the way into that world in order to go out the other side and twist it up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I like going out the other side. It conjures up so many.
Boyega, could you just tell us a little bit? We're going to hear from you before we're done, but tell us a bit, if you would, about your own work and how you got here.
I'm a poet. In terms of how I got here in the Roundhouse, I started on the Poetry Collective, then did the Slam, and I'm now a resident artist. In terms of poetry in general, I wanted to be a football player. And then
it's
when
a common
I was
path, by the way.
Yeah. Then when I was 15, I got released from the team that I was at, and I had a quarter life or an eighth life crisis. And
how old were you when you got released?
15. So
it's at least a quarter life.
Yeah, at least, isn't it?
Yeah.
And at that point, I think because of the competitive nature of football, I wanted to find something else that I was good at. And I felt that I was always good at words, I always enjoyed English. So then that's the path that I took, at least in my spare time. In terms of like academically, my parents, they wanted me to be a lawyer or a doctor. So I was gonna study law, then I was gonna study psychologist, but then went on to study literature and philosophy. And my parents were kind of all right with that. But then when I said that I actually want to do a master's in poetry, they were like, ooh, not really sure about that one, mate. But then further to that, me saying that I wanted to, do a master's and possibly do a PhD, then they were like, ooh, yeah, that's the one. So yeah, all of that.
Yeah. But how were they about your football career?
I think that they tolerated it.
Yeah.
And I think they being really realistic and me looking back being realistic, it was always unlikely.
Yeah.
But you talking about like children playing outside, and you mentioned that it's different when it's like rules and adults shouting at you. But that was a way of me in inner city London being able to play outside, because there wasn't the permission or necessarily the sense for me to play outside in a way that might be possible elsewhere.
Yeah. Matt?
Can I ask you the strangest question?
Go on, mate.
I bet you haven't been asked this in front of a group. When you played football, did you get to the point where you could make things go in slow motion?
No, I was really shit. I played right back, which is like a really defensive position, and I just stepped on people's toes and grabbed them.
Yeah. No, because what I was getting at...
Go on, Matt.
Yeah.
Where would
do you find that your experience with playing football actually impacts your experience as a poet and a performer?
To an extent, I think that there are pressures that I put on myself, both when I was playing football and now that I'm writing poetry, but I think only to an extent. I think that there is a sense of freedom that I have as... Cool, this is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think more so than I realise. I think that when I was playing football, there's the manager, there's the coach who is giving you the rules, but then beyond that, you need to show your talent. And then as a poet, there is what is termed the canon, and there are what are rules, which I think, as you touched on, it's good to be aware of, but then beyond that, you need a sense of individuality, a sense of creativity to go beyond just what it is you have been taught, etc.
We're going to hear from you in a little while. So we're going to find out, how if it goes into slow motion, by the way, at any point, we'll know that was your football experience in the background. Matt did play soccer once, by the way. What we have to call soccer now, because they took over the word football in America. And I know you felt you were going in slow motion. I think you were just slow, Matt. I think that's what happened. That's what other people were saying.
Your explanation, just so people didn't think that in the interval I was off outside doing something.
Do you ever feel like when you're playing?
Yeah. But what happened to me is, when I was playing soccer, football, I did get to control time. My game got to, the person was coming at me in slow motion, and I could do things in real time. And that directly translated to myself as a performer, because you start to split seconds into many increments. And I know that both of you as performers know that you're timing is, and so for me, there was an absolute direct link. But the way you describe it is just another version of that, of because your creativity in the moment is in your writing and your performance, it sounds like.
Do you have a sense of that, Tilly, when you perform? Because what you do is very physical. So you're operating on all kinds of different levels, presumably, simultaneously.
Yeah.
Because you're also engaging with the audience. It's verbal. It's
it's over before I know it, really.
Is that right? Yeah.
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 Why is that, do you think? Your sense of time shifts when you...
Yeah, it feels really quick. Sometimes I go off and I'm like, did I just miss a whole section?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe, I mean, like, just because it is dangerous, I think maybe the adrenaline just makes it, you kind of have to forget that you're doing something quite scary. So maybe that just makes me think forward and not,
But I think as well, if I can say so, it's an experience that's at the heart of being in your own creative zone. I published a book a few years ago called The Element. This book, incidentally, is terrific. I'm just saying, you'd be foolish not to buy this book.
Is it still on sale?
It's still on sale.
No.
Thank you, Matt. As you mentioned it, it's outside.
SirKenRobinson.com.
.com.
Okay,
That's right.
got it. Yeah.
Subtitled How Finding Your Passion Changes Everything. And then we did a book called The Finding Your... The thing about it is that when you do something that you love to do, there's a difference, isn't there, between physical energy and spiritual energy. I mean, I don't mean spiritual in the religious sense, but in the sense of being in high spirits or low spirits. And you know, if you do something that you love to do, an hour can feel like 5 minutes. And if you do things you don't care for, 5 minutes feels like an hour. And you can be physically exhausted by something that has exhilarated you, and you could be buzzing with it. We talked to Marcus earlier about his running up and down Ben Nevis. It's a longer story, and that may be next time we do one of these things. But you can be exhilarated. But if you do things you don't care for, you can be absolutely exhausted physically, spiritually, but fine physically. And it's the same with people. You know, some people give you energy. I think that's how you know you're in your element. It gives you energy, it doesn't take it away from you. And people are the same. You know, you see some people and you're just thrilled they're there. They light you up and you think, great, they're here now. And the opposite is true, isn't it? You see somebody coming down the corridor, you think, really? like, can we reschedule? You know, because they just suck the life out of you. And it's not they're bad people, you just don't resonate. You don't, not on the same energy level. And I think this is so important about what we find fulfilling. It feeds our soul, our spirit. And I just want to loop back before we come to Birgit. I want you to just say a few words. We haven't got time for a lot. But we didn't show this school just accidentally. You left Blue Man with your wife to start the school with your wife, Renee. Say it's not a training school for Blue Men. It's an elementary, now a middle school. And it's had a very distinctive impact on the way people think about education, not just in New York, but much broader, much wider field than that. Can you just give us a little bit about why the school and what you think you're achieving there?
Yeah, so just to make the bridge, it wasn't as listen, the very first mission statement of Blue Man Group was to inspire ourselves and our audiences to do a little bit of social good, because we didn't want to be too crazy, and to have a good time doing it, to have fun. And then we spent about 15 years creating mission, vision, values around that mission. And it was extraordinary how much of that cut and pasted right into an elementary school setting. So imagine we were drawing audiences from all over the world night after night, and then the same principles, the same mission, vision, values were almost with very little editing cut and pasted into a school environment. So we started the school, and the idea was that instead of torturing children the way I felt like I was, that through a balance of, listen, we always wanted academic mastery. We were writers, we were communicators, marketers, so we had to be good at the writing skills and all the things that define academic mastery, but we wanted to balance it with creative thinking and what was at one time called emotional intelligence, now it's called self and social learning. But so the balance of academic mastery, creative thinking, and self and social intelligence. And the good news, and we started to go around and we saw Ken's talk, and you know, what year was that exactly? The first TED Talk, and we started to shake because we were like, oh my God, we could live 20 years and we could never communicate what we're going after the way Ken did in 18 minutes. And we went to all these other neuroscientists and we asked, you know, can empathy be taught? Can creativity be taught? Can compassion and the like? And the good news, actually the neuroscience world didn't know that yet. Well, there wasn't a practice of neuroscience, so start there. And then there was, and then they started to answer these questions. And the really good news was, the answer was yes, those things can be taught. But it has to be in the exact right way, and it has to be with this kind of balance that, and our balance, this balanced approach seemed to be the right approach. And now we've graduated 2, about to be 3 classes. It's just pre-K through 8th grade through 14-year-olds, and it seems to be working. And you know, I don't want you to tear into me, but the test scores are through the roof, although we don't teach to the test. And the kids are thriving in their new environments. So we're very, very proud.
And it's been a whole creative journey of its own. It's a
crazy journey.
If you ever think of starting a school, talk to people who've done it. It's a very
don't
complex,
start
challenging.
A school. Don't start a school. That's my advice.
Absolutely. But it's been a wonderful journey to see the Blue School grow in this way, to apply the principles that you've developed in your own lives. I mean, it's true of all of you, into a school setting. And it shows there is a different way to think about schools in just the same way as there are different ways to think about ourselves and our possibilities. And that's really what we urgently need now, are new ways of thinking about these institutional settings so that people thrive and they are human-centered and not test-centered. And as you say, if you get that right, that just takes care of itself in the right way. We're going to welcome Boyega to say a few words to us. I'll say a few words at the very end of all this, but can we thank Tilly for that amazing performance and for your insights? And Matt Goldman, please stay where you are. And stay there, Tilly. Boyega, please. Yeah.
Hello. The poem that I'm going to read is called World Parent. All the Nigerian aunties and uncles are holidaying in Dubai. They're only eating Nigerian food and only talking to drivers. They're posing as they give thanks, WhatsApping everybody. They claim it's a kind of home that doesn't know their names, so can't wish death. They say they like it because it holds no notions of them. For example, all Nigerians are liars who spin tales through imported fabrics. It was a Nigerian man who first discovered Dubai. The whole world, in fact. He came descending with pockets full of sand and all manner of the earthly. Where there was water, he took the sand, dashed it this way, that, and where it landed, he stepped. He continued in this fashion so as to form plain, plateau, etc. To everything he named and added names that no one would ever say. He liked the sound of his own voice. He preyed on land, his and of himself, imagined it profitable. He dreamt of land black as oil and dark-skinned suns. He carved his name in tall letters everywhere, forgot how to spell it, improvised. He stepped back, looked at his work, this, and was large and was proud. Seeing their son's work, His parents think this. Why? They wonder if they bound him too much in freedom and comfort. They think their son's hands spoiled, soft and pencil-friendly. They think instead of lawyer, doctor, he chose this. They tell their friends of him. They call him architect. They do not say of what. Cheers.
Thank you so much. And we're almost done. There are all kinds of things we could talk about that we haven't yet, and perhaps we will another time. I think it's implicit in all the things that we've heard that creativity isn't just about the arts. The art's a big part of it. You can be creative in any field. It's what was coming through the Blue Man Group, all of your work, in the science, in the humanities, in architecture, in the way you live your life. The most creative thing you do is how you live in the end. It's a function of intelligence. It's not separate from it. And what we're talking about are creating conditions where these capacities can grow and can flourish. And we never needed them really more urgently than we do now, both for ourselves individually and for the wider world in which we live. We have immense challenges. We've created them. We can solve them if we think differently about them. But to think differently about them, we have to think differently about ourselves. And that's, I think, the great mission, to rethink the nature of our talents and our capacities. There was a wonderful quote from Anais Nin, the writer, who sort of found her own talents later in her life. At least it's attributed to her. It's a short poem called Risk. And she says, there came a point when the risk of remaining tight in a bud was greater than the risk it took to blossom. And I think we spend so much time and energy constraining talent. If we put that talent into letting it flourish, we wouldn't just transform the world, we'd transform our part in the world. So can I thank you for all the wonderful creative work you do. I want to thank the Roundhouse for our association, for helping this evening come together. I want to thank Kate for all the work that she put into this, and for all of you who've come along. Matt for flying across the Atlantic. You knew that was involved in this, didn't you? And
Not when you asked me.
not when I asked, yeah. That was in the small print. And for all the work that you do, and thanks for being part of what I think has been a fantastic evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us for Imagine If, a celebration of the work and legacy of Sir Ken Robinson. This is just the beginning. We hope that you've been inspired by what you've seen this evening to join us as Imagine If continues year-round. And thank you so much to everybody who has contributed this evening, for sharing your work with us and for all of your tributes to Dad. Thank you too to the partners who have made this possible. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. And thank you to everybody who's watched.
If you'd like to continue to submit your statements, please use our website imagine-if.com, or on social media use #WeImagineIf.
And please join us as we continue SKR's work. His message has never been more important, and it is on all of us who are inspired by him to keep it alive. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.